Good morning, JDs.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
Warren get the belt?
Warren got the belt today. Nice job, Warren. Congratulations. man.
What?
Michigan, what's up? Good morning. Yeah, Michigan's right. Everybody who's in here, hit the like button. Hit that little thumbs up. That helps us out a lot. We're trying to do some stuff and being able to point to things like likes and upticks and subscribers and things like that. So, also, if you watch us regularly or you're in the chatty house, or even if you check out the show and you're not in the chatty house, sorry, I'm getting my camera fixed. Tell a friend, shoot them the link and be like, hey, tap into the homies.
Phone a friend.
Phone a friend. What's up, David, Zabo? I think I already say what's up to Warren. Warren, we are up in here. That is correct. Drew Down, what's up, bro? Hey, there he is.
Sweet.
Manny's here, unfortunately.
Soren is running with this joke forever off of one day where you said...
No, that's from the other guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Will Ferrell's character goes, it's 9:15. Let's have a great day, everyone. And
Oh,
then
got
one
it.
of the guys in the back goes, cut the shit. Really funny.
Got it. I've seen the other guys. Wooden gun.
I have a buddy from college who,
Greetings from Oxnard. Hello, Chris Choa.
and that's it. I just have a buddy from college. No, I posted this video on Instagram of, it's just a silly video of a dinosaur from one of the Land of the World Jurassic Park movies. And it's a T-Rex thing that like comes out and it like roars. And the caption is like me if I get even slightly touched down the lane. And the dinosaur like comes out and you're expecting this yell. And when it goes to roar, this voice just goes, and one. And it's funny. It kills me every time. And he replies with this like paragraph about flopping in the NBA and the horrible officiating, all of this. I'm like, my brother in Christ. It's a silly video of a dinosaur.
That's funny. We have a soccer kid on the JV team who...
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're there.
Bring this on air. Here we go.
No, I won't, but that's okay.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everybody listening on the radio on 1320 AM. Good morning to James Ham, who's right there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Good morning, everybody in the chatty house. I did not get to say good morning to everybody like I typically do. So if you are in the chatty house, hello. That's youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. This show doesn't exist without you guys. So thank you so much. We appreciate it greatly. Yeah, we were talking leading up to the show. And also good morning to our friends at Jiffy Lube at all of their Sacramento area locations. Find the location nearest you at jiffylube.com. There's also some coupons there that you can download.
Yeah.
$33 off coupon.
That's right. $33 off for a synthetic oil change.
Ooh.
Drops it down to $76.99.
jiffylube.com. We'll have more on that a little bit later. The Kings 7-game winning streak is over after their 130-115 loss to the Milwaukee Bucks last night. There's some stuff I want to dig into from that. But we're talking before the show, and I'm not going to name names here, but I posted this silly thing on Instagram. It's this video of one of the dinosaurs from Jurassic Park, and it like comes out and it does this big roar. But instead of roaring, the caption says, me whenever I get slightly touched while driving down the lane. And then the dinosaur in this really funny, soft voice goes, and one. It's just a silly video. It's so dumb. And he replies, this is the reply that I got at, he sent it at 10:47 last night. I was already asleep. So when I wake up in the morning, I just check my notifications, make sure nothing crazy happened. So I read this at like 5:03 this morning. And again, this is in reply to a dinosaur yelling, and one, in that almost exact voice. I do a great impression of it.
All right.
Here, in fact, can I play?
Maybe.
Can I?
And one.
Right, it's very silly. So here's the reply. I hope everybody can hear that. Here's the reply. Can the NBA have a mandatory 2-day film session of early 90s film sessions to teach modern players that the game can in fact be played without the flopping, bitching, and wimpy antics? And can we effing get rid of replay review?
Oh, that's bold.
Like, oh my God. What? Pete, it's a dinosaur.
Just thank you sent him a cat meme. Like, wow.
I just thought that was great. Like, I don't hate the take. I'm in on replay review. Sometimes it takes a little long. When the NFL implemented replay review, you had 90 seconds. And if you didn't figure it out in 90 seconds, it's like inconclusive.
Yep.
That's the point of replay. If you can't take a quick look and go, if you have to like angles and slow down and zoom in and zoom out and like, then it's inconclusive. That's fine. So I think the NBA does take too long. I don't hate that. I don't hate the idea of like, penalizing flopping more often. I get fine. But it's a dinosaur, bro.
I kind of wish
hit me with that at a different time.
Like with the NFL specifically, like there is a way, because European soccer does this with offsides, right? Mm-hmm. They drop in like a line that shows you where somebody's body is, where, and then you see whether somebody's offsides or not, like a gray area. Why don't they do that with the NFL, where it shows you exactly, okay, at this point the knee is down. Now where's the ball? Draw the other line. Here's the end zone line. Okay, he's not in.
My guess is, and I don't know the exact answer to this. I don't know if it's the way the sports are played, that the technology couldn't work for football. But I would guess that the greater issue is that nobody is not watching the sport because of that. And to implement such technology would cost a lot of money, and the NFL is not in the business of spending unnecessary dollars.
But they're still doing it. They review every single score, every single interception, every single fumble.
Yeah. And they've done things like, pylon cams and different things. But it's like you would have to. I think there are sensors that would have to go into like every stadium.
Okay.
Or the ball or whatever. I don't know exactly how the VAR technology works, but that would be my guess, is that it would be wildly expensive to implement, and the NFL's like, it's not that big of a deal.
We're making billions. Why would we do something like that?
It is still insane to me, and we're going to talk about the Kings' loss to the Bucks, I promise. But it is still insane to me that the NFL, which has been around for over 100 years, spots the football the exact same way today as it did during the first ever NFL game.
A dude running out and putting his foot down somewhere.
Some 60-year-old dude who's fighting for his life already is like on the sideline 15 yards back and is like, oh, I can see where that ball went out. Hang on, it was right. Yeah. And then the two guys have to like walk together. Oh my God, it is nuts. Like they do in general a pretty good job.
I think so too.
It's kind of nuts how often you look at a replay and you're like, that's a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
But still, there's definitely times where you watch and you're like, that's off by like 4 feet.
The chain comes out and it's like 2 links and you're like, man, that guy walked a long way. That could have easily been a little bit off here or there.
Time.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I'm with you.
Anyways. Salute to everybody with insane basketball takes at 5 a.m. in the morning.
That's right.
The Kings fell to the Bucks last night, 130-115. Look, I don't. There's a bunch of stuff I want to talk about, a bunch of stuff I want to get into, a bunch of issues I had with how the Kings played last night. But I did the big takeaway for me was that my issues with stuff from the game last night was, okay, this is just kind of a thing that we'll have to talk about and figure out, and we'll continue watching and moving forward. It didn't feel like the end of the world. Every loss through like the middle of December on felt like a catastrophe. Last night didn't feel like a catastrophe. It felt like a team on the third game of a road trip that might have been feeling itself a little bit and got punched in the mouth in the first quarter and just couldn't dig it out of a 21-point hole. It just that last night felt more like, oh, that's just a loss that happens in the NBA, and less, oh my God, there need to be wholesale changes.
No, I think we got to a point where every loss felt like it was the start of something really bad. Right? Like we were getting to the end of a chapter. That's what it felt like. Like every loss that kept mounting, it was like, oh boy, this is getting worse. Oh no, that's not great. It's getting even worse than we thought. And then all of a sudden it wasn't. Like the Doug Christie era. Right now, what are they? 7-2, right? It just feels like it's a different vibe, and sometimes you're going to get beat. Sometimes there's a player that you have no way to match up against, but that player also, no one in the world can match up against Giannis Antetokounmpo. There's not a player in the universe that can defend Giannis Antetokounmpo.
There are teams who are better equipped to defend him,
of course,
but nobody's like, hey, player X is just going to go guard him now.
Yeah, hey, Keegan, get on out there, kid.
There's no...
You know what? Like, I want to see
ridiculous.
It, but you know how he would dominate Victor Wembanyama right now? Like, it doesn't matter. Like,
you already did.
You're thinking you're going to throw out there at him. It's just going to get ugly because that's how good he is. And so, look, every once in a while, you're going to run up against a team that, is on the rise like you are, and they just thump you. And I think the first quarter was unacceptable. The fact that, Malik Monk wasn't there was super obvious. But at the same time, man, a loss can be a loss again. And that's what it feels like. We've hit a reset button where a loss is just a loss.
Yeah, so Malik Monk is kind of where I want to start our conversation today because he didn't play. He had a groin injury. Groin, for those of you who can pronounce the word correctly. He had a groin injury. And salute to Kenny. D'Lo and Casey coming up at noon. But we talked about, are we going to feel the absence of Malik Monk? Is that something that's going to, even with DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox on the floor, is Malik Monk really going to play that big of a role? And maybe they still lose last night if they have Malik Monk on the court. But man, it is a wild coincidence that they came out in that first quarter without their kind of offensive spark plug, their tone setter, and they lose the quarter 47-26. And just like disjointed on offense. They're smoking layups. They're one and done on these possessions.
No ball movement.
Nothing.
No player movement. No. Yeah, it just looked like one of those games where you're stuck in mud. And again, that's going to happen sometimes. And look, I thought they fought after the first quarter. I thought they put up a good fight. But even, you thought, oh, this quarter's going horrible. Like if there was a point, it's like, oh, man, this quarter's horrible. Just get it over with and you'll be okay. It was like 38-21 or something at that point. And then they scored 9 points. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
And it was 47. You're like, oh, that feels like it's like so much
like a haymaker.
Worse. Yeah, it feels like so much worse than I felt even after like the dismal start. Like, well, you're still sort of there.
Down 20 in the first quarter is not an insurmountable thing.
Yeah.
But man, those quick points when it looked like, okay, they're going to kind of battle back. They're going to make this respect. And then just bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
3. AJ Green.
Yeah.
It was an ugly ass jump shot, by the way.
That goes
Not
in.
a fan of that guy's jumper.
It's all that matters.
Guy looks like you, by the way.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
You put that out there.
I did. He was at the free throw and I'm like, hey, that's like James. But no, I that's something that they're gonna have to, and I was reading in Chris Biederman in the Sacramento Bee this morning. DeMar DeRozan talked about the lack of urgency, and De'Aaron Fox talked about the inability to match Giannis's physicality, and those are tones to me that are set by Malik Monk, pushing the pace, starting fast. Maybe he's a little out of control sometimes. Maybe he takes some bad shots early, but he gets everybody in the mindset that, okay, hey, the Bucks are getting whatever they want, got to match them. And it didn't feel like that. It felt like this panic set in really early where it's like, oh my God, like, you're not going to get it all back on one possession. And it felt like that's kind of what it was.
Yeah. I also, like, while we were watching, we had our keys to victory yesterday, right? And like right away, we talked about these things very specifically. Do not give Giannis like a runway. You have to eat the space with him. You got to be tight on him. You can't just let him run on you. If he starts running at you, you're done.
Yep.
And then right away, it's like, oh, there he is running at Sabonis. And like Sabonis is toast. Like, here comes foul number 1. Here comes foul number 2. You're like, this thing's over already. If you don't eat that space. I thought they made that adjustment. But then, hey, you got to pick up Dame full court. Boom, 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 boom. all these threes. You're like, what in the world?
Yeah.
Like, he's one of the great shooters of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he open? And it's those things. And then they tightened that up. And I thought, Keon did a really good job of limiting Damian Lillard throughout the game. But that first quarter, you just did some real basic things wrong that there was no reason to do those things. That the things that happened in that first quarter were very specific. You did not come out ready to match.
Yeah, man. That was the other thing. And DeMar DeRozan talking about the lack of urgency.
Yeah.
That was the other thing is it felt like they knew, all right, won 7 in a row, got the first 2 on this road trip. Last game of the road trip here. Like just the lack of focus. And that, again, this is not, it's exacerbated a little bit because of the start the Kings had, 13 and 19, and so many quarters that looked like that first quarter. But I didn't come away from it feeling dramatically different about Doug Christie's Kings than I did going in. It was disappointing, to be sure.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to play. I picked them to win. I thought they were going to play better. But you tie the second quarter and then you win the third and fourth quarters. You continued to battle. You got it down to 11 in the fourth quarter. I thought for a second that in the fourth quarter, I thought they were going to win. When they cut it to 11 with 6.5 minutes left?
Yeah, I think we both thought that.
It big time felt like, oh, there's just an avalanche coming.
Yep.
And the Bucks just they're not going to hit enough shots.
But then they started punching
they just
back.
started, they started hitting a couple shots. And that's what's up. And that's when you get behind that far and you're down, you cut it to 11 with 6.5 minutes left. You're 1-3 away from this feels out of reach again.
Yeah, game back over.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happened. But
yeah, I think there was like the emotional letdown game was always coming. You knew it was, but I'm just glad it happened at the end of the road trip.
Yeah,
not at the beginning of the road trip, because then you're worrying that it might snowball, might carry over into another game. Now it's like, hey, you got to get home, you got to reset, and then if anyone, I mean, tomorrow's game against Houston is huge, but it's a TNT game, and so like everything's going to be amped up. Everyone is going to be ready and locked in, and again, I would expect hopefully Malik can play because Malik loves the bright lights. Those are games where he just shows up. And that's what you're hoping. You're hoping that, they come out and they play a different brand of basketball against Houston, the brand of basketball that we've kind of become accustomed to in the last 9 games under Doug. And
just to, we'll talk about it more tomorrow, but just to highlight what you're talking about, it's a game against Houston, who's ahead of you in the standings. You beat them earlier this year. There was some bad blood in that game. That was the game where De'Aaron got mad and kind of took over late.
Yep.
And then you get Washington and Golden State. Washington's the worst team in the league. Golden State's playing like the worst team in the league.
Oh, yeah.
So 2 more winnable games after that where you can put this Bucks game way in the rearview mirror. And that's, I think, another reason that it doesn't bother me so much. Now, on the other hand, I've said it before, and this has changed a little bit based on how the season has gone, just kind of the ebbs and flows of the year. But I'm not at a point anymore where I feel like I'm going to, pat the Kings on the head and do the moral victories thing, because I don't like, if you're the Pistons, you can do the moral victory thing.
Yeah.
Or game over 500. If you lose on, it's like, hey, you know what? Still sitting at 500 is a good. The Kings I had much higher expectations for.
Yep.
So I don't want to talk out of both sides of my mouth, because I expect them to be a playoff team. That's where I stand today on Wednesday, January 15th, which is what I had written down on the rundown yesterday. That was a real bummer to log in today and not have to change the day, because I was like, oh, it's Thursday? No, still Wednesday.
That was my fault.
Oh, did you change it?
I was going to start working on the rundown last night.
Oh,
and then
I thought I messed that up yesterday. Okay, cool. Nope. So it's your fault. Perfect. Now I feel better about it. No, but I don't. So I don't want to talk out of both sides of my mouth, because I do expect them to go to the playoffs. I am going to hold them to that higher standard now of not losing quarters by 21 points.
Yep.
And not losing games by 15 to close out road trips. But on the other hand, I have a hard time walking away from that game going, oh, bad luck. Like, oh my God, what roster flaws and rotations, and oh my God, what are they going to do? Like, I made the joke last night, and Kenny said it during the handoff of Damian Barling coming up in about an hour and a half. But Kenny said it yesterday. I don't want to hear, wow, they don't have anybody to guard Giannis. And he's right. Like, he's definitely right.
Yeah, but
because
no one does.
Nobody does.
No.
But on the other hand, you see game in and game out, and this is why I'm not. This is just the reality. This is baked into every Kings thought and take. They don't have the. We've talked about it for however long we've been doing this show. Size and athleticism on the wings, it's still a problem.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't have a bunch of bodies they can throw at Giannis. Like, they tried Alex Len last night. That's where they're at. It was Domas, it was Keegan picking him up at half court, and it was Alex Len. And that's the counter to that.
This wouldn't have helped, I don't think, but I would have at least said, hey, Isaac Jones, what do you got? I would have.
Sure.
I would have said, hey,
Sure.
Look, you're at least physically, like, maybe you can go out there and run with them. And I know Doug has not turned to Isaac Jones at all.
Or Colby Jones.
Or Colby Jones. Oh, well, no. I think Colby in the first couple of games, didn't he? Or maybe that was the end.
He hasn't played a lot lately.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Anyways, go on.
Yeah, it's one of those things, though, where you can see that he's not ready to put his faith in young players. And that's because, like, look, he's got a job to do. If he wants to win this job and wants to be the head coach of the Kings for the next 5 years, he needs to win games.
I do think
That's it.
But that kind of fits his mantra, and that's something we're seeing a lot with Doug, is he's not turning to Isaac Jones because he's looking at his guys and going, it's okay that you had a bad quarter, but you got to battle back now. You got to dig deep. You got to start doing the right things. You made some mistakes, but can this group of players that I'm putting my trust in and game out, this is on you.
Yeah.
This is not, oh my God, you had a bad quarter. Keegan, you're going to sit, or Trey Lyles isn't going to come in, and we're going to put in Isaac Jones just to see what works. Now, if they were down 40 in the fourth quarter, you'd probably see Isaac Jones a little earlier. But they did. They battled back. I mean, they were still down 21 at half. But I texted you during the second quarter. I said, just get it to 15 by halftime.
Yeah.
And it looked like they were gonna. And then they let go of the rope a little bit and got it back to 21. And I was like,
No, it was over super quick.
Yeah. I was, at least they made it interesting. I was, with 6.5 minutes to go, you get it to 11.
Yeah.
There was never that's kind of, there are so many NBA games that you watch where it gets to the turnoff point. Like, all right, this game's over.
I don't want to watch this game anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
The Kings I never got, like late in the fourth quarter. But still, they kept it just interesting enough. Like, all right, they got it back to 18. All right, they've got it to 15 here. All right, oh dang, it's back to 20. Okay, well, hey, got it to 14. It just kept it just interesting enough. And I get, like I said, I know that's not a moral victory, because I can't do that. But I do think it's a notable performance given how I think that game might have gone earlier in the year. Like, even in a loss, you see that identity coming around with what Doug wants the team to be.
Yeah, totally. And I'll say this, like, just watching the way that it unfolded, like, we can talk about the fact that they don't have a player to match up against Giannis, and everybody, there's no one in the league that just absolutely matches up against him without any question. Where I really see the deficiency is that when you went to the bench, you still don't have that player. And that's the most difficult thing for this team. It's that their bench, by the regular bench guys, the guys who actually played meaningful minutes, we're talking Huerter, Carter, and Lyles, right? That was your primary bench. You went to Alex Len late. I'll throw his numbers in there. Your bench had 17 points. And I'm not going to include the 3 from Jordan McLaughlin or the 2 points from Colby Jones late.
Yeah.
But
17 meaningful points.
17 meaningful points. AJ Green had 16. So almost single-handedly matched you. You had another 8 from Bobby Portis. You had another 10 from Ryan Rollins. And Pat Connaughton had 5. So that's 39. You got absolutely crushed. And that's where they just don't have that other piece. And especially with Malik out, if I could transfer Keon's minutes, his 18 points to the second unit, that actually would have helped. He's not going to score 18 points on most nights. He's not a consistent scorer. He's more of a fifth starter, or, that guy who's going to hit some threes, right? So it just makes life really, really difficult when you don't have the ninth, well, it's probably more like the 7th, 8th guy in your rotation that you need right now. And so it's still on this front office. And I'm not going to sit there and yell, hey, you have to go get a long athletic guy so you can defend Giannis. Man, you play that guy twice a year. And that's even a maybe. Maybe you play him twice a year because sometimes he misses games.
They need long athletic players, not to defend Giannis.
No, because every other team in the league has
athletic
them.
players. Full stop.
Yeah.
Like, and again, it's not. I don't want this to come across like the front office is failing because they didn't have somebody who could just go shut down Giannis one-on-one. Like he's literally a perennial MVP candidate and the Greek freak because he's 7'1" and moves the way he moves, and now he can pass, and he's got that mid-range game down, and then he's got the spin moves and the Euro steps when he gets down. Like, he's sick. He's so freaking good. Some of the layups he made last night were ridiculous. But you see the Kings don't have the length to help off of him or just get hands in the lane or just different bodies, different looks to give him. Like, they tried Jay Crowder last night. Ugh.
Yeah, we had a Jay Crowder sighting the first time in a long time.
It's just not it. And that's, again, it's not why they lost.
Nope.
But it is just this game's version of, well, that's the roster shortcoming.
Yep.
Not Giannis specific.
Nope.
He's just the player who exposed that issue that tends to get exposed on a nightly basis. And he can expose it in a unique way. With a triple-double.
Yeah, and I also think that just like the way that they weren't able to defend, they need time to grow up, right? Some of the players like Devin Carter, like he got bodied and dunked on by Pat Connaughton.
Yeah,
it was like, that's not good. But same time, like, look, that's where I'm gonna give Devin Carter like a really long.
Yeah, he's a rookie.
He's a rookie, and some of the shots he threw up last night were just, oh my gosh, that's so horrible. Like, there was one shot that I thought he might have bent the rim on one side, and then like a minute later, he took another one from the other side. It's like, oh, he straightened the rim back out. Yeah. He was clanking iron hard.
But this is exactly why going into the draft. This is exactly why we talked so much about trading that pick, because if you get a rookie, you're going to deal with this. Devin Carter did not get to play in October and November and December, where you start to see other rookies are really starting to like get their feet and come around now and be really big contributors in the middle of January. He's in October still.
Yeah.
And that was one of the issues with this team and playing a rookie. Like, yeah, you're going to have to deal with this sometimes.
Well, that and like he's not the reason why you lost at all.
Not even close.
But he didn't help. And so that's one of those things where you have to, when you're building a team, if you're behind the eight ball like the Kings are at this point, you have to look at every avenue to get better. And it's really tough to rely on a young player game in and game out to bring the consistent effort, the consistent shot, defensive consistency, all of that stuff. The one thing you know he's going to do is he's going to rebound.
Yeah. So. Yeah, he's going to do that effectively, and he'll become a more effective player the more he plays.
Yeah.
That's
You're just not a team that can run him out there for 25 minutes and let him grow into a role.
Exactly.
That's why you don't want to start a season and get 6 games under 500 at some point.
Real quick update from around the NBA last night. My favorite NBA stat of the year. It continues. It's now January 15th, and the Washington Wizards, who lost to the Timberwolves yesterday, 120-106, they still have not lost a game by they've not had a 1-possession loss all year.
That's wild.
They have 1 4-point loss. Everything else, I believe, has been by 6 points or more.
Oh, they're not good.
They're so bad. And they're coming to Golden One Center this week.
Can't wait.
Get fired up, everyone.
That's Sunday?
Is that
Sunday?
Did the Kings not play till they play Thursday, Sunday?
Thursday, Sunday. Thursday, Sunday, Tuesday, I believe. And then see ya, you're on the road forever.
Oh.
Yeah, it's gonna get brutal.
Where is this? All right, Thursday, Sunday,
Thursday, Sunday, Wednesday?
Yeah, Thursday, Sunday, Wednesday, all at home.
Monday, Tuesday off? Wow.
Wow.
I might be able to get some sleep this week.
Good little stretch. Good little stretch for the Kings. Yeah, good. More importantly, good little stretch for you.
The next 3 weeks, I might be able to actually get some sleep, Kyle. It's good.
All right. Well, there's another aspect of the Doug Christie era that I'm interested by that was mentioned in Chris Biederman's story from last night that I want to run by you because I think I like it, but I think I only like it for now. And we'll get into that. We'll have James Ham's 6 quick thoughts coming up. The Kings are moving up the NBA power rankings. Plenty more coming up in the next couple hours. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube and rocking with you till noon. You're on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Okay, so Tyler, a Kings player could accidentally open the door on the team plane and fly out, and the Kings wouldn't tell us about it. So, no, they didn't disclose anything about Devin Carter's injury at all. I would, look, that shoulder is gonna be tender. We saw it with Kevin Huerter early, and getting hit a couple of times on that shoulder in a game, it's gonna kind of tell you, again, he's had a lot of work done on that thing, and it's gonna take a while to get it right. Oh, let's see. Eric M., you're in the Red Hawk suite tomorrow night. What do you need to know? I don't know. We don't get to go to a suite. I don't know. There's a secret ice cream place that has the best soft serve ever. That's one thing, and I don't know where it's at because someone else goes and gets it and brings it to me. Look, I don't have a good time. Don't fall out of the booth. And tip your server. How about that? Yeah.
Enjoy the game, though. That's going to be sick.
Yeah.
I'm also going to the game. I'm going to sit in a seat. I'm going to drink a beer. Can't wait. I'm really excited about it.
Man, Zach, you are finding different ways to pitch the same exact trade. I just got to be honest, Zach. Just like I'm not a fan of Zach LaVine's game. Again, I think he's a great scorer, but everything else I have questions about. I'm not a fan of Tyler Hero. I'm just not. So I think a backcourt of Malik Monk and Tyler Hero would give up 125 points a night, and Domantas Sabonis would have 6 fouls every single game. Just straight up. If Tyler Hero is your 6th man, or if you can go backwards with Malik Monk, that's one thing, but I don't think that that's going to happen. So, but of all of the trades, the trade ideas, Jaime Jaquez, I would take Jaime. Khalil Ware, okay, whatever. Jovic, again, I don't think he's gonna he's gonna develop. He's gonna be a solid NBA player, but the ceiling isn't there for any of those players that I would give up Fox. If
exactly that's rotation players on a mid-ass team.
Yeah. You want to give me Hero, Ware, and Jaquez? I'm gonna want 2 first-round picks.
This is more like it.
Yeah, I don't even know where that's at.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is it. If you're not getting Jabari Smith and Jalen Green and Cam Whitmore and some picks, and whatever salary you need, then I'm out.
Yeah, what if I'm dealing with the Rockets, I'm literally asking for Jabari. I'm asking for Tari Eason and Jalen Green, and I would settle for Cam Whitmore being swapped out for Tari Eason, but I really want Tari Eason.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna. It's gonna be a trade where it's holy shit, they gave up all that.
Well, but Houston would still be really good if they gave up all that. They still have Asura Thompson. They still have, other pieces to work with. So,
Reed Shepherd.
Well, I mean, they still have what's his name? Why am I drawing a blank? Brooks. They still have, they still have forward depth. They would still either have Tari or Cam Whitmore.
Oh, Şengün.
Yeah, I mean Şengün. They still. I mean that team is deep. So.
Hey, stop. Tyler Hero is a significantly better player than Kevin Huerter.
Yeah.
Significantly.
He is. Steven Castaneda. Yeah, I'm just not. again, De'Aaron Fox would love if there's going to be teams that he'd love to go to. And you're going to hear him. It's going to be Lakers. It's going to be Rockets.
See, someone crazy stat, but 4 points is technically a one possession game.
No, and no, it's not. Only if you're playing the Pistons on a Thursday night in December with a point guard that falls asleep on the play the night before a head coach gets fired. All of those things have to work out, be perfectly in place in order for that to be true.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
This is my problem. I have my Wizards one possession loss stat. 4 points is their lowest margin of defeat all year. And inevitably, someone says 4 points is technically a one possession game. No, it isn't.
No, it is not.
No, it is not.
There's a free throw, a pair of free throws. There is a 2-point shot, and there is a 3-point shot in the NBA. There is not a 4-point shot.
If that's the case, then then technically 6 points could be a one possession game, because if I shoot a 3 and get fouled, and then there's also a flagrant 2 elsewhere, well, then we get a bunch of free throws and you get 3 points, and man, we're right in this thing.
Yeah.
That's dumb.
No.
It's how many points can you get without the other team doing something?
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about, Kyle and I had this discussion earlier, the 8 points in the NFL at this point, because of the 2-point conversion, it can technically be a one possession game.
Because you can score a touchdown, and then it is up to you to try for the 2 points.
Yes, banking on not only hitting a 3-point shot, but getting fouled in the act of that 3-point shot, that is not no.
That's a thing that it can be a 4-point play.
Yeah.
But nobody's ever been a team's down 6. Oh, get the quick 2 to cut it to one possession. That's not a thing anybody says.
Ever. It's not like you go to the free throw line, he hits 1 and he makes it a 3-point game. You need 1 more to make it a 2-possession game. That's what they say every time.
Right.
He hits the next one, it's a 2-possession game.
Right. No one's ever hey, as long as he can hit both here, because you can shoot a 3 and get a foul.
That's right.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Although next time we have Mark Jones on, I'm going to tell him to say that. Mark, got a new idea for you.
We're going to pitch you an idea.
Anyway. What are we going to talk about? I want to get into something that Jalen Williams of the Oklahoma City Thunder said, just as a larger NBA discussion, because I think it's really interesting. But I want to circle back to Kings Bucks real quick, because something else jumped out to me from Chris Biederman's story in the Sacramento Bee this morning. The Kings they played the Bulls Monday afternoon. They then took I think it's an hour and a half bus ride to Chicago, or to Milwaukee from Chicago, which is not a thing I knew until I went to Chicago. I did not realize I'm geographically a dunce. I did not realize that Milwaukee and Chicago are right there.
Super close.
Right there.
Yeah.
Sacramento to the Bay.
Mm-hmm.
I had no...
I don't even think Bobby Portis had to move when he got traded from the Bulls to the Bucks.
Long ass commute to get to his basketball team. Yeah, so they took buses and then had an optional shoot around thing, and then instead of holding a practice, they did an escape room. Okay. They did a little team building activity.
I love a good escape room.
An escape room's a great time. But this is we've talked so much about players buying in on Doug Christie, and he's captured their imaginations, and Chris wrote an entire story and then has mentioned it in this story about how Doug's approach is more player friendly, which makes sense. He's a former player.
Yeah.
You hear that a lot in the NFL too, where coaches who are former players have more kind of player friendly approaches.
I think it's player friendly, but I'm going to put an asterisk and say it's player friendly / team friendly. Mm-hmm. When he's going to give options hey, we're going to do this, or all of us are going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to do things together. They're when they have this long road trip coming up, 6 or 7 games on the road that's all over the map,
Mhm.
they are going to have a ton of team dinners. They're
Sure.
going to be
Sure.
together
Mhm.
all the time because that's how Doug and his group of players
Mhm.
in Sacramento really built that camaraderie.
Right.
Where, like, look, if you have a problem with somebody, just sit next to them at dinner and work it out. Like,
Mhm.
and that's how they're going to be. They're going to be like,
Maybe share some mashed potatoes.
yeah,
or
we're
something,
gonna
I
have some disagreements, but at the end of the day, you got to figure out ways to bond and to get closer together because that's how great basketball teams are formed. Good basketball teams, they've got talent, they've got all the things on
Mhm.
the court, they've
Mhm.
got all the pieces. Great basketball teams, they find a way to matter more to each other.
Yeah.
And to play for each other all the time, and
Mhm.
that's something that Doug is trying to build that culture.
That camaraderie and chemistry. I know it doesn't really make like if you tried to explain this to a non-sports fan, it wouldn't make sense. Yeah, they all get along outside of the game,
Yeah.
and it makes playing the game easier. Like we saw the little back cut De'Aaron had last night on the feed from Domas, where Domas was just kind of hanging out inside the perimeter, but on the wing, like free throw line extended. And he's just like kind of sitting there looking where to go. And then he and De'Aaron, same page. De'Aaron makes a little move and gets in. I think, was it Dame guarding him? Maybe Andre Jackson. I forget. Whoever was guarding him makes a little move, gets by him. Domas right there with the little bounce pass, perfect pass, easy layup.
Yep.
And that's just those kind of things that just get easier when you have the chemistry off the court. But I do think it's a really fine line because, instead of going to practice, they did an escape room. They had a great time. They built chemistry. Wow, it was awesome. That's awesome when you're 7-2 over a 9-game stretch.
Yeah.
It's going to be really interesting to see how this plays if they lose Thursday to the Rockets. And then let's say they drop one to Golden State or Washington. I'm going to say Golden State because that's more likely. But let's say they lose one of those 2 games that they should definitely win.
Yeah.
Now it's like it's so funny to me how that perception can just flip based on what happens on the court. Because it goes from look at all the time they're spending together to build this chemistry, it moves to why don't they practice? Get in the gym. What are you doing?
Yes.
Like right now it's fine. It plays. I'm not harping on what Doug's doing because it's clearly working. But I do think that lens and that viewpoint can shift really quickly.
I think it can, but I also think that that's going to be, next season. It would have to happen. Like it's not going to be something that happens like
it's not going to wear
quickly.
out really quick.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, like again, my son played competitive soccer for years, and we were like a roving family. You got 15 kids, and a lot of times we would take other kids with us, whether their families couldn't afford to go to a tournament and go pay for an Airbnb or a hotel room or whatever. We always had extra kids, and you always. But the key that I always saw was, when kids are 10 and 11, not everybody had a phone at that point. 2 or 3 of them did. And you'd go to like a Panera Bread. All of them are basically in one little tiny, like, a section of a booth.
Yeah.
But just like the 3-foot section, there's 11 of them. All their little faces are on top of each other, like all of them watching one screen together.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way you can do that and be that close and that friendly and go out on the field and yell and scream at each other. They just bonded in a different way. And look, they have lifetime friendships. And I think that's what Doug is trying to do. He's trying to like create these bonds that matter way more than whether you hit a 2-point, you hit a 3 or you're in the right spot every time.
Yeah.
And that way you feel more comfortable if like you want to go up to a player and say, hey, when you set a screen for me, can you do this instead of that? Like, I need you to be a little more shifted so I can cut around that screen.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to critique you. I'm just saying that that's what I like. And because we're closer, we have better camaraderie.
Yeah.
That's what, I need you to do. Or, hey, I know you've missed 5 straight threes. I need you to keep shooting. Like, we trust you.
Yeah.
And there's a different bond between we trust you and, man, we trust you. You better hit the next one, but we trust you.
Yeah, right.
Like there's a different feel that comes with it.
Yeah. Jalen Williams of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Speaking of team chemistry, the Thunder have great chemistry. But Jalen Williams brought up a really interesting point about NBA awards voting, specifically the Defensive Player of the Year. And usually when someone says something on a podcast, he said this on the Young Man and the Three, the former JJ Redick podcast.
Okay.
Usually when a player says something on a podcast that suggests a significant shift in the way we do things, I say we, like I'm in the NBA, the way the NBA does things, I usually am like, that's stupid. But Jalen Williams, a really smart guy, by the way, brings up a really interesting point about the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year award. And I want you to take a listen.
I think they should add a third team, and I think there should be 2 Defensive Player of the Years.
Oh, interesting.
I got a lot to say about the rules. And this is not a diss to any big that gets it, because every big that has gotten it is deserving. Rudy.
Jaren.
Yeah, Jaren. But defense is very, different for certain players. I can be a really good defender without averaging the most steals. Like, Herb Jones is not, first in steals. But if you ask everybody around the NBA who one of the best defenders in the league is, he's going to be in the top 5 conversation. So it's I think if you have a big and a guard defensive.
So you want to but they have to be, you can't have 2 bigs get it.
Yeah. It would be
you couldn't do
they
Rudy
do 2
and
different
Wemby.
things. It's just a big every year. And I feel like it's just based on blocks. A guard's never had to protect the paint. And a big's never had to chase a pin down.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jalen Williams. Why doesn't the league do this tomorrow?
Well, that and Rudy can't chase a pin down, just so everyone knows.
Oh, no. What happened?
What do you mean what happened? That?
There we go. Thanks. I don't know why my layouts went away.
Oh.
I don't have them.
There's a limitation, clearly, to what Rudy Gobert can do, and he wins Defensive Player of the Year all the time, and I think it's questionable.
I agree.
I do. I mean, a guy who gets played off the court in the playoffs because he can't play defense, that's a problem that he wins a Defensive Player of the Year award. And I'm not saying that Rudy Gobert isn't a great defender. In the block, he's a great defender. He's a great shot blocker.
He is. And that's what Jalen Williams is saying.
Yeah.
It's not that Rudy Gobert's not deserving of the award, but voters gravitate toward tall man block shots or alter shots at the rim. How many times have we seen Victor Wembanyama just by being there, or Giannis just by being there, a player doesn't try a layup?
Yeah.
Like that. So I think because that's really easy to see. It's typically like a one-on-one, at the basket type of deal versus not that Keegan Murray's in the Defensive Player of the Year conversation, but just to keep it in Sacramento, there are so many things, little things Keegan Murray does during the course of a game that are never going to show up on a stat sheet, whether it's ball denial, whether it's cutting off a drive and forcing Damian Lillard to get rid of it. And now it's AJ Green shooting instead of Damian Lillard. There's all these little things that really good perimeter defenders do that even if you're watching the league night in and night out, you can't notice all those things. So guys like Drew Holiday, who have always been excellent perimeter defenders, aren't getting the Alex Caruso's, Herb Jones, which everybody knows Herb Jones is good, but Herb Jones is never going to win a Defensive Player of the Year. I think he's exactly right. They've taken the positions away from All NBA, which I think is good. I think that's fine. You need to add positions or front court and back court to Defensive Player of the Year.
No, I totally agree. And I will tell you that last season, De'Aaron Fox led the league in steals, but didn't get any recognition for all defensive team. And it's hey, why do blocks matter so much for Defensive Player of the Year when blocks aren't even a true turnover? They're not a turnover.
Yeah.
Half the time, guys, you block a shot, it goes right back to the player or it goes right to one of his teammates or it goes out of bounds. I don't know what the exact number is, but I guarantee you
pretty rare.
It's not 3 blocks equals 3 turnovers. But 2.1 steals per game is 2.1
possessions,
where you took the ball from the other team and you had a true turnover.
The argument is the block denies a bucket.
Okay.
So it's taking away the bucket. But to your point, how many times have you seen a guy block a shot out of bounds and then there's an out of bounds play and they just get a bucket anyway?
Yeah. Or you block a shot, it goes right back to the guy who just shot it. He grabs it again and goes right back up and scores.
Sure.
It happens all the time. So for me, look, I do agree with him. And I also agree that there should be a third team, all defensive team.
I also, the other thing is not every steal is created equal. And this is where I think the analytics of basketball turns steals into a bad thing. or not a bad thing, but like a useless thing. Because not all steals are equal, and steals don't necessarily mean. And De'Aaron's a good defender. This isn't about De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get to why steals and blocks are so different, or perceived to be so different, because Steph Curry can have a bunch of steals, but nobody's confusing Steph Curry for an All-NBA defender.
No.
Because, okay, he's smart. He can get his hand in the passing lane. He can read this cut and get his hands, but not a great defender.
Yeah, the gambler.
Yeah, so it's like it's
Allen Iverson.
Yeah,
not a great defender, but led the league in steals.
Ton of steals, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where people go, okay, well, steals are a fake stat. Well, like, not always. They still matter. Still matter a little.
Well, that, and even like last night, I know right early in the game, there was the Kings like pinned somebody down up top, and through a pass, it got deflected, and Keon Ellis ran through and just grabbed the ball. Keon Ellis got to steal.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes there are those steals that are just like the ball sitting out there, and you ran and grabbed it, and boom, you have a steal. So there are those moments, but at the same time, like I agree with the premise that like perimeter defenders should have an award. And the way I looked at it, like I don't agree that the MVP has to be a quarterback every year. And I know Lamar has been outstanding, but Saquon Barkley was unbelievable as a running back. And it's fine, I guess, that one of them is going to win MVP and one of them is going to win Offensive Player of the Year. It doesn't make sense that the MVP is an offensive player and he's not going to win Offensive Player of the Year.
Makes no sense.
As well. So I want to see a world in which those guys matter equally. They're weighted equally. And so I get it. It really does feel kind of the same thing, except for there isn't this secondary award.
Do you know what else is kind of nuts? Is Lamar Jackson was the first team, was the AP All-Pro, was a first team All-Pro in the AP voting.
Uh-huh.
So that's like the official one. They voted him first team All-Pro. Josh Allen was second team. There's a chance that the voters who voted for Lamar Jackson to be first team All-Pro could also vote for Josh Allen to be the MVP.
Yeah, that's wild.
Isn't that insane?
It is insane. If it's
like
the same, if it's same people.
If the first team, if that award's just going to go to a quarterback every year, then why wouldn't the first team All-Pro quarterback win MVP of the year every year? I don't know. I
would like to let's
Jalen Williams makes a great point about the defensive player of the year in the NBA.
Yeah, let's call it like the Sidney Mon-Fri award or something.
Okay.
Who was a great defender in the 80s, a great on-ball, like perimeter defender, like won all kinds of things. But like, let's figure out some sort of way to create another category. I agree with him.
Yeah,
like,
perimeter defender and rim defender, or like I said, front court defender and back court defender, whatever. I don't know. There's different ways to do it though. And I don't think the present defensive player of the year award properly captures the importance of modern NBA defense.
Because I totally agree.
Having an awesome shot blocker means nothing if you're running out a bunch of Zach LaVine, Tyler Hero types who don't play a bunch of defense.
Yep.
Like it doesn't. But you can get away with not having a great shot blocker if you have a bunch of great perimeter guys. So I don't know. Anyways, shout out to Jalen Williams. He makes a great point. And shout out to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Did you see that video of the Thunder putting a bunch of towels on the sideline reporter's head after the game? I'm going to see if I can find it real quick. This man is doing a post-game interview with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and is just the most professional thing I've ever seen in broadcasting. Let me get this.
He just sticks it out.
Just is absolutely powerful. So again, if you're listening on the radio, I'll describe what's happening. First of all, the broadcaster looks vaguely like Nate from Ted Lasso, and he's talking to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So if you're listening on the radio, this is just a post-game interview. But there are three members, including Jalen Williams, who we just heard from, three members of the Oklahoma City Thunder who just have a stack of towels, and they're just draping towels all over the sideline reporter, over his shoulders, over his head. And you can't tell because he does not miss a beat. This is incredible. Listen to this. You're going to hear it and you're not going to know anything is going on, but just understand that the entire time he's talking, they're placing towels in and around his head and person.
Yeah, we played to our standards for portions of the game. We could have been better, obviously. Still an NBA team over there, no matter who's in, who's out. But we got a dub after a long road trip, ready to go home.
You made your first 8 shots, just continue to be so aggressive and so efficient. Tell me about your night tonight.
Yeah, I just try to be aggressive, try to set the tone. Like I said, long
After
road
4
trip.
towels now.
Try to get in and get out.
Yeah, and you guys played great on this trip. And the fact of the matter is that you guys faced some really good teams on this trip. And what do you think about the way that this group has continued to respond night in and night out?
All right, guys, sure. I'm sorry, Nick. The children, I'm so sorry. Yeah, we played to our standards.
When we
for
talk
portions
about
of the game, we could have been better, obviously.
Honestly, this is a real thing. Can you fix our video, please?
Of course I can.
Because I cannot. I don't have the capability to, for whatever reason.
That's wild.
But no, when you talk about team chemistry, like that's something that Oklahoma City has in droves. And it's part of the reason they're so good this year.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just little things like that.
So I've been in that situation, even with DeMarcus Cousins coming behind me and like popping back and forth.
Sure.
Like if you're once somebody's in your space and you understand that someone's in your space, you can kind of be like, all right, I know somebody's there. And then whatever happens, happens. Like you're in a trance a little bit as a reporter, like especially if you're doing like a one shot staring at a camera. I was on the floor at Oracle and I was sitting there doing an interview and someone dropped a fold up chair on the court right next to me. Whack! Snapped me out of it. Shot. I was like,
oh, you're toast.
Completely shot. Like,
you're done.
Hey, at this point, you guys should probably just go back to the studio because I'm done.
Yep.
I
I'm
lost
super
my
distracted.
train of thought. It sounded like a gunshot right next to me. Bam. And I was like, well, all right, I'm done. Yeah, but
when you're out of it, you're out of it.
Outside of that, when you're doing a live hit and you know like the players' layup lines are right behind you, you kind of get used to the fact that somebody might do something crazy and stupid. And you're like, okay, I'm just going to be focused. I'm just going to do it. But it can get a little awkward.
But usually that's like a player running behind. You see players do that all the time. They'll like run behind and do something funny in the camera or whatever. Or they'll just straight up interrupt and dap up the person. Have you seen the one of the Cavaliers sideline reporter? I think it's the Cavs. And she's talking, and I guess she always does a fist bump with Jared Allen before the game.
Okay.
And she's talking, and I'm pretty sure it's Jared Allen, who didn't have a double-double last night. And he runs by, and she just, without missing a beat, she's talking like this. She sticks her fist out. He fist bumps her, and she continues. No break. Incredible. So to have people messing with you like that during and not missing it, incredible.
I also
salute to the Oklahoma City Thunder sideline reporter whose name is apparently Nate.
Okay, and I also agree with you that like it shows team camaraderie because like Shea is standing there. That's his moment, but everybody else being around and having a good time with it.
Yep,
it shows that he like eventually like, all right, let's stop, our poor guy here. But up until that point, he didn't feel like they're stealing his thunder. Pardon the pun.
That's a good one. Also, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, while we're here, weirdly like the elder statesman of the Thunder, and he's 26.
Yeah, it's weird.
He called him the children.
Yeah, the children.
But they are. They're all like way younger than he is.
Well, Alex Cruz is not way young.
But he wasn't in that.
He was
video.
handing towels. Yeah,
oh, was he?
To the other guys. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Right.
So
how old is Lou Dort? Lou Dort's been around for a hot minute.
Yeah, he's probably 28. Okay,
25.
So what?
Lou Dort's only 25. He's been in the league 15 years.
That's wild.
Crazy.
Child labor laws were violated. I say let's do the Sidney Moncrief Award and the Dikembe Mutombo Award because we lost.
Oh,
Dikembe
that's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Best interior defender, best perimeter defender. That's it.
It's great. I love that idea.
Yep.
And would anyone complain about that?
Nope.
Would anyone be mad? Like, now we don't know who the real defensive player of the year is. Like, yeah, that's different. They're two different things.
No one would be mad.
That's why there's an offensive player of the year and a defensive player of the year.
Yep.
Different things. Anyways. Hey, let's talk real quickly about our friends over at Jiffy Lube.
Yeah.
I think we should. No, it's a good time. We got to reset. We'll do 6 quick thoughts here coming up. We'll get back into the Kings loss to the Bucks and get down to some of the nitty gritty from that. But before we do that, there are coupons available to download right now, and the people need to know about them.
That's right, Kyle. It's a new year to keep your vehicle running smoothly, and my friends over at Jiffy Lube have an amazing New Year oil change special going on right now for the month of January. Get a full synthetic oil change starting at just $76.99 with a $33 off coupon online. That's right, starting at just $76.99 for a full synthetic motor oil with online coupon. Go visit jiffylube.com today, find a location near you, and get that $33 off full synthetic oil change coupon now. Valid until January 31st, up to 5 quarts of synthetic motor oil. Most vehicles are covered. Specialty and diesel vehicles can be extra. You must show your coupon for a discount. Happy New Year from our friends at Jiffy Lube.
6 quick thoughts on the Kings loss to the Milwaukee Bucks with James Ham coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. And clear.
What's going on, everybody? Being a sideline reporter full time would be really weird. Just saying. Hi, Miguel. Thanks, True Down, for one of your childish humor statements in the chatty house.
I don't know if this person's messing around, but this is not what I said.
No.
If they're messing with me, then that's 100% what I said. You don't want to do steals. Stealing's illegal.
So Sidney Moncrief, his nickname, Sid the Squid.
Oh, good question from John Poles. Let's save that. My favorite shows are the ones that the Chatty House just produces for us. This is the second person who said this to him today, and I couldn't agree more.
It's the third. Somebody else said that.
It's one of my favorite outfits that you wear.
Kyle bought me this flannel, and the best part about it, flannels with side pockets are the best.
Yep. And it's a little bit more than a normal
well, it's
flannel.
thicker,
It's
so it is,
yeah.
and these thicker flannels, they hold their shape. So like I'm always in a rush in the morning, and I don't have time to go and iron a flannel or steam a flannel, and the heavier ones hold their form.
What a dog shit question this is. God, I'm joking. Tune into the Chatty House after party. Is it tonight at 8, Manny? I haven't said I like Manny very much, and I haven't said a nice thing to him in a long time. I feel like I'm always messing with him. So,
Leezy said I had a fly outfit on. What?
Nice, man. Leezy was here yesterday. Didn't bother to come say hi to me. That's fine.
I always, like for games, I always dress nice. Yeah. Shut up, Kyle.
Oh, that's funny. That's a good joke.
No, see, Al Borland wore the thinner flannels. That's not what we're talking about.
Karn on the cob.
I don't think so, Tim.
Guy died in a hang gliding accident. What an idiot. Bro, what? That's insane.
Come on, Leezy.
I literally sit out there to be available. Because I'm
Some
tired
people
of sitting in
take
there talking to
advantage of that
Jesse.
more than others. I'm a yapper.
You're not the only one.
Nope.
But see, this is the thing, is if I'm busy, I have no problem being like, hey, dog, let me get back to you. But I'm very rarely like so busy with something that I can't yap.
People keep asking, there are no updates on Devin Carter yet. Like, I would not be surprised to see him sit for a game with shoulder soreness. Yeah, this whole entire like announcing that you've interviewed a coach, it's too much to me. It's too many of them. Like,
I feel like that used to not be a thing. The 49ers offensive, in fact, you know what? I want to just we'll do I want to do that. Finish this thought, and then we'll do 6 quick thoughts. Here we go.
Okay.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC, and they'll take you up to 4 o'clock here on Sacramento Sports Leader. It's ESPN 1320. Shout out to Jiffy Lube. They sponsor the program. You're never going to believe this. The New Orleans Pelicans play on Wednesday, and Zion Williamson has been ruled out.
Oh, I can't imagine.
I'm shocked.
I don't want to tell you what
he came back.
My son and his friends call him.
Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. He comes back, does a 360 windmill, looks great. Everyone's making jokes about Ozempic, and then
Ozempic Zion. That's what they call him.
And then he was late, and he gets suspended for a game, and now he's out. Man. What about he's going to go down? He is going to go down as an all-time what if.
He is, and like people say, "Oh, we've never seen a player like this before." We have. We saw this player before. His name was Larry Johnson. He was Grandmama. It's the same exact thing. And unfortunately, Larry Johnson's back just could not, like, being that big, jumping that high, like your body cannot hold up. The only one who's ever been able to do it, like be that big and strong, well, 2. Karl Malone somehow just never missed games forever because he
he's below the rim player.
Well, sometimes like he had quite a few dunks in his career, but he also, I think, like lifted giant tires just for fun. But the other one is LeBron. Like LeBron has been
an alien.
He is. He's a 6'8", 270-pound alien. Like he, like as a 16-year-old, looked like a full-grown man.
Yeah.
And then like the fact that he's been able to maintain his body is absolutely incredible. But at the same time, it just doesn't happen. It's more often that you have that guys break down, especially big guys like that. And it's tough because I think everyone wants to see Zion do those crazy 360 dunks and stuff. The 360 windmill he did the other day. But everybody in the gym should be like, man, should you really be doing a 360 windmill? You just got back. You're going to miss a game. If that costs you a game,
man,
because you got to do a highlight reel dunk.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. We'll change of plans real quick. Programming announcement coming up in about 40 minutes. Jesse Tapia will be in for the handoff.
Okay.
No mad props today. Just Jesse.
Just Jesse.
Hanging out, talking some ball. Can't wait. Jesse Tapia, producer for D'Lo and KC, will join us at about 11:45. Before we get to 6 quick thoughts.
Okay.
You mentioned the number of like coaching announcements there have been.
Yeah.
In the NFL. And I think that's partly because there are a couple teams, the Bears and Jets, who don't know what they're doing. They don't have a plan or like a short list. They're just kind of, there's a difference between casting a wide net and throwing stuff at the wall.
Well, you know what, it's got to the point where I could almost make like a full 52 card deck of playing cards with the different faces of players, of coaches that they brought in.
It's ridiculous. But one of the things that has come up, we haven't really talked about it here. So the 49ers promoted Clay Kubiak to their offensive coordinator position. The problem is They can't do that.
No.
The NFL has a rule where if you open a coordinator position, offense or defense, if you open a coordinator position, you are required to interview for it, which I didn't know. So
you didn't know that?
No.
Well, I mean,
because I don't
you
remember
know the Rooney Rule.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But I did not realize that, because I think Mike McDaniel just got promoted.
Oh.
To OC. I don't remember the Niners doing interviews for offensive coordinator in 2021.
Maybe they changed that rule in the meantime.
They might have. So still didn't know that. A lot of people didn't know that, apparently. I don't think Kyle Shanahan knew that, or else he wouldn't have made that announcement. So they've announced that Clay Kubiak, their offensive passing game specialist, is going to be the offensive coordinator.
Which isn't even a real position in San Francisco anyways, because Shanahan calls all the plays. But go ahead.
It's literally a title change and a pay bump.
Yeah.
Shanahan said his duties are not, he's been the offensive coordinator without the title for 2 years. All right, cool. So they now have to interview candidates for a job that's not open.
Nope.
They promoted a guy, then went, oh yeah, by the way, the job's open. Who wants to interview for it?
And now we get these really, really like,
we're going to get some randos.
Glam shot pictures that they put on the internet of we interviewed hazy picture of this guy wearing a different hat.
Yeah. No, it'd be but honestly, those interviews can be valuable, especially for like college coaches. It's their first NFL interview. They get a taste of what it's like. Brandon Staley interviewed for the Niners defensive coordinator position last year and wound up getting a different job with the team.
Yep.
So there's all kinds of, it's so silly. I mean, we were talking about if I should do at Niners Wire, if I should do like a list of offensive coordinator candidates type of posts. It's like, no, they're not going to hire. Clay Kubiak's going to be the guy. They have to interview on technicalities.
That's right.
Anyways,
we should put out, we should like bring in a third person here, and then we'll have to put out like a job description.
We're just gonna promote Jesse, but then do interviews for
the third chair. We'll just like everyone's gonna get upset, like who we interview and then every time we interview someone, we'll take a picture of you like going into the restroom or like getting a snack or something, and then that will be the picture we use when we promote the fact that we interviewed you. We'll have a graphic made.
Interview complete. I don't even know when that started.
I don't know.
It feels very recent that teams started announcing when they interview somebody.
Well, I mean, to announce like 45 of them is ridiculous. Like every single day we're seeing like, hey, look, they interviewed another guy.
Yeah, I don't know if it's to appease fans. I don't know if it's to get out in front of the rumor mill of this guy has an interview lined up or this guy did interview, this guy didn't. I don't know. I would love it if the Kings, every time they were rumored to be in some sort of trade for somebody, they put out a card. We have called on this player in a uniform, like dunking. Like, hey, look at that. They're acknowledging that it wasn't just like an anonymous source. It was them. There it is. I think some teams do it to let the world know they're fulfilling the Rooney Rule requirement.
Of course. Yeah.
Anyways. 6 quick thoughts. You want to get back to Kings Bucks?
Yeah, let's do this.
Kings 115, Bucks 130. I hate that. Let me redo that. We'll fix that in post. 3, 2, and 1. Bucks 130, Kings 115. I always do the team that had more points first.
Okay.
That's just how I don't.
That's fine.
The Kings lost 115 to 130. Hate that. Thumbs down. 2 thumbs down, actually. Bucks 130, Kings 115. Kings 7-game win streak snapped. Let's get to James Ham. 6 quick thoughts.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know.
Suboptimal.
Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Subpar performance. James Ham, 6 quick thoughts. You can find these on various social media, including Twitter at James_Ham NBA. That's Twitter, currently X. James Ham, 6 quick thought number 1.
We got the full DeMar experience.
Boy, did we.
He wasn't good early, and he kept shooting shots outside of the offense. And I think that's what you just notice it. I don't know what it is. You notice it because it's like 4 guys are doing one thing and one guy's doing something different. It's that thing that we used to see on Sesame Street all the time. 3 of these kids are doing the same thing, and it just stands out. And it wasn't working, but then all of a sudden it became like the only thing that the Kings had. And so there is a place for it, the way that he plays, the shots that he takes. And then there's also not a place for it. And I still don't know when that time is and when it isn't. And it's really weird because of that. Like if he was coming off the bench and they just kept feeding him and doing his thing, it would feel more like organic. It would be forced, but it would still be more organically forced. But the way that it works out is like, it's not working. It's not working. And it's like, okay, well, we ain't got anything else that could possibly work. And then DeMar started cooking. And so I'm not going to ding a guy for going, 28 points on 9 of 18 shooting. He had 6 rebounds. He had 4 assists. He started doing the other things as well. So his stat line looks incredible. But the way he does it, it just like, it stands out every single game as something that doesn't quite feel like it's working out the right. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, man, keep shooting. But then at the other times you're like, oh, what is happening? It's just such a weird feeling to watch him play.
It feels like it feels like if we just 5 minutes every day during our show, just turned on Carlin versus Joe, which is the ESPN national show that's on during our show.
Okay.
If we just turn that on for 5 minutes, it would be like, okay, yeah, that's sports talk radio, but that's not what I tuned into. This is separate from what's happening on ESPN 1320. Like this is a different thing, right? Like if I just did, I don't even have the ability to turn it on. I was just going to fire it up right now. But
Kyle, it's like if all of a sudden we decided to start talking pro bull riding in the middle of our show. It's just like, we're going to spend 5 minutes on PBR today. It's coming to Sacramento, just a couple of weeks. We're just going to spend 5 minutes.
That's exactly what it would be like.
We're going to spend
exactly
5 minutes
what it would be like
talking about PBR right now.
And not the beer. Salute to Pabst Blue Ribbon. Big fan of a PBR. What was the restaurant? Flaming Grill.
Flaming Grill.
Yeah, you could get a liter of PBR for like $4.
Oh,
it's the best. But anyways,
the Pine Cove always had PBR on tap.
Salute to the Pine Cove. I don't the DeMar DeRozan thing. This was my greatest concern with it. Was that it was going to look separate from what the Kings normally do offensively.
Yep.
And there are points in the game where I thought last night, particularly in the first half and in the second quarter, it turned into everybody stand around and watch DeMar DeRozan work for his shot. And if it's a tie game and there's 2 minutes left, or if it's overtime against the Miami Heat and he's rolling, then okay, cool. That's what it's going to be. That's what DeMar DeRozan's made a career out of. But it's not the best version of the Kings offense. It's not the version of the Kings offense that you're looking and going, man, hey, they need to get into a better rhythm, that everything looks disjointed. You've got Keegan Murray airballing threes, and you've got Kevin Huerter smoking layups, and they're one and done on every possession. This is just brutal. More of that, more standing around and watching DeMar DeRozan dribble the basketball into a contested 12-footer is not conducive to getting the Kings offense moving. A possession here and there where it's like, you know what, 12-0 run, the Kings just need a bucket, and he goes down and he gets to the free throw line or whatever, cool. But these long stretches where he does that, that's not helping Keegan Murray get going. That's not helping De'Aaron Fox. That's not helping Trey Lyles. That doesn't help anyone.
I think we all thought that there would be a moment where you were able to take what he does and then put it in the 2-man game with Demonis, or you would be able to play off of that in a specific way, where all of a sudden he's going baseline and dribbling, and then there's a cutter and he finds a cutter, and boom, like having the ISO player it works. It really, like when we say the word isolation, that's exactly what it feels like. It feels like he is isolated doing something different than everybody else. And it's not just him against one guy. It feels like it's him against one guy and everything else stops. And it's a very, very unique experience to watch a flow offense and one ISO player.
Yeah.
And even when De'Aaron Fox dribbles and does all of his crazy things, or Malik Monk dribble, it always feels like it's in the flow. Like,
well, because there's a pace to it.
Yeah.
And this is where Wilson in the chat, shout out to the Chatty House, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Also, if you want to join the conversation, please do, either in the Chatty House or on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. That's 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Wilson said it's because DeMar shoots long twos and we're conditioned to believe they're bad shots. If he shot 15 pull-up threes and made 6 of them, it would look in the flow of the offense. I disagree, because it's not the type of shot he's getting. It's the amount that he dribbles, and the pace is slow, and then he backs down the defender, and then he pump fakes. It's like, I don't care what type of shot he's shooting.
Yeah.
It's just he just happens to shoot mid-range jumpers. And mid-range jumpers aren't bad if you're hitting them. Like, mid-range jumpers are a bad shot because there are dudes who take them and aren't good at them. But that's not it. It's the fact that everything else stops, and it's everybody watch DeMar get to whatever shot it is, whether it's a 2, a 3, a layup, or otherwise.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
It's like if you're doing like an abstract painting and it's all beautiful, it's all swirly, and then someone draws a house in the middle of it. And you're like, well, that house isn't abstract. It looks like a normal house.
Right.
It's like,
and it's fine. It's a fine like house.
Yeah, it's a beautiful house. It's a Hall of Fame house.
Sure.
I mean, straight up.
Yeah.
It's a 6-time All-Star house. But at the same time, you're like, does that belong on that sheet? And then sometimes you're like, oh, okay, it works. I see it. I see it. It works. And then other times you're just like, okay, I don't know. Like last night, it was so obvious in the first half. And then when they had to have it in the second half, it was like, okay, well, this is how you're surviving. This is your only air at this moment. Like you're breathing in this air, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's all you got.
Yeah.
So.
And sometimes that's going to happen. This was my concern, was that it's not going to be integrated quite enough. And I think you just kind of see that. And I thought last night, like you said, in the second half, that's how they survived, and that's going to happen sometimes. I don't think it's conducive to getting the offense going. And I think that's kind of what we saw in the second quarter.
Yeah, it's useful to get points in a small grouping of minutes. It's not useful to get an offense going off the ground.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Number two,
Fox went for 20 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists. The 11 rebounds, I'm going to just keep circling this. He had 9 rebounds last game. He had 9 rebounds in the first half of the loss to the Bucks. Finishes with 11. I feel like last year, De'Aaron focused on steals and was like, oh, I can dominate and just be the best steal guy in the league. And you're like, okay, there he goes. All of a sudden, I think I'm going to bring this up. I think he was watching where Devin Carter went on the floor, and like, how is Devin Carter getting all these rebounds? And then he probably went and watched more film of Russell Westbrook and said, how does Russell get all those rebounds? And then all of a sudden, De'Aaron Fox is like a rebound maven. Now, I would love to see De'Aaron Fox still running up the court and being like the lead out guy. And maybe he's giving up some points to get this rebound, to get the rebound numbers. But for a team that has a small forward that averages 4 rebounds a game and, a shooting guard that averages 3 rebounds a game, I think it might be imperative that De'Aaron Fox does become this player. And then he can lead the break from the back line. He can start running up the court full speed, but having a full vision of the court and being able to move the ball that way, as opposed to being the guy who's out on the break the whole time, especially if you have a guy like Malik, who's such an incredible finisher in transition.
Yeah. And that's like, De'Aaron Fox is one of those players that he's going to be able to go do whatever. If he wants to have 10 assists in a game, he can go get it.
Yep.
If he wants to have 10 boards in a game, he can go get them. Like, that's kind of the player he is. I liked how aggressive he was last night. Not super efficient, 9 of 23 and 2 of 8 from 3. But with no Malik, that's what you want. You want De'Aaron Fox taking a lot of shots. And that's what he did last night. So overall, fine.
Yep.
Number 3.
Low battery without Monk. The Kings have to figure it out. Like, you can't just make this excuse that, hey, it is what it is. Like, Malik Monk's not here, so we're going to lose tonight. They're 2-6 this season without Malik. When you made the move to put Malik into the starting lineup, it puts you in a weird situation. Malik Monk is now going to play major minutes. And when a player who again played 26 minutes a game last year, 22 the year before, all of a sudden is playing 34 minutes, but on the fly, he's going to get injured. There's going to be bumps and bruises. His body ramping up to that. There are going to be downtimes for Malik, and you got to figure out a different way. And I don't know what that is. You're going to need a player that steps up and brings that type of energy. And maybe it's Devin Carter, but that's not kind of what we've seen so far. And if we did see it, it was almost like forced a little bit. Like some of the shots weren't what you expected. Like they just weren't great shots. Even he took the ball to the basket once or twice, and it's like, it's not really your game yet. The floater in the lane, maybe, but it's like they're trying to create this instant offense without Malik. And it's really tough because he's a unique player. And it's why I think, even having a guy like Terrence Davis, who was that, he just went out there and you saw him. As soon as he's on the court, you're like, good or bad, I know that TD's on the court. And that's something that energy, they have to find a way to create that energy, especially when they're on the road.
Yeah, man. And it's just kind of the pace that Malik plays with. It's just everything's always 100 miles an hour. And you have Domantas Sabonis, who that's not his style. You have DeMar DeRozan, certainly not his style. Keegan Murray, definitely not his style. De'Aaron Fox is more of a let the game come to him type of guy in general. And Keon Ellis is not going to be a tone setter on offense. So when Malik's out, it's like, man, they need to. It's not even about necessarily like replacing the joy or the energy, because I don't think they have that personality, which is kind of what that comes down to. It's just getting into the offense and getting that pace going early.
Well, that and getting the two-man game going with Sabonis.
I didn't think they did that at all.
There's Sabonis dropping down to 16 points in that game. It's very specific. He didn't get the 4 drop passes from Malik Monk to give him, an extra 6 points.
He took 9 shots. That's crazy. That's not enough.
It's not enough, but you need somebody feeding him.
No doubt.
And they need to get Fox and him in the two-man game. Just straight up. Like they have to try.
I don't know why they don't. Do they? I don't know. There must be a reason.
I think part of it is, we talked about this yesterday, it's a 2 left-handed guy thing. They're both left-handed. So when Monk goes down the right side of the lane and he hits Sabonis with the pocket pass, it goes to his left hand. And then he goes up with his left. Having Fox, Fox can dribble with his right. He can pass with his right, but he's not as efficient. But having him play the same way is very difficult. Fox likes to attack from the left as well. So you got to figure that out. And initially, when they first
I trust Domas to learn how to use his other hand.
I don't know.
I think he's skilled enough.
I don't know. Have you seen him try to work with his right? It's not great. He's not Marvin Bagley, but there certainly is, he does not go to the right side. And if he does, he still uses the left hand if he goes to the right side.
All right. Well, something to work on.
More often than not. Yep.
We'll work on
I agree.
Let's get to number 4, then we'll save 5 and 6. What's number 4?
Yeah, it's Sabonis.
Oh, Domas.
16 points, 10 rebounds, 9
Captain
assists.
No right.
I thought his double-double streak was going to end, but he figured out a way to save it. He got caught in that weird transition with Giannis way too many times, and he just kept picking up silly fouls. And there's nothing you could do. You could see how frustrated he was with himself. But it's almost like you have to think of Giannis in a totally different way.
Yeah.
You can't react late and go, oh, no, I've got to run out to him. Toast.
You're done.
Yeah, you have to pick him up instantly.
We talked about that yesterday. If he's all right, he's going to have a dunk.
Yep.
And it's not a lack of effort. It's, hey, you don't want Domas in foul trouble. Or Keegan or De'Aaron or whoever it was going to be. Yeah. And I thought last night just too often they just did that. Where he got by somebody and there was a reach in or trying to block his shot or man, if he gets to certain spots on the court, I know it's not in their DNA to just go, because he's the one player in the league that this is true for.
Yeah.
There's not a lot you're going to do about it.
No, totally.
So I don't know. Not the end of the world, but all right, we'll get to 5 and 6, and there are 2 really, really interesting ones with James Ham's 6 quick thoughts. Before we step aside for a minute, I want to chat with you about Underdog Fantasy Sports. I'm going to talk to you about it, even though it's not going great for me right now. It's super easy. They're a pick'em game. You pick higher or lower on at least 2 player stats from at least 2 different teams, and then you can win up to 1,000 times your entry. But bad night for your boy last night. I've now lost 5 lineups in a row. I won 3 out of my first 4. I've now lost 5 in a row. had Giannis lower than 51.5 points, rebounds, and assists. And I said, that's a massive number. I don't think he's going to get there. 57? Like not even close. I was like, okay, at least I'll be sweating that out. Nope. Didn't sweat it out. He cruised to 57 points, rebounds, and assists. But because of the flex play option on Underdog's Pick'em game, I can get 2 out of 3 and still win some money. No dice. I had Jared Allen higher than half a double-double, finished 1 rebound short. I did get Andrew Demhard correct. I had higher than 1.5 first quarter points. He had 7 points in the first quarter for the Pacers.
Nice.
That was my first one. I was like, nice. I'm on track. Jared Allen, no. Giannis, no. It's still a lot of fun. And I'm going to keep playing even though I keep on losing. So download the Underdog app, sign up with promo code KyleM, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KyleM on the Underdog app. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Lazy? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. All right. We'll finish up 6 quick thoughts. And I have another Domas thing I want to talk about. I had a conversation with somebody yesterday, and I want to run it by you, James. So
okay,
we'll do all of that in the final segment. Also, the handoff with Jesse Tapia of D-Lo and KC fame coming up next here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. We are clear.
Crazy. The game where Sabonis had 23 and 28 rebounds, he finished with 54. Giannis just crushed him. Points, rebounds, assists. I'm going to go turn on that computer over there.
Okay. What am I doing? Nothing. I got nothing. Hi, friends. Yeah, I think Giannis exposes that issue, that flaw more than like any other player, but I don't think it was any more than normal. Like that's just a game in, game out issue.
Yeah, I mean, go back to the game on Friday where they beat the Boston Celtics, and Jason Tatum's one of the most difficult 6'9" covers in the game. The Kings held up perfectly fine in that game. They figured out ways. Giannis is just like a freak. But the fact is, like, I don't even like night in and night out. We talk about it, right? My biggest concern is what happens if Keegan is out for 2 weeks and you have
Exactly.
you have nothing.
Yeah, they don't. No, they need. I don't like the Celtics game is what I like. Sure, but it's a massive problem. It's like comb, but with an MN. What's up, Katrina? Good morning. Yeah, now the tuxedos just seem kind of fucked up.
I don't know what we're talking about.
It's Step Brothers.
Oh. I haven't seen Step Brothers in a long time.
Hello, Miss Lady.
They're both in the interview wearing their tuxedos.
Yeah. Onion and ketchup. Where was I? Somebody said something. Good question here. I have not gotten into season 2 of Squid Game. I will though. The problem is my wife hasn't seen season 1, and I watch with subtitles. I refuse to watch dubbed. So finding time by myself where I can sit and read the subtitles, I don't have a lot of that.
Okay, so I love subtitle movies and shows, but when I'm multitasking, I can't do that. So I will watch a lot of like.
Whoops. Voice guy, come back. You were muted. Voice guy, say it again. Here we go. 3, 2, and 1.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
What were you saying? We were talking about subtitles, and I had to cut you off. So we
subtitle, yeah, like movies and shows. Like, I do love watching subtitle movies, but when I'm multitasking, when I'm writing, when I'm doing other things, watching games and watching a show at the same time, which I do quite often. Like I can't do subtitles in that situation.
Yeah, of course not.
So I do watch like a lot of weird, like Scandinavian, like cop procedurals.
Sure.
And my wife walks in the room and every time it's like, oh, I can't do this because you can hear the voice difference.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So like, it doesn't so much bother me that they're moving mouths and the audio is off like slightly, but there is like hey, that's recorded in a sound studio.
Yeah, I can't do dubbed.
It
doesn't, like the voice, like you said, first of all, it sounds recorded in a sound studio. The voices don't match the person ever.
Yeah.
And I'm big on subtitles. Somebody asked if we'd seen Parasite. I have seen Parasite. It's fantastic. One of those movies that everybody loved, and I was like, I'm ready to hate it. Nope, loved it. Great movie. Everybody was right. Anyways, we were doing 6 quick thoughts, and then we were rudely interrupted by people that wanted to give us money. So let's continue with 6 quick thoughts. I believe we're on number 5, and this gets into one of the interesting ones for me. I've got a fun stat for you here.
Number 5, Keegan Murray continues to improve from distance. He's now shooting almost 32% from 3. He was 3 of 8 last night. Scored 11 points, 7 rebounds. You wanted more. There is a concern that some of his 3-point shots, like, are air balls. Like, they're not even remotely close.
He like hit his first one,
and then like 2 straight air balls.
Like bad misses.
Yeah, like horrendous misses, and no one around him at all.
Baffling.
Almost like he's misjudged where he is on the court.
Yeah.
Very strange, very strange. I'd also say, like, I don't know if anyone's noticed, but Keegan is growing up in front of our eyes. Like, he's starting to go from like his teenager body to like the man body that he's going to have. He's just getting bigger and bigger, like on the court. It's like, hey, look at that. But at the same time, like the 3-point shot thing, I'm okay if he goes 3 of 8. I do wish that the misses weren't as bad.
I almost and I don't know this for sure. This is what it looks like. Is he made some tweak to hit? I don't know how much knee bend he has when he shoots, where his feet are, where his hand placement. Like, he made some small adjustment to his shooting stroke and pause, and just is missing. Like, he's still finding the exact range because he's missing like long.
Yeah,
which is a little weird.
It is a little strange, and you know, great shooters, they don't miss right or left. They miss like distance wise,
right,
like either too far or too short.
Right.
And I still feel that way with him. But at the same time, like I'm waiting for that game where he busts out for like a 7 of 11 or something, and you're just like, there he is. But either way, the last like 4 or 5 games since returning from injury, he's just been a lot more efficient. Every game is 3 or 4 threes. And he looks like he's building something, and that's what the Kings have been waiting for. They really, really need that scorer, but also that shooter.
I have a fun Keegan stat.
Okay,
for you.
Let's hear it.
He took 8 threes last night. That means he's played 7 games under Doug Christie.
Okay,
he has taken 8 or more threes in 4 of them. Well, he's taken exactly 8 threes, but 8 or more threes in 4 of them.
Okay.
In the 30 games he played while Mike Brown was the head coach this year, he took 8 or more threes 3 times.
Wow.
And I don't know if that's related to De'Aaron and Malik being injured, and he just is getting more volume, and it's a pure coincidence. But I do think when you hear players talk about the more player-friendly approach, and Doug saying, hey, we're not going to harp on mistakes. We're just going to play through those. Those are going to happen. What you can't do is dwell on it. I kind of wonder if Keegan was reaching a point where he wasn't shooting great early in the year. and started dwelling on those mistakes where it's like, okay, well, I'm just not going to shoot it. Whereas now the mantra is, hey, man, you're going to miss some. You got to keep hoisting.
Yeah, 4 of his last 5 games, he's got 8 threes or more.
Yeah.
Since returning from injury, he's only had 1 game where he didn't have 8 threes.
Yeah.
And 3 makes, 4 makes, 5 makes, 3 makes, 3 makes. Like, I'm all in. Like, if that's the player, that is the player the
3
Kings
for 8,
need.
you will take every single night.
Yeah, absolutely. So he needs to clean up some of his 2-point attempts as well. I was surprised he's averaging like 5% less from the field, shooting from the field than he has in previous years. A lot of that is because of the 3-point makes, but also 2-point makes wise, he has not been as efficient as I would like.
Yeah. Want to remind everybody real quick before we move on here. 4:00 today, right after D'Lo and Casey, we got a really fun college basketball game for you. It's number 9 Kansas at number 2 Iowa State. I've been so locked into college basketball this year. I definitely knew that the Cyclones were the number 2 ranked team in the country.
Oh,
playing against the Jayhawks, 4:00 right here on ESPN 1320, your home of the 2025 NCAA men's basketball tournament. All right, let's continue. 6 quick thoughts, number 6, final one.
Keon Ellis is a 6 starter.
Boy, is he.
Yeah, it's just like really, really clear. I love that he's an instigator, and the Kings need an instigator. The stuff with Brooke Lopez, I just thought was brilliant. Like Brooke Lopez, like lost his mind. Then of course Brooke Lopez started like hitting 28-footers, and it was all over.
You can map the evolution of NBA offense through Brooke Lopez. Somebody pointed this out, and I wish I could remember who because it's very smart. But like Brooke Lopez's shot chart throughout his career it was like he was just this awesome back to the basket scorer early in his career.
20 and 8, yeah.
And now and then he added like a little short game, and then a mid-range game, and now he's a 3-point shooter. And it just follows the trend of 3-point shooting in the NBA.
That's wild.
Really interesting.
Yeah. And like he always gets angry. Actually, him and his brother both get angry when they play the Kings. I mean, Robin Lopez got thrown out at least twice that I can remember and completely lost his mind. Plus, we had the Brooke Lopez and Trey Lyles fight. Like that whole deal where like Greco-Roman wrestling.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, it got all kind of weird. But I think with Keon, he goes 5 of 8 from 3, and he had 18 points. And a lot of that came late in the game. He got the 3-point. He got the 3 free throws. He had, again, I just felt like it's really difficult to expect him to go for 18 points every night because it is so dependent on other people. But that doesn't mean that he can't be a super, super effective player. And I feel like he is the 6th man of the 6th starter, just like I always felt like Malik Monk was more than a 6th man. He's a 6th starter.
Sure.
So as soon as now from here on out, as long as it's not Domas, from here on out, though, anytime that you see a player go out of and not play, you're going to see Keon Ellis as a starter.
He's another player that when you look at his 3-point attempts, he goes 5 of 8. That is the key when he's on the court. We know what he's going to do defensively. You know that he's going to be a demon on that end of the court. It's just a matter of, is he going to be unplayable offensively? And if he is just putting the threes up, you're going to have to make 5 out of 8.
Shooting 42.3% on the season.
He's shooting well enough that teams are going to have to respect it if he's doing it at volume. But if he's not shooting it, it's much harder to keep him on the court.
Here's one of the craziest.
I love the confidence that he's shooting with.
Well, I'm looking at his stats. I noticed something that is probably one of the most crazy things I've ever seen ever at the NBA level.
Okay.
Domantas Sabonis is leading the NBA at 14.1 rebounds per game. He's also leading the NBA in 3-point percentage at 47.2%.
Wow.
The league leader in rebounding and 3-point percentage.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to, on any kind of volume, maybe one time a rebounding leader went 1 for 1 from 3 or something stupid like that and shot 100%.
Yes.
But on any volume above 2 a game, I'm going to guarantee that's never happened.
I have never seen anything like that. Like to see somebody lead the league in rebounding and 3-point percentage.
Yeah. That's kind of wild.
Domantas Sabonis 3-point shootout coming your way.
Maybe. I bet he'd
get like
he would
12 up.
He would struggle to get through 3 racks of balls.
Why is he hesitating? Because he always does.
Like the guy, the rebounder's under the basket. He's like, he's open, bounce. Like, no. No, he doesn't. It's not like he's got a quick release or anything. I do think it's really interesting with Domas specifically that teams have not adjusted to the way they defend him yet.
It's because it's a volume. It's only 2.4 attempts per game.
No, I totally understand. But when he gets out on the perimeter, you still see centers like sagging off of him and then doing these like really half-hearted closeouts. Like at some point, and that's something that is going to be part of the playoff chess match if they get into a series.
Oh, yeah.
Where I'm guessing they'll open the series going, yep, we're just going to leave him out there. And then he goes 6 for his first 8. And they go, all right, well, shoot, we have to go guard him.
Yep. That's wild.
Man, we asked for, I think I said 5 a game was my
I think
request.
We said between 3 and 5 a game. I think he still needs to bump it up more.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm okay with what he's doing.
It's hard to argue with the.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. The best version of the Kings offense is one where he's but you can tell when he does take them, he's taking them a little more willingly. You can tell it's not comfortable though. It's not his favorite thing to do on the basketball court.
No, totally. And even like when Doug took over, he went 2 for 3 in the first game. Then he goes 0 for 1 and 0 for 0. Like he didn't take a 3, right? But over the last 6 games, we're starting to see a lot more 3s. And he had 3 twice, 3 makes twice. He's had 2 twice and 1 twice. And so he's probably averaging right at 2 makes per game, which it's crazy. And a lot of the times he's only taken 2.
Yeah.
So yeah, 18 3. So he's shooting 66% over his last 6 games from 3.
Man,
because I can just like quick count without like them pulling up the stats. Like I can see that
that's so crazy.
He's taken 18 threes over his last 6 games, and he's hit a ton. He's hit, again, 6, 10, 12. He's 12 of 18 over the last 6 games. How about you shoot the ball more?
Oh, yeah, 4 for 6, 2 for 3, yeah.
Yeah.
Fractions. Man, so I want to talk about Domas real quick. Because I know D'Lo and KC were talking yesterday as we welcome in Jesse Tapia, who produces D'Lo and KC. They're taking you from noon to 4 every day right here on ESPN 1320, taking you up to college basketball tonight. Kansas at Iowa State, number 9 against number 2 at 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. But they were talking yesterday about how Domas is going to get snubbed from All-NBA again, and they were doing a whole thing. And I saw our buddy Matt George post on Twitter that he almost drove off the road at how mad he was at all these scenarios that they were laying out. And we welcome in Jesse Tapia for the handoff. Hello, Jesse. How's it going, man?
What's up, guys?
I'm glad you're here for this.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
So I'm glad you're here every day. Like, I'm glad you're here all the time, not just for this.
Me too.
But
I'm curious why 11:44 on Wednesday is so special.
Because of what I want to talk about.
All right, let's hear it.
So I was kind of thinking about it, and I think that the Domas All-NBA, first of all, let me get this out of the way. I would vote for him for All-NBA if I had to vote. He's been incredible this season. And I think the more like national stuff I read and the perception of him this year and how he's playing, I believe he's going to be an All-NBA player. The other part of this is going to just be a constant battle. This is going to be something, and I know that we there's so much consternation over the fact that Domas might get snubbed from All-NBA, but like, so what? I know it sucks and it's stupid, and the way the NBA works, it can affect contractual stuff. I know that all sucks, but like, small market teams are always going to get overlooked. We know that. That is baked into the NBA discourse. To be a star player in a small market, you have to be either loud. Domas is not. You have to go to the playoffs a bunch. Domas is not. You have to win in the playoffs a bunch. You have to score upwards of 28, 30 points a game, that's not him. There are all these things working against him. And again, this is not my judgment. This is not how I would judge it. But this is the uphill battle he's fighting against. And it's like, that's just going to be there. The focus for me is like, hey, one of the ways the Kings can get him out of that is go to the playoffs and then win a round in the playoffs and then go again the next year and win 55 games and go to the playoffs the next year as a favorite in the first 2 rounds and go to the conference finals. Like, these are the things that are going to get him out from the stupidity that is the All-NBA voting. I think getting mad at it at this point is pointless.
I get your logic, but like, it should just be like, do your job, pay attention to the game.
I agree. I totally agree. But I spent all last year getting upset about the All-Star snub stuff, or not. Well, that All-Star snub too, but the All-NBA snub. Like, but it's where we're at. It's like, what do we do? Okay, we know we're here. Everybody knows we're here. Everybody knows that Domas, it could very easily get hosed in the All-NBA conversation. We are all on the same page. And if he doesn't make it, it would be a joke. We're all there?
Yeah, but he made it last year, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
he did make it last year.
Made it last year, did not make the All-Star team, right?
Right.
No.
Not an All-Star, but All-NBA.
That's
Yeah,
what I think.
that makes sense.
Okay, so but I'm looking at it the same way we were talking earlier about when you're voting for defensive
control the
offensive
controllables
player,
Go ahead.
the AP guys, right? So I look in the last 3 years, well, the last 2 years, he was 7th in MVP balloting and he was 8th in MVP balloting. The same people are voting. And so if he's going to be 7th and 8th, he's also going to be All NBA. I think both the last couple of years he's been like number 11 or number 12 in balloting. So he makes 3rd team All NBA, but I still think he's going to be All NBA. Like, I'm looking at his stats, and the one other thing I'd point out, like, if you're going to use advanced statistics to support the case that Nikola Jokic is one of the most impactful players in the history of the game, because he is, like, straight up, like, you go look at the advanced numbers, what he's done for like win shares and all that stuff, he is so far above everybody else in the league over the last 5 years. Domas is in the top 4 every single year. If you're going to use that same standard to give Jokic MVP after MVP, and I agree with it, then you also have to give that same exact, like, you got to give props to Domas as well for what he does, and they don't. Like, I mean, the fact that we don't know whether he'll make an All-Star team and he puts these numbers up every single night, it's crazy.
The All-Star is kind of a joke at this point.
The All-Star stuff is dumb.
Yeah.
I think he'll make All-NBA. I think it's a matter of if they make playoffs, does Fox get in? I think Domas will get in either way, no matter what, if they miss or make. But yeah, I think if they make playoffs, it's like, all right, do they get a second one then?
Yeah, because I think we can all agree that he's one of the top 15 players in the NBA.
Yeah.
Without any question. But that's 3 guys in Sacramento.
Exactly.
It's not 3 guys that are looking at this nationally and, have the one playoff series where he did struggle. He had a couple of games where he struggled. He also had a couple of games where he was outstanding against Golden State Warriors. But he needs more.
Right. But the perception, again, this is not my perception. I don't shoot the messenger. The perception is, if we're doing radio, Atlanta's always my go-to city. If we're doing radio in Atlanta, we're talking about all NBA teams. And we look at Domantas Sabonis. We're going to look at Domantas Sabonis and what the Kings have done, again, because you have to recognize nobody's doing the context of what the Kings have been and where they've been. They're going to look and they've go, okay, well, they've won 48 games and we're the 3 seed in a down year for the West. And then they won 46 games and didn't make the playoffs. They haven't won a playoff series. That's a good stats, bad team guy.
Yeah.
Like, that's how that's going to get viewed. And that sucks. It's stupid. You're right, Jesse. Like, people need, especially if you're voting for this stuff, you got to do better. And I'm right there with you. But it's to me, the conversation is not, is he going to get snubbed? Oh my God, it would suck if he gets snubbed. It's like, how do we get past that? Is there a way to get past that? And to me, the number one way to get past that is, like, you got to go make the playoffs this year.
Yep.
And then go start winning playoff series. Like, that's what it is. That's it. You brought up Jokic in 2018-19. He played 14 playoff games the next year, 19 playoff games the next year, 10 playoff games the next year, just 5. They didn't have Jamal Murray that year. 22-23, they go to the playoffs, they win the finals. The next year, they play 12 playoff games.
Yeah.
Like, that is how you get those numbers and all the advanced stats, because it's dumb, but that's the lens that everybody views everything through.
I think another reason, though, why, like, we complain about and stuff like that too, is now it affects contracts. Like, now it could affect whether De'Aaron Fox is with the Kings next season or not. Like that. Like that's an issue.
Yeah, we did a whole segment on that.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna do that, you need to have like a voting committee, and you need to expand it because there are if you're gonna have it affect contracts, and you're just gonna be like, okay, well arbitrarily it's the 15 guys. Well, what if there's 20 all NBA caliber guys, and these 5 dudes just get hosed? Yeah, like that can't be right. Like. And so it might alter the course of the Sacramento Kings franchise because people are too lazy to stay up and watch Kings games?
Yeah, I think Casey said it yesterday. I think Fox is top 6. I think he's 6th in scoring in the league right now.
6th in scoring, 3rd in the Western Conference.
Okay, so yeah, and it's like he's probably not going to make All NBA. He's probably going to miss out on however many dollars or whatever.
Yeah,
we'll see. Like if the Kings continue to roll and they make a big push here and they
look good, got to stay consistent.
They get to the 4 seed or they get to the 5 seed and they're in the playoffs. I think Fox is going to have a very good opportunity to make All NBA.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And I think Sabonis will too.
Yeah, I think Sabonis.
I think he's. I
don't want to say he's a lock because he's a Sacramento King and we know how that goes. But
no doubt,
I'm pretty. I have a good feeling he'll make it. He's made the last couple of years.
I had a good feeling last year.
Yeah.
Well,
I think he's been better this year.
I'll keep bringing up the other.
John Hollinger.
Oh.
In the Athletic, acknowledged that Domas has been good this year.
Oh.
That's where we're at.
Progress.
That's crazy.
That's big time. In fact, you know what? Round of applause. Short one for John Hollinger.
There it is.
Golf clap.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, look, I think that at the end of the day, they have to win. And if they win, it'll take care of it. The only one who doesn't get that is Luka, who, made All NBA first team the year that they didn't even make the playoffs. And you're like, okay, wait a sec. Why does it not count for him? And then you look at his stats and you're like, okay.
Right.
But the other point, I'll just keep pointing. Look at how many players have already fallen out and can't make All NBA this year. Guys that made it last year, Luka, I think he missed his 18th game last night. No longer eligible for All NBA. Paul George is going to be on the fence whether he'll be eligible, and he shouldn't be making All NBA teams anyways. And statistically speaking, I hate saying this because a lot of Warriors fans are going to get pissed. Steph is not an All NBA player this
year.
Son
of a bitch!
He's just not.
No, he's a good player,
statistically speaking, and where his team is in the standings.
If Steph Curry this year,
All NBA.
If Steph Curry this year is an All NBA player, it's because the voters sat down and they go, okay, who are the guys that just automatically they qualify? And let's see, Durant, Curry, like they just have these names that they just write down, and it's like these guys are in automatically.
See, and that's why you give Steph a legacy All-Star spot. Steph, here's the All-Star game.
Yeah,
not all NBA this year, but here, come play in the All-Star.
It matters. All NBA matters too much, man.
We're gonna have that question: is LeBron All NBA this year?
LeBron's gonna be All NBA.
Well, he's gonna be, but is he an All NBA player?
Probably.
We'll find a third.
I haven't looked at his numbers. Hang on. Let me. How much time we got? Oh, we got like 20 seconds. I'm gonna spend these 20 seconds looking at LeBron's numbers. Where are we at?
He's 41 years old. He's like a top 10 player.
He's 41 years. He's 40. Just turned 40. He's averaging 24, 8, and 9.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Yeah.
What a jerk. All right. D'Lo and KC coming up next. Can't wait for that. Jesse, thanks for hopping in. James, good show today. We will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Until tomorrow at 10, drink water and be nice to people. See ya. Chatty House. Appreciate you guys. Good show today. See you tomorrow.
Bye, friends.
Gotta get an Oak Grove Honda.
Check.
All right. Don't mark it. Do not mark it because it's not going to run. Right. Looks like Prize Picks is back. Oh, that's me. That's my bad.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
All right, let's let them in. One time for the streak that was. That's the only version of Young Zell we get today as we welcome you in here to the Wednesday, January 15th edition of D-Lo and KC.
We'll get it one day.
But yeah, I know it.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we're live.
Worst slums of Sacramento.
Slums of Sacramento, where we're losers again.
Oh. No.
They got their ass whooped last night. Well, they got their ass whooped in a quarter.
Yeah.
And they just, the game was over before we left KSFM, man. Like, the game was over before the traffic jam. It was like, yo.
Got it to 11 at one point. That was nice.
Yeah, I got to be honest. When they got it to 11, I didn't buy it, though. Like, it was cool. Like, it was cool. They got punched in the face so hard in the first quarter. It was just like, oh.
Yeah.
It was just like Giannis at the basket. Giannis at the basket. Yeah, we couldn't hear the call because we're doing the other radio show. But I just imagine it was Giannis.
And then,
Dame, 4-point play.
And then we got the classic. We got the epic. And the Kings cut it to 18.
God damn it, man. 47 points in the first quarter, 47-26. Just brutal. Just absolutely brutal. And so now the work begins. Now what are we talking about? Because everyone, as the Kings were cooking, it was like, hey, can they get 2 out of these 3? They did. They beat Boston. They beat Chicago. And they just got their ass whooped by the Milwaukee Bucks. That's all right. But this is the moment I've been waiting for. How does Doug Christie and De'Aaron Domas, how do the Sacramento Kings, how do they respond now? It's like, okay, we talked about the ups and downs that Philadelphia has had. More specifically, we talked about the ups and downs Milwaukee has had. Okay, are the Kings still on and up, right? Because what are we at? So that was 7 straight. So we're still, the Doug Christie era, we're still talking about 7 out of 9. You're still on the upswing. Can they pick it back up tomorrow at Houston? I don't play this game, refuse to play this game, won't start now. But your next 3 games are Houston, Washington, and Golden State. Those are your next 3 games. Can the Kings continue the upswing, or do things start to level out for them a little bit? Milwaukee had the downs, they had the ups, and I was making the argument going into yesterday's game. They leveled out. They looked like the greatest team in history last night, especially in that first quarter, but they kind of leveled out heading into that game. Where are the Kings at? That's what I'm anxious to see starting tomorrow against Houston.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You got these next 3 games that you just laid out. More importantly, you got them at home. Not saying that guarantees anything, but just saying like you want to start to change what's been going on at home. So you've got opportunities at the Golden One Center for these next 3 games, man. Get 2 out of 3. You know what I mean? Come out of that 2 out of 3, because after that, you've got a pretty lengthy road trip. I think it's 6 or 7 games or something like that. And, you know, that's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm seeing for this team, and I want to see how they respond to that. A lot of people, you know, go out there and talk about, I want to see how they respond on Thursday. That's, well, much like the Pelicans game, that's not going to, no, that's not the answer. It's sustained. It's sustained high level of play. And if you can come out of, or that 9 games, it's another 3. So we're looking at 12 games, come out of, you know, first 12 games with Doug Christie at, you know, 10-2 or something like, man, heck yeah. That'd be fantastic. Or 9-3 or something like that. That would be fantastic. So I'm with you, man. The next 3 games, I want to see how they respond. I think they'll respond well. Last night was so interesting, and I don't know if it's because they've been winning a bunch of games, just changing the mindset. There was at least 4 scenarios last night. I was like, they could get this, man. They could get this. When they got down 26, I was feeling, no, they can get this. First one was get to 15 by the half.
They tried.
And they, oh man, about 3 times they got it to 17. And Milwaukee either missed a shot and they came back and missed a shot. Milwaukee hit, and they kept getting it back up to 20. And they couldn't get over the hump. In the third quarter, I said, all right, man, get to 12 by the start of the fourth quarter. And they got to 15. They got to 14. Just couldn't get that extra stop, couldn't get that extra bucket. And even when they got it to 11, much like you, I was like, that's not the mark. You missed the marker twice already. Like you don't have enough time to,
it's like they had enough gas.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, it's a tall task. And look, man, there's a lot of, we just saw one on the TV a second ago, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. There's a lot of really talented players in the league. There's a lot of, and I'm talking like the highest level, the best players in the league right now. I do not know who in this game is better than Giannis.
He's the best in the world, man.
That includes Jokic. That includes Shai. That includes whoever you want to include. Like, Giannis is just a different specimen when he's out there on the basketball floor. And it was particularly infuriating last night because I swear it was 10 plays in a row. Might have been 2. Might not even been in a row. Giannis at the basket. Yeah, I think the Bucks were 9 of 10 in the paint in the first quarter. If you asked me, I would have been, Giannis was like 10 of 10 at the basket in the first quarter. Maybe 12 of 12.
Yeah.
He just, every time we looked up, hey, KC, we got to talk right here. KSFM, 125 tickets, blah, blah, blah. Turn our head. Giannis is at the basket again.
Layup. Super extendo arms. And then Doc Rivers, I don't know what they play today. Doc Rivers said, I don't care. He's playing 48. I kept waiting for him to get out of the game. He only played, I think,
he played 36 minutes.
36. But
he played 12 minutes in the first quarter, that's for sure. He had 15 in that quarter.
I think he played 12 in the first quarter and 12 in the third, because in the third, when I kept saying get it down to 15, I remember specifically Giannis hit some shots and it got up to 19.
12 in the third.
And I was like, oh man, it's 19. All right, you got about 3 minutes left. Giannis is going to take his break and then, maybe get it to 15. They come back from commercial. He's still in the game. I said, God damn it, Doc, take him out. Take him out.
33 points in the game for Giannis. 27 of them were scored in the first and the third.
Oh my goodness.
15 and 12 respectively.
He was awesome last night. He was awesome. And
11 rebounds, 13 assists, a plus 30 for those that celebrate. Just ridiculous.
And in the fourth quarter, like I said, I didn't think they were going to necessarily win anyway, but it got to 11 with about 8 minutes to go, which technically there's enough time to do something. And Giannis was on the bench.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, make your run while Giannis is on the bench. They did. Doc brings him in, and Giannis, I think he didn't score the next 7 points for Milwaukee, but I think he scored and assisted on the next 7 or 8 points for Milwaukee. It's like they can't do nothing with this guy. He literally changed the game when he was in the game last night. It was tough. I was looking at some of the numbers though, and it was kind of weird to see like what happened. Giannis was crazy. But he didn't go for 60. He had 33, which is around his average. 33, 13 assists, 11 rebounds. He was fantastic. But you see Brook Lopez at 21. Dame had 24, which is good, but it's not. Nobody else went crazy. So I was looking at the numbers, and if you look at this at the team stats, it's so interesting to see because I know this is too simplistic, and you watch the game and you see how it played out, but it was literally Milwaukee made just 7 more shots than the Kings. You look at the 3-point number, 17-17. You look at free throws. Oh, they made 1 more free throw too. 14-15. You look at the percentages, 44-49. You look at turnovers. Where's the turnovers at? The turnovers is relatively even. 9-9. I was like, man, maybe they got a bunch of offensive rebounds. No, that was about the same. Everything was about the same. They made 7 more shots. And the other thing about it was the 2 guys that really swung the game, in my opinion, was Green and Rollins. They doubled up on their season averages. Rollins averages, I think, 5 a night, and he had 10. And Green averages
that
8.
Sparked a response from Kenny Caraway in the studio.
Well, it was when he made the layup.
Yeah.
I said, come on. Who
the hell is Rollins?
I said, come on. And then Green had 16. He averages 8 a night.
Yeah.
And yeah, to a certain degree, like I can understand the whole aspect of don't let these guys beat you. But if you got a Giannis and you're doubling them, you got to leave somebody open. And the other aspect is when people say, all right, I'm going to let AJ Green beat me. I ain't letting Giannis beat me. Or I ain't letting Dame beat me. Those guys made shots last night, man. So that was tough. That was a tough loss because I thought they had opportunities to get back in that thing.
I'm going to ask you a question that I didn't prep you or Jesse for because you got numbers. I'm looking at numbers. I got a text. I don't want to step on anyone's work, so I'll just wait and see if Jill Adge gives me the thumbs up. But it sparked me have we hit the point where a player on the Kings is unplayable?
No, but
you know exactly who I'm thinking, and I think you're wrong. I think this person has hit damn near unplayable status. Wow. We'll talk about it. We're just getting started. You lose a game, this is what happens.
You win a game, this is what happens. We're talking about trades.
Well, it wasn't we. There ain't no we. It's y'all over there. Stilo and KC here. We're just getting started, man. Phone line's open for you. Elk Grove Kia Talk line 916-909-1320. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Man, at this point, just load them up. Load them up. How's everybody doing, man? Everybody good? Good. Anybody going to Justin Timberlake tonight?
Don't be so quick to walk away. Are you going?
Mm-hmm.
You bring your binoculars?
Well.
I hate to sound like that. I was so turned off when I got those tickets.
Yeah.
But it's a good time out, man. It's a good time out.
Yeah. So, it's like this is where we are, huh? This is where we are.
Won't we?
Well, sorry about that. I'm not dead, Wilson. That's a fact. Yeah, no, I wasn't sure what was going to happen. I don't know, but I made it through.
He's still
I guess I'm alive and well.
He's still standing.
Wilson hit him with the explain yourself. Why are you here?
Mm-hmm. Wilson's like, how come you're not dead, sir? Why have you not died?
Wanna rock your body.
Swear, sometimes this building sounds like there's a kid running in like the apartment hall. Instead, it's just James walking.
And sometimes it is a kid in the hall.
Well, sometimes it is.
You never know.
Man, when James find a flannel he rock it. Oh, there you go, Jordan. That's a good call right there. That's a good call.
Yeah, boy. No,
well, that's KC's language, Eric. I don't know nothing about them joints.
What? Whoa, hey, bro, come on, man. I don't know nothing about when last time you seen me in a lounge?
Certainly not. Well, not that lounge. You would never, but. There you go. I think I saw him in Sac here for that tour. It's a good show.
Yeah, I heard he puts on a really good show.
Flo Rida and I forgot Flo Rida is at Bottle Rock. That's right. I'm gonna bring a bunch of people on stage to. It's going down for real.
They might make an appearance on that Bottle Rock stage. That's his boy.
I'll make an appearance as long as they give my ass the corporate tickets that everybody gets except old D-Lo and KC.
It's funny you say that about the email. I was telling them, man, why we keep getting punked? Oh, we keep getting punked around here, man. We don't demand to have us in different situations.
You guys got nosebleeds or what?
Yeah. Gave us some bullshit for the second concert in a row.
And
they gave me we sound so snobby during the commercial break too. Like I recognize what that whole conversation during the break sounded
it's
like.
the principality of the situation, though.
We got tickets. We got tickets to a concert tonight. Justin Timberlake's at the Golden One Center.
Don't be so quick to.
But the seats are bad, and it's like, all right, like we go to the show for free. Y'all know we did put in work for this, right? And this is the second time they did this because this happened at the venue for the Snoop show where our Complex was like, hey, can you go grab some content for KSFM? Like, yeah, no problem. We weren't working the show, like we weren't on stage like we were for Khalid or T-Pain or whatever. So like, yeah, no problem.
Hey, it's crazy for that show too.
Yeah. For which one?
Khalid.
They did?
Yeah.
Oh. Not me.
It was the same place. Well, maybe like the other ones, like if you wanted more than
okay, yeah, I didn't need more than two. But they gave me the Snoop tickets, and they was in like the last row at the venue. I was like, what kind of what kind of content? Like, hey, look, KSFM social media. If you squint, you can see that Snoop on stage. And I recognize how petty and snobby this sounds.
But we still are doing work, though.
That's a reminder we're not important. I bet Deuce and Mo don't have this problem.
We need to get important.
No.
You know what I mean? Or when somebody needs to demand that we get important in people's minds.
Demand that we become important. I'm with that. Yeah. I think that's Jesse's job. You need to start being the Paul Heyman.
I was just about to say we need a Paul Heyman.
That's fine.
The advocate, the wise man of this group.
I don't even know these people. I don't even know whoever.
We're not gonna say nothing. We're just gonna have you say what needs to be said. We're gonna sit there.
Yeah. And Complex is just gonna laugh like, okay, bro.
Complex. My guys would like to sit closer. All right, Jess. Cool. Thanks. Good talk.
That probably would happen too. It probably would happen too. Man, you might have to start putting Kevin Huerter out of the lineup.
I mean,
so here's what got me like think like we know Kevin's been, I won't say up and down. He's been mostly down for the better part of the last year and a half now at this point. And the King's Herald is working on an article. Our man Tim Maxwell. Shout out to Joe Adge out there doing the Lord's work. Remember that sweater we saw De'Aaron wearing?
Yeah.
I hit her up. I said, "Can you help me find out what this is?" And she sure enough did.
Man,
it's a little bit more on a website you would buy stuff from, but
well,
it is.
You gotta go there sometime.
I mean, I'll share it with you, but yeah, no, it's good work by Joe. But then she forwarded me this stats again. The King's Herald is putting this article together. I'm sure it'll be up at some point today or tomorrow. Kings have 8 guys who have played 100+ minutes under Doug Christie. The Kings have outscored their opponent with 7 of them on the floor. With Huerter on the floor, the Kings have been outscored by 47 points in 115 minutes. Kings have outscored opponents by 100 points with Kevin Huerter on the bench. In net ratings terms over the last 8 games, Huerter is a negative 11.5 net rating when Huerter's off the floor. So when Huerter's on the floor, it's a negative 11.5 net rating. When Huerter is just cut all this out. When Huerter is on the floor, it's a negative 11.5 rating. When Huerter is off the floor, the Kings are plus 18.7. The differential is negative 30.2. That's terrible. Like, even if you're not an analytics person, it's literally every time we put him out there, we're getting beat. Every time. And that's Tim Maxwell's bag, right? That's digging into numbers. That's Will Z level stuff. Does anyone feel any different when they watch? That's what I'll ask, because most of us, 99.9% of us, aren't digging into these types of numbers and point differentials and doing the math on all of this and, the Will Z formula and the Tim. Most of us aren't doing that. Knowing those numbers and going into it with the idea of, are we at a point where we don't play Kevin Huerter anymore? Do your eyes tell you anything differently?
I mean, first of all, the numbers are, you can't dispute the numbers. They're awful, when you look at it that way. My eyes, like I've watched the last few games and not looked at Kevin Huerter as this problem that you can't play anymore. I talked about the Chicago game specifically the other day. I thought he did some good things in the Chicago game. I thought he did. Just watching the game, didn't go back and watch it 3 times, didn't calculate all his numbers while he was on the court and all this other stuff. I remember him
in the Chicago game, to be honest. I'm not trying. I can't add to that.
He wasn't killing, but he was. I didn't think he was playing bad in the Chicago game.
Okay,
and that's, I mean, that's sometimes that's one of the things you have to decipher. Like, is he hurting you? Is he terrible out there? Is he really good, or is he just not? Like, he's not taking anything off, and he's giving guys an opportunity to rest. And I think lately he's been more that than just like terrible. But that's just what I see when I watch him play. You know what I mean? He's not what he was Beam Team 1 year. We know that. But I disagree. I don't think
which at this point isn't an anomaly.
No, I don't. But
the Beam Team 1 year is an anomaly.
Yeah. But I don't think we're to the point where he's unplayable. I don't feel that way about Kevin Huerter.
His last 14 games.
What do you think?
Yeah.
He's unplayable.
He's not very good right now. Like he doesn't. What does he add?
So that's the part that's the part that's starting to get to me a little bit. He's not very good right now. When is he going to be good?
Well, not right now. Excuse me. He hasn't been good for the last season and a half.
Well, no, I know it's not just you though. Like he's not doing too good. No, yeah, we're a year and a half that my man isn't playing well, and this stuff that we got from Tim Maxwell that's the Doug Christie. This isn't a Mike Brown thing anymore. Mm-hmm. The numbers that we got from the King's Herald right there, that was just Doug Christie's games.
His last 14 games, he's averaging 7 points, 38% from the field, 28% from three. Like he's just not adding anything at this point.
Numbers just that ain't it.
That's not advanced numbers. That's just right there, bare basics.
So the other thing about that too, when I think about it goes into another discussion for me because when you talk about he's unplayable and he's how the hell you think you're gonna trade him? Like all the people like just do something.
That's
trade
fine.
Huerter and like you're not. You're stuck with him.
Well, we might be having to. Then don't play him. I don't know.
Who should play
I don't know. You 21-2. That was the run that set everything open. Mm-hmm. Do you know when that started?
When Huerter got in the game, I'm assuming.
He subbed in for Fox. It was 17-15. It was in 21-2.
I think we're at a point, if you're healthy, then just roll with Keon off the bench. You don't need to play Huerter at this point.
Think about all those numbers I just said, and remember they beat the Warriors by 1,000. All of those numbers we just laid out, they beat the Warriors by, I'm being stupid, by 30.
Mm-hmm. And he played well in that game. So that
it didn't, right?
I'm saying that'll skew his numbers. Like that'll improve his numbers. And they're
bad.
They still look the way they are.
Kevin, that was the game he had 16 in that one, 16. Mm-hmm. Okay. 16 points. We all played well, right? 5 of 7, 4 of 6 from 3. That's what he does. 16 points from Kevin Huerter. The Kings won that game 129-99. 30 points exactly. Domas plus 36. Malik plus 41. Let's head to the bench. Trey Lyles played 24 minutes into that game, scored 7 points plus 33. 5 of 7 from the field, 4 of 6 from 3, 16 points. Kevin was a plus 3. I don't know. I've always said you could do anything you want to with numbers. Mm-hmm. You can use them to fit your argument. I don't know how you do it with these, though. Your only number might be you don't have anyone else to play.
And that might be just the bottom line.
Is Jordan McLaughlin dead?
And he's not dead, but now you get even smaller.
I saw him gun in his back. I'm like, sir.
I know that the other day.
So camera right there, too. Yeah.
What happened to you?
I noticed that the other day as well.
We saw Jay Crowder for 2.5 minutes yesterday.
We did.
KC said, there's Jay Crowder. I'm like, what, in a nice hoodie? Like where? He's out there on the floor. Doug was like, I gotta try something. The man played 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Casey's not wrong about the whole trading Kevin thing. Like he's not even a centerpiece at this point. You're gonna have to attach a pick. And I think at this now, like if everyone's healthy, then I don't think you need to play Kevin. But say Fox is out, Keon's got to start. Like Kevin's got to eat up those minutes. Like yes, I'm not sure where else you're getting it off the roster. But yeah, he's not very good right now.
So here's the thing that I'll say about that, and I just. We don't have a lot of time or a situation, or maybe we could create a situation. But right here in front of me, I've got the time when Kevin Huerter was in the game and during that run.
Okay.
He's not involved in any of this. Like I'm looking at every shot that's made. It's like he's not part of the problem on these shots. And, and that's all I'm saying. Like,
so it's just a coincidence.
I don't know, but I would like to go through every time he's on the court as opposed to just because the numbers say what the numbers say.
Then you've been assigned Kevin Huerter minutes.
Well, the numbers say.
Has anyone heard from Kenny? He's freaking watching Kevin Huerter minutes. I don't know where he's at.
Jay Tirano doing passes.
How many times does someone blow by Kevin? 1, 2, 3, 4. KC jotting them down. But Kenny's old school, so he'll have just like he'll have the dash line.
Reese had a game yesterday, and they recorded it, and that's how I took the stats.
See, I believe it.
Dash.
I
on a piece of paper. I'll incorporate it into a computer later. But so what do we do with that though? You know what I'm saying? Like the numbers are the numbers. And I'm not disputing the numbers, but you talk about what do we see when we're watching. I'm seeing this whole run, and I know he missed some layups. He probably missed a 3 or 2 on the offensive end.
They all missed.
They don't. So, but I'm looking at all these points that are scored. He has one play where Giannis is driving down the lane, and Huerter is caught in the spot where do you cut off Giannis? Or do you leave the guy in the corner, or do you stay with the guy in the corner and let Giannis go? And he was kind of indecisive. Giannis just blew by his arm that was out and got a layup. I'm sitting here watching. This is literally the only play where Kevin Huerter is involved in anything. Everything else, he's like guarding a corner guy or whatever. So once again, I'm not here to say that clearly I can't say the numbers are wrong, but take the extra step. Let's figure out what
he doesn't fit. We've been having this conversation for a season and a half. It's not, can Kevin figure it out? He doesn't. He can't. He won't. Like, he doesn't fit. Like, it just doesn't work. If he's not scoring points, Kevin Huerter is not some defender where it's like, all right, he can help us out there. If he's not scoring points, then what are we doing here? And if he's not getting the ball or whatever, then cool, you don't fit here anymore.
Okay. Like I said, I'm not here to be a Kevin Huerter defender. I'm just
too late, pal.
I'm just saying, like,
if we're still, like I said, it's been a season and a half. We're still talking about Kevin. What's going on with Kevin? Kevin. It doesn't work.
So let me give you guys a quick sequence of what happened. Kevin Huerter comes into the game.
21 2-run game over. Good synopsis right there. Well done, Kenny. Great job. That was good.
First 3 plays. Dame Lillard gets a 4-point play on Keon Ellis.
How many 4-point plays have the Kings given up this year?
They're going to break a record.
Will Z? Will. What's the record for most 4-point plays given up in a season?
Will Z, let us know. So 4-point play, Dame Lillard.
Did Giannis run over and go 1, 2, 3?
No, because he's not a lackey.
Oh, okay. Or a mascot, but go ahead.
So here's the other one. And maybe this is a Kevin Huerter problem. The next time down, I don't know, because on this clip, they only showed the make. So I don't know what happened offensively for the Kings. But it's 24-17. Next play, Giannis gets the ball on the right wing, kind of blows by Sabonis. Huerter is guarding AJ Green in the corner. And maybe he should have helped. I don't know. But Giannis is dancing with Sabonis, blows by him. Keon comes to steal the ball from Giannis. He leaves Brook Lopez. Giannis, no look, Lopez under the basket. Kevin Huerter's not involved in this play. All of a sudden, it's 26-17. Push the ball down the court, get the ball to Sabonis. Sabonis tries this reverse layup thing. That goes all bad.
That's bad, yeah.
Giannis gets the rebound, goes coast to coast, layup. All of a sudden, you're down 11. And when you read the numbers, it's like when Kevin Huerter came in, they went down 11. He had nothing to do with that.
So it's a coincidence.
Maybe. And he's not, because really when you talk about Kevin Huerter, I believe it's just about making shots. Like, it's just like he could have had the same scenario. He could have been on the floor when Draymond and Steph were doing all that other stuff, but we don't talk about that game because he had 16 points and they won.
If he's not unplayable, then why should they play him?
Mainly because you don't really you're in a crunch.
Well, let's say that they are healthy though. Like say they get healthy and whatever. Like, do you still need to play Kevin Huerter?
Yeah, because
you don't have to start Keon Ellis at that point.
Does this?
Yeah, because you're still in the crunch. He's still 6'7", and the person that you would play inside of that would be Jordan McLaughlin. You're getting even smaller, and another guard. You need something on the wing.
Monty McNair.
Does this and we can. I want to get back to the. I'm going to the Ultimate app. I wonder if I could type in Kevin Huerter
negative plays.
Oh my God! It shorted my computer. No, that's not true. I got Kevin Huerter plays here. Kevin Huerter per game breakdown. Kevin Huerter possession and assist. I just need to. I know there's a toggle somewhere. Oh, here it is.
Possession?
The defensive toggle. There it is. I got it. Okay. There is not something called negative. I'm just gonna click all possessions, and I'm just gonna let this bitch run for the next 4 hours and see what happens.
It's gonna get ugly on that score.
Oh, it's gonna get bad.
If they got a plan for the sake of they need that body out,
I think. Oh yeah, this is last night.
If they're playing him just for the sake of like they need him out there, then Monty's got to fix that.
Giannis screens Kevin. Kevin goes under. Can't catch up with Lopez. Lopez gets to the basket. 60. Of course, it's 64-46. That's the play. Let's look at this. Oh, yeah. Okay. Kevin Huerter now guarding Giannis. Kevin Huerter is guarding Giannis. Anyone want to guess how this goes? Giannis step back. He airballed. So great defense by Kevin Huerter.
But so that toggle is just defensive plays that involve Kevin Huerter, right?
Correct.
It's already 64-46, and that's the first one you see?
It is correct. Now, let me make sure it's not moving backwards. Hang on. No, it's not.
Now, here's the other aspect.
How do I fix this screen? I'm scared to touch anything on this app.
Last time I was on that app, yeah, it was. I didn't mess with it.
Okay, I got it.
Fix the screen.
No, I got it. Okay. I figured out how to do it. So
I didn't even try.
You got it. I know. You got to hit the sideways button. You got to hit the button as go sideways.
Touching nothing. The whole recruiting class be in shambles because of me.
Yep. Well, dude, because top 7, and then something happened. Not really sure. Now we're on to Chicago. Oh, that's Levine.
But here's the thing though. Like here's the thing, and this is why we're here, right? This is our job, or like I'd take pride in doing these things. You got to look beyond the box score. You got to look beyond the immediate action, because I just said, hey, you get to defensive possessions involving Kevin Huerter, and they're already down 18.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean he didn't do anything wrong in a rotation.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't miss a rotation or miss a defensive call or something. Like he's not directly involved in guarding somebody, but him not executing the team defense could be just as much of an issue, but it doesn't. There's no stat for that, right?
So this app is far too elaborate. So if I go back to the player breakdown, so if you click on all possessions, it'll just run through his different possessions, but it'll show them in man defense, zone defense, transition defense, half court defense. It'll show defense on out of bounds plays, side out of bounds, end out of bounds, and then the last 4 seconds of the shot clock. It doesn't show slow to close out,
right?
On a man.
I mean, and there's no stat for that. You just have to, number one, know
because we don't always know what they're doing.
Exactly, right? So, and that's it's just the nature of like us kind of talking about things, and we have an idea of what is supposed to happen, but we're not sure, right? We don't somebody may blitz and we don't know where the second rotation is or what they practice on or what their game plan is. But it's just, it goes back to the question that you asked. Am I seeing something different? I don't see him being as much of a abomination as the stats lay out. I'm not here to say that he's playing good, but I don't see him, when I watch him play, I don't see him looking unplayable. That's just me personally. But the numbers are the numbers, though. You know what I mean? The numbers, maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe it's exactly his fault that the numbers are the numbers.
You're Doug Christie. By the way, Will found it. The Kings lead the league in 3-point and 1 attempts.
Jesus. Is it close? Let us know.
It is. There's 9. The Kings lead the league with 9. Houston has 8. Brooklyn has 7. The next closest team, Miami, Memphis. Looks like Milwaukee is the other one. They have 5.
We've had 4 in a week.
We have. Yeah.
It's not just Kevin's defense though. Like offensively, he's not good either.
Offensive,
he doesn't add anything.
Offensively is exactly like that's a little bit more like you can take. And I would say,
I'm not looking at Kevin to play defense. Like he's here to hit threes, and he hasn't done that since being Team 1.
Right. So, but then I would say, let's just say what it is. He's not making shots. Like he's just not making shots. It's not nothing else really matters because if he's making shots and he's not doing what he's supposed to do on defense, it's all good.
So what if
this thing hasn't made shots in a season and a half, so that's why he's unplayable because he's not a guy who's going to make shots. Like that's not something that's going to happen. We've been asking the question for literally a season and a half. He's unplayable because he doesn't hit shots.
Let's go back to this,
and he doesn't play at anything else, huh?
Keegan don't hit shots.
Keegan's the 4th pick. It's different. I'm not treating Keegan how I'm Kevin Huerter.
True.
Keegan's also not a negative on the defensive end.
He's not.
Looking back at the Warriors game, that's the game they were 51, 44, and 90. Just brilliant shooting all around from Sacramento. Domas was 10 of 13. Malik was 9 of 14. You cut those two numbers down. No, then math still ain't gonna work. Because Devin had himself a little game. He didn't really shoot. The problem with this game is the Warriors are just terrible.
Well, and I wouldn't call
the
that
point.
A
I was the problem. Well, I was trying to figure out because this is the game he shot well, but again, in a game where everyone put up monster plus minus numbers, he was a +3. If he's shooting that way and everyone else is shooting. But if we drop it more to the 47% rather than the 51%, what does this game look like? And that's an impossible question to answer. So,
and my whole
that whole sentence was a waste of oxygen.
No. My whole thing is until you can figure out a better alternative, you have to play him. He can't be on.
Well, that's fine. We're just playing him because he's 6'7". Then we can all admit that. That's fine.
But somewhat of a threat. Would you like to get a better option there? Like, would you? Sure, absolutely. But this is what you're dealt with. Teams have bad players on them all the time that they have to play.
That's why I look to my GM, Monty McNair. Can you please fix this?
Yeah. What if he says you can't? How are you gonna fix it?
Great. I got a GM who can't do anything.
Because we've been over this. You're not trading the player. You're trading the contract. That's what you're trading.
You mean? And
talk about Kevin.
Okay. And I'm just saying, like, if he is as terrible as you guys are saying why would Brooklyn want him? With the year left on his schedule.
Because you're moving off. If you're taking in, and this is the tough part. If you're taking in 17. If you're taking in a total prorated $24 million, you're probably sending out 36 to 40.
Mm-hmm.
That's the tough part, and that's where Trey Lyles comes into play too, because Trey Lyles makes that math work, and his contract goes away.
Yeah,
if you pull up Synergy and put on all possessions?
I don't even think I'm logged in no more.
Okay, well, I'll help you. I don't think it has.
I tried to.
I don't think it has a 2-step authorization.
He's going to try to log in. His computer's going to blow up.
It might. The police are going to be alerted in Raleigh, North Carolina.
We got him. We got him.
Dana White's coming for him. All right, we'll come back.
I mean, I hear you guys,
but you're not listening. You're hearing, but you're not listening.
I mean, no, we'll talk.
Steeler and KC crapping on Kevin Huerter here on ESPN 1320. Kevin Huerter is a scumbag.
Oh my gosh.
No, that's funny. That's funny, Soren. Well done. That's funny. That is funny.
Oh, by the way, you go with the 145?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, crap. Hang on, Lazy.
Sorry, Lazy. Why didn't you just come in the office?
Yeah, why didn't he just walk in here yesterday?
I want Leezy to take a call from promotions. I call in from promotions over here.
The wise man, Jesse Tapia.
Tony's defensive improvement isn't enough, and he's not a threat from 3, to be honest. In theory, sure, but he's not.
We're making progress back here. There is an actual skeleton of a pool back there. That's a shoot. I was like, man, they're never gonna get this excavation completed.
How long is the process?
The excavation process?
Till the pool's ready.
12 weeks. If everything goes well, 12 weeks. If the worst weather is behind us, it's supposed to be 12 weeks. But they're already on an extra date. Well, they're gonna finish today because man, they got a lot of work. I guess they call it Rockland for a reason. The amount of rocks they pulling out of the earth was like, whoa. I think my brothers, they're doing a great job. Hey, get this done today, because they was out there and they was cooking at like 7:30.
We got sunshine at least for the next. I mean, it's not 12 weeks out, but next 10 days.
Shout out Premier Pools. We working. It's so funny too. I was so worried about like Sprout. I got back from an appointment I had this morning, and she didn't come running to me, and I go to the back door, and she's just laying out there on the pavers, just watching them.
Making sure they're not messing anything up.
Yeah, she's supervising. She's the wise man out there.
Yeah, Tony's playing off a reputation at this point.
Okay. My bad. Let's go to the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Shout out Elk Grove Kia. Shout out Kia. I saw there's a rumor of the EV4. I guess it's been rumored for a couple of years. Man, if any of these rumors ever actually start coming to fruition, that EV4 is cold. Because the EV6 is nasty.
EV6 is
look it up. Again, as of right now, it's not real.
Yeah.
Or it's not. I get it's real. It's not in production. Right. But look up Kia EV4, and if you haven't seen the Kia EV6,
oh yeah, I like that EV4.
Man, my goodness.
Hello.
I was reading some article about cars to watch for, and that's one of them. But they think that's more likely 2026 than 2025. Lazy. Elk Grove Kia talk line right here, 916-909-1320. What's up, Lazy? Sorry about that. You've been on hold for like an hour. You could have just walked in the studio. You work here.
Well, today I'm not in office today.
Okay.
Well, first thing first, guys, I want to tell you guys Happy New Year.
God damn it.
Bro.
My bad.
Stop it.
Tonight, okay. Tonight, don't forget to bring your suit and tie to Timberlake, the concert. Don't forget that. And guys, I just wanted to say, we all are frustrated with Kevin Huerter. He's come to Sacramento. He's turning to Marco Bellinelli. He can't hit a shot. I kind of agree with Casey right now. His value's not really high, obviously, because of the way he's playing. I think you're going to have to attach a pick with him. And I know a lot of people don't want to give up assets, but I don't think you're going to get much back for Trey and Kevin alone. And also, D'Lo, this is kind of a question for you. Before when the Kings had Mike Brown, you kind of said the Kings didn't have an identity. What would you say is the identity now that Doug's taken over?
It's a good question, Lizzie. I don't think they have one yet. I think they're trying to establish one. I think what they've been able to do is play to their strong suits, which is beam team one-ish similarities. Is their their pace is accelerated. And I'm stealing their words. Like they're playing a little more loose, a little more free. You're seeing the ball moving. You're seeing that 30 assist number, that 30 assists total get regularly hit in the Doug Christie era. But an identity, I don't think they have one.
My first thought when he says identity and gameplay wise, maybe they don't necessarily have one. Like you just said, the offense starting to kick back up, so maybe that's it. But I just look at this team; they're going to compete, and I know that's what Doug wants. I know that's what Doug is preaching. And last night was a really good example of that. They're down 28, and they were still competing. They were still getting after it. They still believed that if we, much like we had talked about earlier, if we hit certain benchmarks, we got a shot. And whether it was 15 at the half or 12 at the end of 3 quarters or something like that, like if we can get there, we can get there. And even in that fourth quarter, because I remember when they didn't get to the 12-point deficit mark at the end of the third quarter, I knew it wasn't going to be garbage time from the start. I said, Doug Christie probably looking at these guys, whether he's telling them this or telling his coaching staff, like, I'm going to give them 3 minutes. Let's see what they can do in 3 minutes. And if they can't do much of anything in 3 minutes, then, all right, we're going to get the Isaac Jones and all these guys in there. And lo and behold, in about 3 minutes, they got it to 11. Like, they competed. Like, they was like, no, I'm going to show you what we got in 3 minutes to continue to compete. And maybe that's what I saw in that Lakers game, the first one. But that's been there since Doug Christie got here. Like, these guys are going to get after the Miami game, the Philly game, these games that they had to come back and win. They stay locked in. They stay competitive for the majority of the game. And so far, that's their identity.
Yeah, you're not gonna. I don't think you're gonna be able to establish an identity in 9 games, anyways. What are we at? 7-2, 9 games. Let's get Ross in here. Coach, what's happening, Ross?
Fellas, long time no talk, man. Been listening, but appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you.
Yep. First, shout out to Mike Brown. I know how it is to get wrongfully terminated. So,
I'm assuming. I'm assuming. He slipped out of his alias there. Luke is now on the line.
Oh, yeah, my bad about that. No, I want to touch on how difficult it really is to throw a player like DeMar in. We kind of just were like, yeah, we're going to add this player and we're going to add this talent, but it's a lot harder to add a star. Like, you look at the team we played last night, adding in Dame, they're really just starting to figure it out now, probably 100 games in. And the big team, a lot of people talk about is Dallas. Adding Kyrie, they really struggled for over a season, and they really didn't start to take off until they added those role players, because it's pretty easy to just throw in a guy that's going to knock down a 3 consistently or grab you rebounds or be a rim runner. So I really like the progress they're making with DeMar, doing some good things. He's not pounding the rock as much anymore. And one thing I love about Doug is he's having them attack early in the shot clock. If you got an open shot 2, 3, 4 seconds in, take it. The defense can clamp on you at the end of the shot clock. And he's saying, if you got an open shot, just take it. No worries. But yeah, I like what I'm seeing, man. Appreciate y'all.
No, appreciate you. I guess everyone hates DeMar DeRozan.
That's what it sounds like. I just don't see it the same way. Everybody feels how they feel about it. It's all good, but
I don't know. I need to watch more games.
Casual.
I don't.
That's what it is. Yeah.
I don't understand. I think DeMar has been just fine. I think, to be honest with you, they got to get him the ball more consistently than they do, and I've seen that since Doug Christie has come into play. And yeah, I don't know.
Since Doug took over as the coach, every player has a plus net rating, except for one. And it's bad. Devin Carter is 1.6. That's the lowest on the team until you get to Kevin, who is minus 9.5. The offensive rating is at its lowest. The defensive rating is at its highest when Kevin Huerter is on the floor. I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to pick on Kevin. 45 minutes into the conversation, I don't want to pick on Kevin, but and Kevin Huerter, I don't believe is the 21-2 run is tough. I don't think Kevin Huerter is the reason that the Kings got beat by 15 last night. I don't believe they're the reason that the Bucks gave up 47. But these are some of the things that we've been talking about. Like the win streak is great. The strong vibes. All right, you fall back to 2020. The way the Western Conference the Kings didn't move. Right there. All right. So this is what we're doing. We're scoreboard watching and we're looking, we're rooting against other, for teams and against others and all of that. But okay, what do you do now? You got Houston coming in. Houston's a tough team defensively. Houston's a capable team offensively. What are you going to do? You going to make adjustments? Like how do we combat a 47-point quarter from happening again? What do they see? The film that you just pulled up. What do they see when they watch film? I got this Kevin Huerter low light special playing over here on Synergy. I'm on to the Celtics game. Kevin is late to a closeout, gets blown by Peyton Pritchard. Devin Carter steals the ball, and we're off and running. That's the play I just saw. I think he was impactful on that one. But he's not terrible every time he's out on the floor, I guess. But what does any of this mean? Yeah. Nothing, everything. Probably the most important thing is, and we've lived this life before, because as we've talked about, you're talking about Kevin. Well, what else are we going to do? Man, this feels like Steve Kerr at the press conference the other night.
What was I saying? Are we reached little big league status?
Yeah, and then that was a Warriors game. Yeah, that was a Warriors game. He didn't erupt for 40. He had 16. It's your little single that you always talk about.
Single in the right field. Seeing guy single.
He scored 16, not in a game they won by 4. He scored 16 in a game where the entire team shot the lights out and they won by 30. He doesn't get demoted for that, but it's the base hit that you're talking about.
The thing that I always go to, I guess, is why I'm asking a question. Are people at the Kings Herald, everybody, if it's in Maxwell, if you say Kevin Huerter sucks and he shouldn't be playing, that's how you feel. My job, or I take it upon as my job, is what's the solution? Because anybody can come up with the problem, or it's not a take. It's, they did a lot of research, but can come up with that. But that's the problem. What do you do to fix the problem? And then, Jesse and others, Monty got to go do something.
Don't got to be Cam Johnson either. I'll say that. To replace Kevin Huerter does not have to be Cam Johnson. If you can find a deal where I can get a guy who's shooting a little bit more consistently, where it's all right, I know what I'm getting from this player, that's fine too.
Okay. Well, who's that?
I got to go team to team first. I'll be back tomorrow.
I mean, the one person I thought about who people hate, and I disagree with them, maybe you could convince, with Huerter's salary and adding a pick or something like that, you can convince Washington to come off Kuzma because of that.
The idea that someone would rather have Kevin Huerter than Kyle Kuzma is insane.
Let's see what happens in the chat, or if we clip this and put it on Twitter of me saying, hey, go get Kyle Kuzma. These people in Sacramento hate Kyle Kuzma.
They might hate Kevin Huerter more.
We'll find out.
Do we have to post a poll question? Who do you hate more? This is terrible. Kyle Kuzma or Kevin Huerter?
And Chris, once again, Chris says Derrick Jones Jr. is the answer from the Clippers. I'm sure he is. Giannis is the answer from the Bucks as well. Why would the Clippers trade Kevin Huerter for Derrick Jones Jr.? These are the things that I'm talking about. This is what we are having a discussion about.
So then are we just stuck then?
You might be. Okay, and you've got to figure out, just like when everybody was saying this roster is garbage, all these guys can't play. And then somebody came in and said, this is what we got.
We
got to figure out.
I think you're exaggerating. I don't think anyone said all these guys can't play. I think you said maybe the group doesn't work together, or maybe they need something else. Can I point out one quick thing while we're here? our Lord and Savior Mason Plumlee would not have saved the Sacramento Kings from Giannis Antetokounmpo last night.
You sure?
There was a lot of talk. Oh, this is where the Kings' size defense comes into play.
That was a whole thing at trade deadline.
Bruh, okay. You tell me with a straight face, you know, Mason Plumlee could have stopped this from happening.
This guy's averaging 32, 11, and 6 against the entire league. But somehow the Kings, they could have stopped this if they wanted to, if they had the right personnel. All right, B.
If JaVale McGee was still here, people just be talking.
So all I'm saying, I'm not here to even say anybody's wrong. I'm just trying to figure out, what do you do? And Jesse said, so you're just stuck with the guy. You might be stuck with him.
Then you might start having to have difficult conversations. If Keon Ellis, different coach, if Keon Ellis warranted DNPs this year, what the hell does Kevin Huerter warrant?
I don't think he warrants DNPs just yet. But the other thing about it is, like, even on the roster, like, say, all right, we can't trade him. He can't play, though. Who are you going to play ahead of him? I've been saying Jay Crowder, but obviously Jay Crowder don't play.
Jay Crowder played.
Y'all don't want to see Doug McDermott. That's the announcer.
No, it's not y'all. It's me.
That's the announcer, Sean McDermott.
Well, come on down, Kobe Jones. You're back.
Oh, what a week. Now Kobe Jones is his boy.
That was a work. That was a work.
So, and people talk about Isaac Jones. No, I don't know. I'm not interested in saying. I like what Isaac Jones did or whatever, but no, like in a team, you talk about shooting and all this other stuff, like, and the answer is Isaac Jones, Jordan McLaughlin, who I like. But like now you're even smaller than you were.
If we haven't mentioned, it felt like the Kings really missed Malik last night. They miss Malik anytime he's not there, but he was missing last night.
Sean McDermott is the Bills coach. I'm thinking of Sean McDonough. Sorry. Sean McDonough is the announcer.
I'm still bugging because I saw Kevin Huerter on TV for a minute and thought it was Doug McDermott. I was like, what the hell is he doing out there? If Malik is healthy, and this is crazy, Kings fans. Just come along for the ride here for a second. Imagine everyone's healthy. Do you have to play, Kevin? Keon, Malik, De'Aaron, Devin, do you have to?
I think if you really didn't want to play him, you don't have to play him.
Now, I use that. Now, that situation has happened once in like the last 7 games, where you've been in a situation where you've had to play the guys that you have, but should the good lords that Mason Plumlee is a part of, Kings get healthy, I don't know if you have to.
But if you don't play him, though,
I feel like you just keep hoping.
Maybe, but what I'm saying is, if you don't play him, you're probably looking at 35 minutes a night, 35 minutes plus a night for the starters. Because
De'Aaron played 37 last night.
It's fine with
me. No Malik. But okay, if that's the answer, that's the answer. But remember how everybody felt about that earlier.
That could put Keon up at 27. Again, that's people. It's not me.
I understand.
Look, here's the thing.
But the James Hands, everybody came in here. They're playing too many minutes.
Here's the question for James and all of the minutes watchers. Do you want to win or not?
That's what I was saying earlier in the year.
Now, we can bitch and cry about the roster not being good enough and trades and net ratings and negative minutes. We could do that forever. Do you want to win or not? Because if winning constitutes De'Aaron and Domas and DeMar and those guys being out there, then that's what has to happen. Unlike at the beginning of the season, you have Keon. If Keon was at 20 minutes when everybody was healthy, put him at 27.
So
Keon or Kevin becomes the guy where it's like someone's hurt or we got to try something. Jay Crowder was a God damn it, I'll try anything at this point.
So what it would look like, I'll go back to the Miami game and I'll work with the numbers because that was a double overtime game. But you got, let's just say you're looking at Domas at about 40 minutes a night. You're looking at DeRozan I'm taking 10 minutes off of all their stuff. Say it wasn't a double overtime game. I'm taking 10 minutes off all the minute totals.
Yeah.
Domas at 40 a night.
Okay.
DeRozan at 37 a night. Keegan at 33 a night. Monk at 39 a night. Ellis played 39. Fox didn't play that game. So maybe Ellis.
Yeah, I don't think this exercise works because there just isn't a game. I think you have to go to was it Chicago? What game did everybody play? That's the only one I feel like you can use.
But you're taking somebody out. You're taking somebody out. It's the same thing. Foxwood didn't play against Miami. You're taking Huerter out.
So
he's not playing.
So Chicago, Kevin played 10 minutes against Chicago.
But everybody was there, and you have Kevin in the lineup. Take him out. That's what everybody's saying.
Right. Take him out. And so in this game, again, everyone's available. DeMar was 37, excuse me. Keegan was 36. Domas was 37. Malik was 37. De'Aaron was 32. This was as tight of a game as you could have.
Mm-hmm.
Keon played 19. Kevin played 10. Trey played 18.
Mm-hmm.
And Devin played 11. We're divvying 10 minutes.
That's what we're doing. That's literally what I just said with the Miami game. I took 10 minutes off, and it's the same numbers. It's the same number. And if everybody's good with that, then cool.
I'm good. Sign me up.
I'm just saying that's
where's the petition?
That's what it is. Because remember,
I made the list. Let's do it.
Remember all like the 38, 37, 36 people. I'm just saying people, not you. Everybody had a big problem about that early on. When Domas, you can't play him 38 minutes a night. That's what it would look like. I don't necessarily have a problem with it because I want my best players out there as much as possible. I'm just saying that's what it looks like.
Okay.
You think Torrey Craig would be an upgrade over Huerter?
Maybe.
I think you would be an upgrade over Huerter.
I appreciate that. That's tough if I am, but I appreciate it.
Let's get Kamara in here. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. What's up, Kamara?
What's going on, fellas? I was just calling to actually talk to you guys about the Drake lawsuit, the new one.
Oh, you're not even listening.
Yeah,
like, you know, we
no. I'm listening to you guys.
We drown in Kevin Huerter slander, and you want to come in here and talk about Kevin Huerter going to sue us for slander. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kamara.
Listen, first of all, all streaks have to come to an end. You know, it is what it is. I'm just glad these guys are had a taste of winning, and let's see what they can do to respond back tomorrow. All right, next on to this lawsuit.
Okay, go ahead, Cook,
right.
Man.
So I don't know if you guys had a chance to even look at the new defamation lawsuit, or you saw that he filed one.
I saw it. Yeah, I didn't dive into it.
Yeah, he canceled his petition yesterday when he was suing for damages, and he refiled in a federal case regarding defamation. Now, the thing is, and I'm not going to get into the whole semantics about, legal, but having actually filed in the federal court system, civil federal court system, and most people don't realize that defamation is such a high threshold to meet, even for somebody as, famous as Damien, right? But when you look at someone like Drake, who's been famous for 20 years, universally known, one of the most famous people on the planet, that's not an exaggeration. That threshold is even higher. That's like, someone like, say, incoming President Trump suing somebody for defamation. Like, you cannot sue for somebody when your profile is so high. So for Drake actually trying to meet that, it just shows to me that it's a faulty lawsuit. There's no real semblance. And then that was my initial point. And then I started reading it, and I saw there was a lot of misnomers, even to the point where on the one paragraph, they mentioned that Kendrick grew up in Oakland. So to me, that tells me that this petition is a falsified petition that's generated for another purpose. So then my thought process was, what if that purpose is for him to file an injunction with UMG to thwart Kendrick from actually performing the song at the Super Bowl? Because the idea is really
Kamara,
a vehicle for him to file an
I love you, Kamara. I just need you to know that. I'll even text you that I love you. This is just poorly timed. This is just poorly timed. We probably could have gotten that takeoff tomorrow. Or maybe at 3 when James come back at 3 and you can have the whole hour.
Yeah.
So back to Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter is not like us.
We love you, Kamara. We love
Kamara,
you, big
my
dog.
man. He gonna send some nasty messages into the group text now too. It's gonna be a tough day for your boy after that. I love my man, and I knew he was excited. I knew as soon as I knew my man was going to be excited to talk about that. One, because Law's his bag. Two, he hates Drake.
He hates Drake. I real quick, I don't even know what the guy's doing no more. Like, it's just I didn't really know what he was doing to begin with, but I'm so
the idea
not invested in whatever comes out of this.
I genuinely do not believe. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Drake is sensitive. I don't know. I truly don't think he cares if Not Like Us is performed. I don't think the version of Not Like Us that we know is going to be performed. I think there will be OV-ho might be said. There might be like certain things, but the record from beginning to end, I do not think will be performed on the Super Bowl. Yeah. He's moved on from that. Like, he dropped an entire album that didn't include Euphoria. It didn't include Not Like Us. It didn't include any of those tracks. He's launched a tour off of that album. I think that will be his focus. I'm not saying Not Like Us won't be performed in some way, shape, or form. I just don't think the version of what we know is Not Like Us will be performed. Think about what the Super Bowl is. It's a mixtape of the artist. That's what you're going to get.
Yeah. And on the Drake side, like I said, I don't like, I do think his issues with UMG, and that's just, I don't know what his end game is. Like, I don't know if he's trying to get a new deal, if he's trying to get royalties. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, I don't know necessarily what you're trying to do out of all this. And I checked out, I don't know how long ago. So I see, like you, I see what has happened, but the deep dives into what it means and what he's trying to do, I don't care.
Yeah. But again, I love you, Kumar. He's going to be furious. Bad day in the group text for sure.
We love you, Kamara. We do.
I don't know how to get us back. Can we just go to commercial?
Well, that too.
We'll just come back. I don't know. Maybe we'll trash Kevin Huerter. Somebody. There's more. Like, we could talk a little bit about Malik. I mean, there's other things that we could talk about. The Kings. It was such a. They shot pretty well from three. They shot 40% from three. Like, you went over some numbers earlier where it was like, it wasn't that bad. But, man, when you get rock bottomed and stone cold stunned in the first quarter, it's tough
psychologically,
to recover from
that's tough. Like, if you would have everything stayed the same and you were down, you stayed within 8 like they did with Chicago the whole game, like, yeah, you could do it. But even when you're trying to psych yourself out, like, man, if we can cut it from 26 to 15, we got, like, that's a lot. That's a lot. And then you start looking at the clock and all this other stuff, and digging that hole, I think, had just as much to do with it as, or maybe even literally more, because all the numbers ended up bearing out pretty close.
We'll come back. We've got a lot ahead, some of which we don't even know what it is. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right. Oh, man. Sorry, Kevin. I didn't mean to.
Sorry, Kevin. You're headed to Chicago with the second-round pick for Torrey Craig.
Got a little.
There's the guy right there. I gave you a name.
Why would Chicago do that?
He's available, you know? No, because I've seen, like, he's been rumored to, like, they could trade him and all that. They're looking for picks.
Sure, but why would Chicago want Kevin Huerter?
Because you can get off him after next year and we'll give you a couple of seconds for him. The whole point is, like, if he's available for picks, then yeah, make that move. Ideally, Kevin Huerter, nobody's available for Kevin Huerter then because he stinks.
And I'm not saying you, but didn't we just get upset because the Kings mismanaged picks and didn't have any assets like a week ago? Like, because everybody's breaking down all they gave away the second round for Jaden McDaniels. They gave it like, and now they have no assets.
I can't speak for others. I just know that moves need to be made and all that. And if it's not Cam Johnson, it's like we can't get him or whatever. Like Torrey Craig is probably someone who's gettable.
I like Torrey Craig.
He's 6'7", so there's the height right there.
Ladies and gentlemen. Lazy had to get off his suit and tie line. That made me laugh. Get your suit and tie. I'll be on my suit and tie.
I don't know what I'm gonna do when he goes into the Man in the Woods breakdown.
Sit there up in row 215 and there's section 215, and
that might be a good time to go get some popcorn, because that might be about 15 minutes. I can just zoom in and zoom out.
She take a harness trying to crawl up those steps.
No.
Well, Wilson was asking, how come I'm not dead yet? Well, tap in tomorrow.
I'm gonna fall over like those people that fell over at the Paul McCartney concert.
Radio guide takes a tumble down section 215 at the Golden One Center. Warned everyone this was possible. Predicted his death like Machiavelli.
If you were to hold on to the picks and all that too, KC, what are you holding on to it for in the offseason? Like, what do you think that could get you?
It might be able to get you more for Kevin Huerter, who will be expiring at that point. So if you're going to attach the picks, the thought in theory was if you attach those picks,
just looks better with Kevin's contract now it's expiring.
Yeah, and I'm not beholden.
Yeah.
You can get rid of them right now. If you need to, but that's the other aspect.
Sorry to Kevin Huerter and his friends and family. This was a rough first hour.
Yeah, he just got back into town last night. Turned on the radio. Well, we won 7 of 8. I'm sure everybody's excited. Man. Let me see what the streets are talking about. I
don't listen to this show.
Let me tap into D-Lo and KC.
Hey, yeah, sorry, Kevin Huerter. You're welcome, Mike Brown.
Oh man.
Let me tap in and see what these streets are talking about, baby. Big game tomorrow. I'm hyped.
I don't think a single Kings player has ever said, let's tap into these streets and see what they talking about.
Do players listen to the radio?
Maybe some, but more so.
I know it's probably not. About 99% don't. But is there anyone that like, oh yeah, I like local sports radio. Let me tap in and see what they're saying about us.
I think their
think
people
so.
Listen to them.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think social media accounts are followed. As we learned, social media clips are sent to players. And I don't think those. But they got cars like Kenny's where you just get in and it plays like a specialized playlist.
What the hell? What?
So
you got the same car.
Allegedly. As we mentioned earlier, I know Kings fall back to 500. It was a short fall, but they did. But they didn't move in the standings.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Denver beat Dallas. Shout out Trey Young and his 43. They beat Phoenix. That's an interesting team to watch.
It is, man.
They're buried in the Jimmy Butler stuff. Which, did you see Chris Haynes' stuff? I didn't get a chance to listen to his podcast. Did you see the thing about like Miami they're looking to make this a more severe suspension?
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
Like,
it's just both
how?
sides. Well, how is just they won't I don't know if it's suspended more, but the way the fines work, the fines would be doubled instead of how they've been going. So you fine them more, I guess.
How is that possible?
Because
I understand this is a team suspension and not a league suspension, but there has to be something in the collective bargaining agreement that prevents something like that.
Well, what I was reading in Chris Haynes' thing is that right now it's like he's suspended because of conduct detrimental to the team. The way you do that is you say he's refusing services at this point. Like he's refusing to play for you. I don't know how they shape that.
But I don't think there's any evidence that's true, is there?
Right. I don't think so either. I like if I'm Jimmy and I know that that's what they're going to do, I'll play. Oh boy, put me out there. Now I may trick everything off when I'm out there.
So I think that was something else that I read, is that they're questioning whether he's really playing hard out there, which again, I don't know how you prove that unless he's picking flowers in the first row or drinking a root beer.
I don't know,
which we determined yesterday was disgusting.
Literally, I grabbed a root beer today, but I might.
Are they still? How bad of a drink do you have to be for this office to just take everything, everything that is free, except for the root beer?
I saw Jen today. I was talking to Jen about the holidays. Didn't mention the snack shack or anything.
You saw
like that.
Jen in the building today?
Yeah, had a conversation with her. Yeah.
What did she say?
Jen
we just had a conversation. I'm not gonna ask Jen like, "Hey Jen, the snack." Like, Jen is great. I'm not gonna bug her about the snack shack. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Oh, you two are bitches.
I'm not gonna ask.
Oh, wow. Wow. Now we're cowards.
Jen is
now
nice.
We're
hey, Jen can get to it.
Jen, we hungry.
Yeah, she's
we
getting
thirsty.
We're in a soundproof studio right now.
They just
Wesley
threw that in her lap. You know, she's like, I didn't sign up for this.
Yeah.
They just kind of threw it in her
bring
lap.
Kimberly back and let her manage. It's Kim's snack shack, for God's sakes.
Kim gone.
Yeah, she
right.
Yeah,
I heard we almost had her
with another team.
Oh, I know we almost had her back. That's what I heard.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Almost had her back.
She didn't yeah, she gone.
I know.
Damn.
Just give me the company
she's
card.
She's alive with a dog, but she's fun.
Shout out Pretzel.
Just give us the card and we'll go to Costco real quick.
That used to be my job when I worked for Alliance. It's like Fortune schools, like the charter schools. I worked at Alliance in LA. And part of the job was when they had these, they would go to the schools, right? And like have almost like job fairs, trying to find teachers or show appreciation to the teachers. They give me the card. They'd be like, hey, go to Costco or go to Mi Rancho and get, the stuff we need for our tables.
Okay.
One time they had.
Well, what is preventing you from doing that again?
That's what I'm saying. I got experience.
We could turn it into content too. Dilo and KC fix the snack shack.
One time they had me in.
If we do this, we're putting a Dilo and KC sign over it.
That's fair.
Now look, check this out. One time they had me in like deep East LA, looking like, where the house was at the beginning of SoFal, where the
oh yeah,
they had me over there. I was like, bruh. I said, bruh. Nothing. I got everything that was needed, but I said, come on, man. Come on, let's not do this again.
I gotta say too, there's been some integrity lost with the snack shack. I saw too many 7-Ups taken from there, put into the big.
Yo, who buys 7-Up?
Whoa, it's not bad. It's not the first thing I'll grab.
Like, who goes, no, I don't want Sprite, I want 7-Up.
If you
Well,
have
there
an
was
upset
both.
stomach,
There was both.
If you have an upset stomach, 7-Up is the move.
It's different than Sprite?
Yeah, I'm not sure how, but that's the move. Either 7-Up or ginger ale, and I don't like ginger ale.
I'm calling cap on all of this.
That's what they say.
7-Up is like the go-to, I guess.
It is a lemon lime soda. How is it possibly different? There's only look. You could do a lot with the Coca-Cola and root beer. God bless it.
Don't let him slide on that. That's ridiculous.
What?
Dr. Pepper is nowhere near.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it real. Like, you guys are wrong about that. Like,
No,
that's
Dr.
not
Pepper's
true.
fine.
You buy Coke and Pepsi because like that's just the most generic soda you buy
trashing
for the
Coke and
barbecue.
Pepsi.
Well, no, that's ridiculous. Now that's ridiculous. Like,
Everyone is just generic. So let me buy this because like everyone's gonna be fine with this.
And they are. There's a reason.
Basic. It's basic. It's like, yeah, it's just basic.
Buy Dr. Pepper for the next party and see what happens.
You gonna have a bunch
I bet you all that Dr. Pepper's gone.
no, you're gonna have a bunch of Dr. Pepper in your house.
That's not true.
I bet it. Okay,
You guys are
drinking it.
Serve Dr. out in the streets when it comes to soda.
Serve Dr. Pepper at the wedding. You just gonna take home a lifetime supply of
I'd
Dr.
be like,
Pepper.
hey, you got any more water? That's what I'd say.
Don't even. Yeah, we're not serving Dr. Pepper at the wedding.
What? Why not?
There'll be soda, but it's not like, hey, make sure we have Dr. Pepper ready for the people.
You just said that it's better than
Well,
Coke
there's
and
gonna be
Pepsi.
like a bar and stuff like that. It's not gonna be like the.
Oh,
top
you
of-
mean bars
Yeah.
don't carry Dr. Pepper?
I don't know.
I wonder
Get 'em.
why that
Get him,
is.
D-Lo. Get him.
Dr. Pepper
No,
is the Kevin Huerter of soda.
Whoa, don't do that. No, now you're being disrespectful.
To who?
Dr. Pepper's at least Keegan Murray.
Oh God.
A lot of potential. No, now you guys are talking like I'm
Who?
talking.
Okay, no. Who's root beer then?
Kevin Huerter.
Oh,
No,
I think he might be right. I think he might be right.
He ain't bothered nobody.
He didn't, man.
He ain't
I'm
bothered
sorry.
nobody.
That's not okay.
He's out here trying to live his dreams.
Kevin, I apologize.
We'll do it for somebody that's not here. Who was my guy?
Kevin Huerter's better dressed than Devin Carter. There, I said something nice about.
Once again, they both can dress. Don't do that. Devin's fine.
All
Devin's fine.
All right.
What was my man's name? That was
I'm going to the game.
Harrison
tomorrow.
Barnes is Pepsi.
See all
bro.
of these guys.
Harrison
What?
Barnes is Pepsi. He's fine. He's consistent. It's fine. It's not
No,
the greatest thing. It's
De'Aaron
fine.
Fox is Pepsi.
No, it's not.
Come on, don't.
What are you doing right
Harrison
now?
Barnes is water.
Damn.
See, that was messed up.
Well,
no, it's fine. It's,
sure.
Like,
You can,
don't even make a
you can make
soda
Kool-Aid
list.
with it. You can make tea with it. You put it in the soda stream. That's Harrison Barnes.
So
It's
Pepsi and
versatile.
Coke is your favorite soda.
Yeah.
yeah.
Like if I try, yeah.
I mean, I like orange soda.
So like that's Darren Fox, orange soda. Like that's better than Coke and Pepsi.
Oh man.
What
Will
was-
Z just texted Dr. Pepper for life.
There you go, Will Z.
Oh my God.
If Will Z co-signs it, I feel like that's a great thing.
That is ridiculous.
He said it in all caps too.
There you go. And there's numbers backed by that, I'm sure.
Who was my guy? Because
No.
I want to talk about.
Maybe it wasn't Will Z. It was Hannah. Oh, I'm sorry. It was Hannah. It was Mrs. Will Z.
Shout out Mrs. Will Z. Shout out
Oh,
Hannah.
she-
Even
she's,
better.
She's the one in charge anyway. So what Will wants doesn't matter.
I don't want to talk.
If Hannah
about-
wants Dr. Pepper, the house is going to have Dr. Pepper.
Oh, that reminds me. Speaking of who's in charge, the Queen Bee wanted to clarify yesterday that Rikishi is not the first person she thinks of when she thinks of a wrestler. She jumped into the conversation, didn't know what we were talking about, and thought we were just naming random wrestlers.
Mm-hmm.
But she said, "Tell Damien, no, that's not the number one guy."
Fight your own battles, Jasmine. I'm right here.
Stay for Rikishi.
Wait a minute. Is Jasmine coming tonight? Because
yeah.
Well, I can't wait to see you, Jazz. Can't wait to see you, Jazz.
I would, because I'm down. This is bothering me. Don't want to talk about Kobe Jones. He's just living his life. He's fine. Who was the wing player that Monty missed on that was just awful? The guy out of Texas A&M. Oh, I'm drawing a
Robert
blank on-
Woodard.
Whoa, Bob. Woodard.
Bob Woodard should have been a defensive end in the NFL.
Bob was not good.
Bob was like the football players that play pickup with you.
Bob was not good. He is the Dr. Pepper.
Your
All
boy
right,
was a
now.
defensive back too.
Who?
Carson.
Carson Edwards. Yeah. Summer League champ.
I like Carson Edwards.
Carson was built like a.
He was Maurice Jones-Drew.
He was.
Yeah.
He was. So
A lot of Dr. Pepper love in this chat. Even Tasha.
See,
says
that's what I'm
this is
saying. Like, you
wild.
guys are wrong. Like,
No,
I might be
Wow.
wrong
You
on
guys-
the
Dr.
eggs and
Pepper's
salt
more
thing.
like a spice.
it's
Nah,
just
it's
more of a
flavor.
trash.
Like cherry Pepsi's fine.
And
It's
for
better
being
than regular Pepsi.
real, we're talking. I'll
Cherry
it's-
Coke is better than regular
It's
Coke.
Coke
too.
Zero. Like I'm not drinking a Coke.
now
It's
you-
Wait,
Coke
hold on.
Zero.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
yeah,
wait, wait,
now-
wait,
now
wait,
you
wait,
need to come on,
wait,
man. Yeah,
wait.
come on, man.
Are you co-signing Coke Zero?
Well, yeah, my
We're not doing-
co-signing
we're
it.
not doing
We
this.
put a billboard up for it.
Bro, no, we're just gonna have water, bro. Like we ain't doing we ain't
Yeah.
doing a zero. I'll just have water. It's cool. It's cool. That's like
That's pretty Gen X.
that's like that's like that's like what's the one Gatorade?
Oh, he thought that was funny. No, he thought that was really funny.
I
almost held on to that one. Almost
Yeah,
held
that's
on to
good.
that one.
Borrow.
Good. Okay.
It's like Gatorade G-Force or whatever.
Oh,
maybe it's
that's-
Gatorade
All
Zero.
the
that's
other
terrible.
Gatorades.
No, no,
G2,
man.
No,
G0.
Gatorade Zero is good.
Nah, bro.
Ga-
Just look, man. I'll just have some water, bro.
Then have water.
It's good. We
Drink
don't-
your
don't
stupid
need-
little water with the stupid little fluid measurement on it. So you know you go to the bathroom enough times a day so you could get up in the middle of a segment and go pee. Y'all talk about being millennials and me being Gen X. Which one of us hasn't peed in the middle of a segment before? Yeah,
I don't
old man
remember.
over here.
I don't remember.
Old man over here. Hey, I'll be right back. Running out to the bathroom.
Yeah, man,
can't defend Casey.
Me and Dr. King shaped society, so you're all are welcome.
Happy birthday, Dr. King. Oh, somebody else's birthday is today too that I said we need to shout out. Oh, air horns. Happy birthday
Bobby Gerald, happy birthday, baby.
South Sac, stand up, baby.
Yes, sir.
Yes, indeed.
Bobby somewhere in the basement spinning his favorite record.
That's right.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
So
Kobe Jones.
You might have to just play Kevin Huerter. And I looked this up. Maybe people can fact check. I'm not sure. As far as I see right here, they're not necessarily in control of their second round picks till 28. They're tied up with Atlanta
because of the Atlanta stuff.
So first and second round picks are tied up with Atlanta. I'm on Real GM right now. It's top 12 protected. If it's not that, it goes to Atlanta. If it doesn't convey there, 26 is top 10 protected, and will go to Atlanta. And then 25, their second round pick goes to Chicago. 26, their second round pick goes to Atlanta. So those first that are promised to Atlanta, if they're not conveyed, they turn into second round picks.
All right, well, Bonnie, figure out how to steal something. Throw the ski mask on.
I think you might have to. I think Kevin Huerter might have to stay, and maybe you don't play him. But if you don't play him, I think that just ups the minutes for the starters.
I don't think Kevin Huerter is keeping this team from the playoffs, but also I think you can sit him and kind of go from there too. He's just not very good. He's a good basketball player.
I want to repeat this. Right, I want this to be, because we have just completely left. I don't think Kevin Huerter is why the team lost last night.
Yeah, no. That's just
Giannis Antetokounmpo is the reason that the team lost last night. Damn Seth Rollins.
He's not the reason they lost, but it's also we're not out here playing guys for the sake of playing.
But my thing is you're playing them because that's what you got. And people, I'm not here to dispute, like, yeah, you wouldn't need to upgrade, but that's what you got. You gotta try to find a way to make that work.
Never forget Beam Team Year 1.
All right, so we got nowhere. So I don't know. Good luck, Kevin.
Is he unplayable? I don't know. He might be. He might not be.
So that's the thing. I don't, and we disagree. It's fine. I don't think he's unplayable right now.
Okay.
Some numbers are crazy though. I can't dispute the numbers. Those net differentials and all on offs. Like I'm not here to dispute that. I'm not.
You know what I think might really wind up working for them? This is where I was leading to a second ago. Is Phoenix. Like, I don't think Phoenix can bounce back from this. Like, they're buried in the Jimmy Butler stuff, whether they intended to be or not. They're doing whatever they're doing with Brad. And, like, they played last night, and they're not good. KD is really good. Yeah. Book is really good. And I think what they're doing with Bradley Beal is idiotic. Like, Bradley Beal is a really good basketball player. I don't know. Like, that's a team, right? Like trying to, fight their way back into you got Phoenix and you got Golden State trying to fight their way into that top 10 conversation. They're not good. Phoenix is not good.
Yeah, I almost feel like them how I feel with Houston because of all the talent they have. Like, man, they just gonna not make it at all. So I'm always leery. Like, winning 5 or 6 might happen at any time for the guy. I think they kind of got close to that just now. Then they went like 4 or 5 or something like that. And it didn't help that much. But yeah. You think they're like as
they did.
Is?
They had won 4 or 5. That was coming off a 4-game losing streak. That was coming off of losing 7 out of 8.
Do you think as is they can make the play-in?
Yeah, because you have Book and Beal and Brad. I mean, you have Book, Beal and KD. I feel like that team can get you to a play-in. But where is their state of mind going to be post-February? And I mean, I don't think KD's not going to quit. KD's not going to quit. I don't think Book is either. But that team they're starting Mason Plumlee. We get our jokes off about Mason Plumlee. No one's talking about Mason coming in here and taking Domantas Sabonis's place. Yeah. Like Mason Plumlee is not a starter. It's no different than Doug McDermott. God bless him. He's got a place in the leagues. He's got a place on the Kings. That's fine. He shouldn't have started games this year. Mason Plumlee should not be starting basketball games this year. And
I agree with you.
It just feels like that team is just, I don't know, they're ravaged in turmoil right now, whether they intended to be or not.
I don't know if it means it. I was going to say, quick, I don't know if it means anything, but Tim McMahon put out, said the Rockets let it be known they're fans of Devin Booker.
Oh, yeah, they want Devin Booker.
I'm sure they want either one of those two guys.
Devin Booker and De'Aaron Fox are on their summer wish list.
Okay.
That's their target. The vibes are still up, though. Did you see the bet that Booker and KD have for this weekend?
No.
Booker's a Lions fan. KD,
I was
DC.
Okay.
The bet is if the Lions win, KD has to publicly thank Draymond for his 2 rings. And if
that's funny,
if the Commanders win, D-Book has to, it's either a picture or just say Luka's his daddy.
That is funny. That's a good bet right there. That's a good bet right there.
And they came up with it on their own. They're talking about it and stuff like that. So, yeah.
That's a good bet right there. I like that. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening, my brother?
Yes, sir. What's up with my 2 brothers?
What's up, TC?
Hey, look, before we get started, bro, hey, I'm going to fall back for a minute, bro, on the whole me calling and talking about the Kings going to win, but I think I got to fall back on that, bro.
Why?
When I lean back. Because when I leaned back, right, we was on one. But then it seemed like when I call, I know Bean Team won. When I was calling and all that and saying we was going to win by the number, we was winning, bro. But then I got my rate right now is low.
Well, they only lost one.
Yeah, I'm negative right now, D-Lo. So I think I got to fall back on that one for a while, man. So I'm gonna let Houston play out how it's gonna play out tomorrow, bro. We're gonna get it, but I'm not gonna call with a point difference. Last night, bro. Seriously though, last night, Kev wasn't really the reason though. We lost, bro. It was that dude Giannis is different, dude. I'm watching him. I'm like, this dude dunking and I'm just watching him. I'm like, and last night was I tripping, D-Lo, that I kept every time I felt like we couldn't lead, we was going to come back and win, but we just couldn't get over that hump, man. We got down to 9 points, and we just couldn't. Giannis, man, I see why they call him the Greek freak. That dude is – I'm done, Kenny. That dude's nasty, bro.
Appreciate you, TC. No, you good. No, I think they got it to 11, and we were talking like I don't think any of us thought at that point. I don't want to say any of us. Me and KC didn't think they were gonna. It's a shoot. Ladilo, the Philly is 15. I was like, they can do it, and I never. When we were together, I was like, this game's over. Like I never thought that they were going to be able to do that against Milwaukee last night, especially I love Doug. I love this team. What huddle do you make where you break and you go like, okay, we figured it out. We're going to stop Giannis.
No, there is no.
It doesn't exist.
Right.
You 15 in the first, 12 in the third, 27 of his 33 points were in those 2 quarters alone. When he decided we're winning this game, he decided in the first and then in the other first, we're not losing this game.
Yeah.
And there's nothing, Doug, there's nothing Monty McNair could have done about that last night.
No, it's one of those things, though, where the lead got, ironically, maybe this is where the me thinking they had an opportunity happened. The league got so high so early. Still got like 3 quarters of the basketball.
Yeah.
So like you can kind of break it down a little bit and say, hey, if we get it to 15 by the half, it's something. Or getting to that third quarter, man, we can get it 12 by the fourth quarter, and they couldn't hit any of those benchmarks. They were almost there a couple times, just one play away from hitting those benchmarks to kind of ignite that potential comeback. And like you just pointed out, a lot of that had to do with Giannis being out there on the floor. Like there's no answer for him.
Yeah, you can't. You weren't against Milwaukee going to erase the 28 all at once, and that's what Kenny's like. Okay, the lead, it's a 28-point lead. Okay, it's down to 20, down to 15, down to 12, down to 8. Okay, now you can work. okay, they're going to wipe out a 28-point lead in just one swift run. Mm-hmm. That wasn't going to happen last night.
And like I said, it got to 28 early in the second quarter, as opposed to with 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Because at that point, 2 minutes to go in the third quarter, you're down 28. Not enough time. It's like, it's a wrap. But it happened so early that it was like, all right, well, this sucks, but let's chip away at it. They tried.
Yeah, I see. I know that first quarter was bad, and I know I kind of led the charge in going at Kevin Huerter, but Stephen Bryce says if Huerter didn't miss 9 layups, Huerter wasn't the only one missing at the basket. Like our all-pro center was struggling there at the basket too, and that's a big basketball team. Like those are things you got to deal with. It just wasn't the Kings' night. I was never going to read too much into the first loss. Mm-hmm. I want to see what they do now, though. Mm-hmm. What do you do against Houston? What do you do in the upcoming 3 games? You've started to kick out a little bit at home. The record is far from respectable. You're still below 500. Yeah. But now I think they're 10-12. I don't know. I'll look that up. But now you're within striking distance. Yeah, they're 10-12.
Okay, yeah. Maybe 11.
Now you're within striking distance with these 3 games coming up.
Yeah.
Just real quick, I'm sorry to report one of our guys here was chatty housed.
Uh-oh.
There was no such wager between Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. Did you see that off of Hater Report?
No, well,
because I watched the clip and they're talking to him. It's like, oh yeah, we're playing. Like, yeah, they're playing this week. Yeah, we'll bet whatever he wants.
I did get chatty housed.
Sorry. I wanted to save you. It was like, oh, maybe they said it in the video because I didn't watch the video. So yeah, I'm sorry to report a guy. Candy Carroll was chatty house again.
Caption with the video playing.
Yeah, no,
that's what got me. They got me. Damn, they got me. That'd be a good bet, though.
One of these days, we're going to get Giannis to the Kings. And Kenny's going to believe it.
Oh, man.
How many times does this have to happen to you? You are the Michael Scott of this group. Have you ever sent money to a Nigerian prince?
No, I haven't sent money to a Nigerian prince.
I was searching, too, for the deal. I was like, well, I watched the video like 3 times over. Like, it's got to be here somewhere now.
Oh, man. Damn. No.
Well, as Mrs. Mac 10 says, well, still content. Doesn't matter that it's completely not true.
Only thing that matters is we come back and say it wasn't true. That's it.
We're like PTI. We come back at the end with the errors.
That's it.
Okay. Well, I'm certainly proud of this show. James Ham joins us. I know it's an hour early. He joins us when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh.
Yeah, it'd be around 2. Yeah. So yeah, we've switched some things around. Yeah. I stashed a Coke Zero away in the secret room. I might drink it just out of spite.
You don't got to stash it, brother.
Yeah, put it on the counter.
Man, you crazy. Charlie damn near has those things injected into his veins.
Charlie, is that? Oh, somebody took the I'm about to take it. I'm going to take it yesterday. They have 1 bottle left. Like, well, been here for
Did you
3
take
days.
the other ones?
Oh, yeah, I took like 6.
Oh, good. I got like a dozen of those.
Yes, I hadn't watched it. That one night was my opportunity.
No,
and I ain't watched it
all
yet.
Over.
Trying to see. No, it's not gonna happen this week either. Maybe over the weekend.
I'm on the last season of Lost. It's they need to reel it in a bit, I think.
Good luck with that.
It's a fine show, but
I don't know, not me. Anybody watch Landman? Anybody watch that? Bueller? Jacob watched it.
I've never seen that. I don't think I've ever heard of it.
He's the one-man band man.
Madrid, if I had less time, would I be watching a different show? I don't know.
Kyle Madsen. Perfect.
Nick Richards is a Sun.
Yeah.
Josh Okogie is a Hornet.
Okay.
Josh Okogie would have been a good.
Yeah, actually, I like him.
Would have been a
So
good
Charlotte sent a Nick Richards and 1 second-round pick to Phoenix for Josh Okogie and 3 second-round picks.
Justin Nick is cool. Yeah, it's a cool show. It's not my favorite, but it's a cool show. It's worth it, I guess.
Well, all right. Charlotte Hornets big man Nick Richards is headed to the Phoenix Suns. I guess that crew in Phoenix heard our breakdown of that basketball team a minute ago and was like, "Hey, D'Lo and KC says we ain't gonna make it. We got to make a move."
Yeah.
And they did.
What's that breakdown of that trade again? Because that's just that's a lot going on.
Nick Richards and 1 second-round pick from the Charlotte Hornets. Nick Richards and 1 second-round pick are headed to the Phoenix Suns for Josh Okogie and 3 second-round picks.
All right, so
can't do that, right?
Yeah, you don't have that. You don't have 3 second-round picks. And and maybe you could have worked some things out. Maybe it's a play. Maybe Kobe Jones is involved or something like that. But we'll just start it right now for everybody. Is like, oh man, why the Kings? You don't have the picks. And I don't know the deal with the second round, but I think they're caught in limbo. James will help us out with that, I guess, too. But they're caught in limbo because they're tied up to the Atlanta situation.
The second-round picks are tied up to Atlanta too?
That's what I'm seeing because from what I'm seeing,
this Atlanta deal is turning out to be Deshaun Watson level bad.
It's all Kevin Huerter's fault in the end.
Man.
Because what I'm seeing is, so if they don't, they're top 12 protected this year. It's top 10 protected next year. Say the Kings just stink and they keep the first round pick those next 2 years, it turns into a second. So you can't trade it because it hasn't conveyed.
Yeah, if it hasn't, yeah.
You can't put it in a trade, I should say.
Well, that deal worked out, fellas, huh?
All because Kevin Huerter and all because the Kings couldn't beat the Pelicans one time last year. Kings beat the Pelicans. We're not having this conversation.
Toughest part. It was the
Pick
same.
is conveyed. It's over. We're moving forward.
And it was like you couldn't switch it up one game because it was literally the same 6 ass kickings every time.
Imagine this sentence. Kevin Huerter haunts the Sacramento Kings franchise for 5 years.
He's on our team. Didn't even hit a shot or anything.
Who did we trade Kevin Huerter for again? Was it just the picks? I mean, who did we trade for Kevin Huerter?
Why do I feel like that was a no?
Was it just
that
the
was
picks?
I'm thinking of the Tristan Thompson deal is different.
It was Atlanta. So it was. I don't remember.
Justin Holiday is what the streets are saying. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but that sounds like.
Well, you're not having a really good day when it comes to
I got it.
information.
Yeah, buddy, just
Jesse,
this one back
to you.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm saying
Excuse me.
That's what the streets
It was
are saying.
it was Justin Holiday, Mo Harkless, and a future first-round pick for Kevin Huerter.
The conditions on the
Boy,
pick
that
was
first
crazy.
round pick is a monster.
Like that one's just crazy. They would have been better off just giving up the pick.
What do you think we were saying about that first-round pick a few years ago? No big deal.
Boy, this is why Bontemps and the boys were hyped for 2031.
Well,
the Sacramento Kings have won the lottery for the second time in their franchise's history. And the defending champion San Antonio Spurs will draft number 1.
I gotta say though, like at the time when you got Kevin Huerter, like that was something. You didn't give up much to get him.
No, you didn't.
Maybe you could work something out now.
The pick is the
pick wasn't a problem when it looked like the Kings were going to the playoffs.
Do you have a Mohawk Justin Holiday on this team right now to trade?
Well, no. What I'm saying is the pick wasn't the problem. It's the conditions that are hampering you. If you would have just gave them the pick, regardless of like unprotected or something like that, you'd be past all this. But you put all those conditions on. Even with the San Antonio Spurs situation, like you just gave them the swap. It's not contingent on. It doesn't hold you up for the next 4 years. Damn.
All right, guess we're mad at Monty McNair now.
It's a good call. Now we shift our frustration to Monty McNair.
I think they got to get real. They got to get real creative with a deal. That goes without saying, because even that was creative, right? Like we talk about, that's not a lot, but they got creative. A first round pick, and
I mean, you got creative to get DeMar here too.
Yeah,
like I don't think that was straight up. You said what? Chris Duarte and what else?
Harrison.
Yeah, Harrison went to the Spurs.
They got a second round pick.
I
think it was a second round pick as well. Or it was part of a 3-team. That was a 3-team deal. So I think I don't know. I think the second round pick came from the Kings.
Do we feel okay if nothing happens at the trade deadline?
No, I don't. I know Kenny does.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I don't want it to happen.
Dan, what are you looking for?
I'm gonna say a name, just not yet. Give me 2 seconds. Just give me 2 seconds.
I do think as is, like they're a playing team right now, but that's not doing it.
It might be a playoff team right now.
Would you?
Top 6.
I feel like this might get me cussed out.
And some of that has to do with the fact that,
to be honest, any name you've ever thrown out on the show has gotten you cussed out every time.
That's very true.
You just might as well just say
Remember the Kevin Love era.
They almost jumped you.
Man, the money's tough though.
Sorry, we got the trade machine. No worries.
18 this year, obviously prorated. 19 though next year. Would you inquire about Yusuf Nurkic?
I wouldn't.
No.
Why not?
It's too much money for a guy.
That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot of money.
I think he's an all right player. He's fine, but once
you
again,
could probably swap Kevin and Yusuf.
Yeah.
Would you rather have Yusuf at that price?
That's what I'm at. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying.
Valanciunas.
Oh, I think I'd rather have Valanciunas. Yeah, I think I'd rather have Valanciunas.
I've seen 2 seconds for Valanciunas. That's kind of been the thing that's been going around. But again, I don't even know what money can trade at this point.
I look at that position and like the backup big position, and for somebody like that you know paying a lot of money for to play 14 minutes a night, like you're not playing above Sabonis.
I think the backup big to me is less of an issue than maybe needing another wing or trying to shore up your bench, like replace Kevin or something like that. Like I think the Kings can get by more of that, like without a top backup big. I'll say
it's not the worst thought in the world. I just don't think it fits.
Yeah, I'm just.
I wouldn't be opposed to it. Nurkic is a lot of money, but like Valanciunas, if he came here, I'd be pretty happy about that.
How much does Valanciunas have over the?
I think he's 10 mil per or 9.
But is it 3 more years?
I believe he's got this year and next year. Last year was his. Let me check. Let me double check.
I got it. I've already. I got it pulling up right here. Valanciunas. Yeah, he still has 2 years. He's gonna have 20 over the next 2 years, dude. 10 next year, 10 the following year. He'll be an unrestricted free agent in 27-28. He'll be 35 then. So that's a backup big. I mean, that's Nurkic over 2 years versus Nurkic just over next year.
I'm in the minority. I think you might feel the same way, Dame, Jesse too. But in the city, probably in the minority. I'd rather have Kuzma. You know,
I'd
want
absolutely
Kuzma over here, and I know he'd be a bench guy. He makes a lot of money, but he would replace. He'd be a seamless replacement with Kevin Huerter.
Does him coming off the bench concern you, like as far as like him buying in, like I'm an off the bench guy?
No.
I'm not worried about it. I think that's
bro. You want to come off the bench, or you want to win? You want to win 9 games,
right?
What do you want to do?
The checks still come. The checks still cash the same way. Like
if I got you,
that's a stigma of Kyle Kuzma that's a little unfounded.
Completely. It's not a little unfounded. Well, he did say completely unfounded.
He did say when he went to Washington, though. Remember, like he did his when like now he's trying to do like his thing and like lead a team and all that. I don't know if like he's still like just all right. I'm gonna just keep doing my thing.
Well, maybe
like,
he's learned he can't do that.
Yeah.
Maybe he's learned he can't drag a group of unserious basketball players to wins.
Like if they brought him here, I would be like, oh, why would you do that? Just, all right, if he's buying in, then yeah, we're good though.
So
31 and 29 over the course of the next 2 years for both of them, it's not impossible to land them both.
They have to give away Trey though, huh?
You would.
Oh, yeah.
You'd have Valanciunas though.
Were you landing Kuzma?
And Kyle Kuzma.
Oh yeah.
For 2 years.
That's not bad.
Trey's won. Remember Trey's won.
Yeah. That's not bad at all.
I don't remember Trey's dollars. Was it 10?
8.
It was like
8, I believe.
So 8, 17.
That's not bad at all.
You probably need a little bit more.
I'm not against that. I'm still thinking about it. I'm not against that at all.
We're talking about bringing back Valanciunas and Kuzma for Huerter, Lyles, and Piggs.
Yeah, it's probably Huerter, Lyles, in probably one more. Maybe it's Kobe, maybe it's Jordan. It's one other.
I'm doing
dollar
that 10
figure.
times out of 10. I feel like if I got to bench Kuzma, Carter, Keon, and
but there almost certainly has to be a pick involved because that would be the greatest incentive because they'll lose Trey, which they'll be perfectly fine with. Whoever the other player it is, they'll lose them. They'll have Kevin for the other year, but their reward will be the pick.
Yeah, that's a good deal. That's actually a good deal. I've been talked into that one. That's
GM stuff is.
This is a 9-win basketball team. Like they're not going anywhere. Like I don't know exactly what they're. I don't know if their goal is to get multiple expirings and multiple firsts because that doesn't seem realistic. But
I'm not gonna lie, Monty pulls that off. He'll be loved again. Because I could believe in that.
Well, he'll be judged on if it works. We'll sell it. Hey, look, he did it. He pulled it.
That, but also like he finally. I don't want to say finally did something.
No, you could say
all right, finally did something or whatever. Like he went for it. He tried it. Like you could see the vision for it. Like it's up to the players to make it work and all that. But you'd rather have that as opposed to nothing.
He did get DeMar. I mean, it's on his.
Sabonis is on this.
Didn't finish. Got to finish the test.
Do you guys have any reservations of having like all that money tied up in the bench?
No, because at that point I'm like, all right, like I can see wins coming.
Because
I just checked my bank account. It ain't my money, so I don't care.
Well, I'm telling like wins and we're good.
Don't bother me.
But I'm just saying, like, because we said it after DeMar, but like the moves are done unless you're moving one of those guys, one of those top guys, and that'd be something I'd think about. But for that particular deal,
I don't think you're bringing in anything better than Kuzma and Valanciunas. If this is all hypothetical,
yeah, that's
like, I don't think you're bringing in anything better than that.
That's it. Where are we going? Like that's it.
And that's the championship team.
I can see a Western Conference Finals. I need to see them play, and I can see a Western Conference Finals on paper.
I mean,
you got great players. Like Keon is the solidified NBA player. Like he's good. Kuzma, we know what he brings. We know what Valanciunas brings. Devin Carter, he's got some potential.
Yeah, Keegan. Like if you because you look at champions, so you try to equate like Tatum is a top tier player, Brown is a top tier player. Sabonis and Fox are probably below them, not terribly far, but they are. Then it becomes like who's next? Derek White?
That's fair. Yeah, Derek
Keegan?
White. Yeah.
No.
Keegan's not who? Malik.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't think Malik or Keegan are as good as Derek White.
Right.
So like you start to try to figure out, okay, you look at championship contenders, you try to match up the rosters.
I think
synergy could cap that.
Yeah, I think that's a really good team. Like the Kings with all those guys, man. And I think Kuzma will be fine here in Sacramento, whatever his role is. I think he'd work well with Doug Christie. Obviously, Valanciunas is good at what he does. I like those two guys coming to Sacramento. Kind of
well, we did it.
Kind of wouldn't want to get
look,
rid
Monty.
of Trey,
it was that easy.
You got to do.
We trashed Kevin Huerter for 2 hours, and we figured out a deal that'll save the franchise.
I would like to hold on to Trey Lyles, but if you got to move him, you got to move him. It happens.
He's an expiring contract. He's going to be a valuable asset, but he's valuable. But if he's going out, something better come back that helps, because you got business to attend to this year.
Yeah. Do you? I guess because you're getting better at that Huerter position from Kuzma, but do you worry about like the stretch shooting that?
Literally never worried about that. Like. No, because Trey doesn't. It's not like Trey does it every night. It's not like Anthony Davis, where he's just stretching the floor and doing amazing things on a night in, night out basis, averaging 30 points. Trey's getting you 7 points, 6 points. Like, it's good, it's valuable, but I mean, there are games, and maybe if I work hard enough, there are games where, man, Trey was really good. Trey was super impactful. We just had one the other day. The 5 offensive rebounds, 11 rebounds, 5 of them offensive in his minutes. It's very important to the Kings winning. Did Trey win them that game? I don't know. We're talking about a stretch 4. Does Trey shooting win you that game? Like, Valanciunas could get you 5 offensive rebounds. He could get you 11 total rebounds. Get you 20 rebounds in his minutes. So no, the stretch 4 isn't going to bother me.
I don't know about you guys. I feel pretty good now.
Well, we did it. We've been working on a trade all week, and I think we finally have one executed.
That's a good one.
We're just going to sit here and wait quietly for James. It was James's idea to join the show early. So
we'll wait for James or the trade, whatever one happens first.
Yeah, so everybody just sit here, wait for James, and stare at your phone to see if Shams continues tweeting about trades. Nick Richards, I think that was a guy some Kings fans kind of liked, of course, because he's 7 feet and you can't teach that. But
he's a good ball player. I would like to have him here in Sacramento. I also would have
Charlotte sending, by the way, sorry, Tanner, the 2020. Here are the second round picks. Charlotte, yeah. So Charlotte's getting the 2026, 2031, 2031. So it looks like Phoenix has a bunch of second round picks because Denver's wrapped up into this somehow. So they must have picks from Denver.
Like I said, on Real GM, you can figure out like what everybody's draft situation is up until 2031. And it's like just a little column like, 26, 27, Portland, they got a lot going on. You go to Phoenix, for instance, Portland and the Kings, if I'm scrolling on my screen, both of their situations fit on the screen, first and second round. Phoenix doesn't fit on my screen. I have to scroll down to say, let me show you. So let me show you regular. I'll put it up to the camera real quick for the people. This is a regular. This is, Sacramento and San Antonio. Now let's go to Phoenix. Let's see what Phoenix is. This is all Phoenix right here.
Oh my God. Looks like the Bible.
This is all Phoenix and all the stuff that they have tied up in picks and who they go to and conditionals, this and that. They got a lot.
Hammer looked like an Atari system today. Phoenix is a mess, James. Even
heck yeah.
Like Nick Richards, this is a good ball player, big guy, something they desperately need. They're starting Mason Plumlee, for God's sakes. But that team is a mess.
Oh, yeah, I think it's a total mess. I mean, that team has been a little off since they made the big trade to get Kevin Durant, and it's just really tough to bring in the talent around those guys when you have 3 $50 million players basically.
One of them coming off the bench. That's incredible. We're talking about $20 million of like Yusuf Nurkic coming off the bench, and now you got $50 million from Bradley Beal coming off the bench. Crazy.
It's tough look.
Do you speaking of that trade, do you like either one of those guys that got swapped out and think they would have helped the Kings, Nick Richards and Josh Okogie?
Yeah, I mean, did the trade go through? I missed this on the way home.
It did. Yeah. So Nick Richards is headed to Nick Richards and a first-round pick is headed to Phoenix for Josh Okogie, and I'm sorry, a second-round pick. I'm sorry, Nick Richards and a first-round pick. Second, God damn it, Nick Richards and a second. Just edit this out. Nick Richards and a second-round pick are headed to Phoenix for Josh Okogie and 3 second-round picks.
Yeah, actually, I like all those. I like both those players. Just for where the Kings are at, like I think the Kings could have used Nick Richards, but again, it's difficult because you don't have sort of the draft capital to give up in that situation. And like, look, is he a game changer? I don't think so. But he is athletic. He does block shots. You know, he would be like a true rim runner type guy for Malik Monk. And as far as Okogie, I think Okogie is a very, very good defensive player. He's limited offensively, but he's also way younger than a guy like Jay Crowder. Maybe not as big as Jay Crowder, but still plays that same physical style.
Real quick, James, help us out with this one. And let me know if this is accurate information or not. But I'm trying to figure out exactly what the Kings have to trade when it comes to picks. They don't, from what I can see, they don't have control to make a deal of a first-round pick until 27.
At the earliest.
At the earliest. And they don't have control of a second-round pick until 29.
Yeah, and all they have is 29. Okay, so they only have their 2029 second-round pick, and then they have this ridiculously, like, protected. It's like 55 through 60. If it lands, the Bulls pick somehow lands 55 through 60, you would get the Bulls second round pick. But outside of that, like the Kings have very little. Their 26 and 27 are tied up in the Kevin Huerter trade. So if their second round picks, their first round picks, their 25 and 26 are tied up in the Kevin Huerter trade. If it doesn't relay by 2026, their 2026, they keep their first round pick, and the trade then becomes 2 seconds, the Kings 26 and 27. So they can't trade those two. So they technically can't trade their 27, although they can trade it. They just have to have language in there that says if the 2026 first round pick isn't relayed, then they get the 2027. If not, a team would get their 2028. They have their 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31 first round picks, but the 31 first round pick is the one with the pick swap from San Antonio.
When the hell did second round picks become the new hotness? Them things have been going. I was starting a couple of years ago. I feel like those things started getting thrown around like crazy.
That's why it was surprising when the Kings just kind of gave a bunch of them away, because they are valuable. We've seen players get traded for 4 second round picks, or a decent player going for 2 second round picks. We saw the Dennis Schroeder trade where that cost Golden State 2 second round picks. Like they do have value. They have trade value, and the Kings, we went through this one day, but they gave up 2 to get Chris Duarte, and then had to give up 2 to get rid of him. They gave up 2 to dump the salary of Sasha Vezenkov and Davion Mitchell, but then got Jalen McDaniels back and needed to give up another first round pick in that deal. Another second round pick in that deal to clear up salary cap money, so you could drop below the luxury tax. And so just in those 2 deals over the last year and a half, they gave up 7 second round picks, and so they don't have any, and that's not a great deal, and not a great place to be in, where you don't even have seconds to deal with.
That's that's not good stuff right there by Monty McNair.
Damn Wes Wilcox.
They're the sweeteners.
I need a couple more second round picks to get this deal done.
Because I remember at one point, like 2 years ago, I felt like they had like 6 second round picks, and everybody
they had like a suitcase of them. You're like, hey, what are you gonna do with all those second round picks since you don't use them?
Get Bob Woodard and Jameis Ramsey.
Yeah, and Jalen Slauson, Colby Jones.
Oh,
yeah, Neemias Queta.
That one worked out. Not for us, but pretty good ball player.
Mm-hmm.
He
what?
He still don't really play.
And you could have had Trace Jackson Davis too, instead of Jalen Slauson, who, of course, Trace Jackson Davis Plays for the Milwaukee Bucks, if you didn't know, but Trace Jackson Davis, you could have had him.
That was a little trickier, I think. But there was something about, what was it, Trace Jackson Davis's agent?
Yeah, it was telling.
Is Mike Dunleavy's brother.
That's what it was. Yeah, it was.
But he would have come to Sacramento. Like he would have. Like that was the one other spot that he was kind of looking at. Was kind of hopeful that if it wasn't the Warriors, it would be Sacramento.
He's also looking a little funny in the light if you listen to Warrior fans.
I don't. That's cool because I don't listen to them.
We just tune out Drew Down all the time. We don't listen to Drew Down. Come on.
Oh, man. I listen to him because this is comedy right now.
Oh, it's funny right now.
I'm tapped in.
Yeah, it's funny right now.
Well, and I would tell you, Trace Jackson Davis is a player who's going to look better when better players are around him. He's an excellent passer. He's a very, very good rebounder. He scores around the rim. The only thing he blocks shots. So one thing he cannot do at all is shoot from the perimeter. I mean, he took 3 total threes in all of his college years, which were, I think he played 4 years at least. So he's just one of those guys that I think would have been a very, very nice player that you develop behind Sabonis that has Sabonis like tendencies, and then maybe you can stretch out the shot and get him shooting threes down the road.
Last night's game, Hammer, big deal, little deal, no deal.
Oh, no deal. Yeah, I'm not worried about last night's game at all. You already got, the first 2 wins on the road trip to come home, with a 2-1 trip. You knew you were going to have trouble with a team that just got absolutely crushed in their previous game by 45. And so you're going to face a hungry team at home, and you're, in the third game of a 3-game road trip. So not to be Giannis Antetokounmpo is one of the most difficult people to defend in the NBA. And you didn't have a great game plan to defend him, or at least you didn't follow through the game plan, because I can't imagine the game plan was to let him have space and let him get a running start at you. And we saw that a lot early on.
Or the game plan doesn't matter because it's Giannis. Everybody got a game plan.
That'd be my guess.
He's averaging 33 and 12.
Mm-hmm.
Other teams got a game plan too. Not saying that you're wrong. They could have not executed the game plan or had the right one. And with a guy like that, it doesn't matter sometimes, especially like you mentioned, James. It seemed like he was motivated. That team was motivated because Doc Rivers was like, I'm never taking you out of the game. We're not losing like that again. He played the whole first quarter and whole third quarter. And when it got dicey in the fourth, all right, Giannis, you thought the night was over? Nope, get back in. Time to go to work.
Yeah, I think it's funny too. We all play these daily fantasy sport games, right? And Kyle was talking about it today, how Giannis was his points, rebounds, and assists were astronomical. So if you think back to Domas against the Celtics, where he had 28 rebounds, scored 23 points, had 3 assists, so that total was 54. Giannis had a 57 last night. It's just insane how good he is and how he stuffs the entire stat sheet, and he plays defense.
I'm going to ask you a difficult question, Hammer.
Uh-oh.
Has Kevin Huerter reached the point where he's unplayable?
I would say about half the time. Yeah. Not to be mean to the guy, but there are games where he comes out and he hits a couple of shots and you're like, okay, this is working. And then there are other games where he's not hitting those shots, and then the other team is just picking on him. And I think that's what we've seen quite a few times. I thought he did really good in the Boston game. You go back, even defensively, I thought he held his own against Jason Tatum, which I didn't expect at all. But he got a couple of stops there. And, there's some nice things that he does. And I know a lot of people think that, he doesn't bring anything to the table if he's not scoring. And that's not really the case. I mean, he does rebound well for a guard. He does pass the ball. He does create. And he just, for whatever reason, he hasn't had a good season. And since Doug took over, I'd say it's even gotten worse, just because, he's needed less and less. And Doug has relied more and more on Keon Ellis and given Devin Carter extended minutes, on a couple of games too, where it ate into those minutes that Kevin would typically get. It's why the Kings, we can talk about length and athleticism, whatever we want to talk about, as far as what this team needs. What this team needs is somebody else who can go out there and give you consistent scoring off the bench. And, when you move Malik Monk to the starting lineup, it did deplete that second unit, but you can't go into a game last night, or would you get you get 17 points out of the core guys before the, sort of the last 2 minutes of the game where, Jordan McLaughlin scored a 3 and I think Colby Jones got a bucket. But they had a player that no one's ever heard of put up 16 on you off the bench, and you end up getting outscored your primary bench unit 39 to 17. And a lot of people are like, well, Doug and Mike, neither one of them have relied heavily on the bench. And it's like, you think that's by plan? No, it's out of necessity. You don't want to lose ball games. So you're going to put your best players out there because the other guys, unfortunately, about half the nights this season have not carried their weight. And it's a difficult thing. But, Devin Carter, 0 for 5 from the field. Trey Lyles didn't exactly light the world on fire. And, to be fair, Keon Ellis wasn't in that second unit, so you would have had some points from him there. But overall, just getting outscored was not a good look by as much as they did get outscored. And they've got to rely heavily on the starters as of right now.
So what do you think the solution is for that? Because you talk about AJ Green, and he obviously he played his minutes. And I'm not trying to stall out Kevin Huerter because he numbers and everything say he's bad, but AJ Green played 30 minutes, shot the ball 13 times. You compared that to Kevin Huerter, who played 18, shot the ball 8 times. Is it one of those things where AJ Green is able to have a 16-point game because he's out there and it's either sink or swim? Or is the answer saying well, Kevin, you're not good, let's take you off? Because AJ Green, he was 4 or 13 from beyond the arc. Not like he was on fire, but he had the freedom to just, hey, let it go, shoot it. So I'm just asking. I don't know the answer myself. I'm just saying, what is the answer? To glue a guy like Kevin Huerter to the bench, or maybe try to empower him a little bit?
No, I mean, I think the key is you keep him. You try to get him right. You try to get him on the right path, and you also look around the league and see if there's a replacement, if there's somebody that you can go get that can help you. And, again, AJ Green, I mean, he had the advantage of all the attention was on Giannis and Dame. And so that's going to be something that, of course, he's going to get a whole bunch of wide open looks. Also, no Chris Middleton. So he had that opportunity as well. But I just don't see that the Kings have that guy. I mean, the closest thing that they have that could just step out on the court and just start hoisting shot after shot is Doug McDermott. And, he comes with his own limitations as far as defense and as far as assists or rebounds. And that's where I think Kevin Huerter does give you a little bit of a boost, that he's just flat out, he's a better defender, a better rebounder, and a better passer, a better creator than Doug McDermott. But that doesn't change the fact that, Doug is still a knockdown shooter. He's still shooting 41% from 3. And if you gave him an opportunity, there will be nights where, he has the sort of the track record that you believe he'll hit 3, 4, 5 threes in a game and sort of give you that boost. But for right now, it's very difficult. You certainly couldn't, in my opinion, put Doug McDermott and Kevin Huerter out there on the floor together for any extended period of time, not just because neither one of them are great defenders, but you don't really have the defenders around them that can support that. And so that's a problem too.
Okay, well, that makes 3 of us. We don't know what to do. We don't know what to do.
I'll ask James this though. We all agree, trying to get improvements and all this other stuff, but he's playing tomorrow. He's on the roster tomorrow. Is he unplayable? Do you not play Kevin Huerter? Do you take him out of the rotation?
No, because he's still, there are things that Kevin Huerter does that actually give you an opportunity. And he's a big guard, and people still defend him as if he hits his shots. And it's because he has a proven track record. Same thing with Doug McDermott, but Doug doesn't move as much as Kevin does. So, but I mean, I'm certainly over the idea that you need Kevin Huerter and his gravitational pull.
I thought the Kings really missed Malik last night. Now, Malik wasn't going to stop Giannis. Be clear about what we're talking about. Giannis Antetokounmpo beat the Kings' ass last night. The Milwaukee Bucks beat the Kings' ass last night. But, in those moments where, KC's been talking about, when you get into a deficit like that, especially an early one, you're not going to erase it all at once. Just chip away. And remember, I think KC's first one was get to 15 at half, and you can start working from there. When you get to the 18, 17, 16, that's where I feel like Malik, not just with his playmaking ability and his playmaking for others, but with that energy and that fire, like, hey, we're getting there. Hey, let's just keep chopping away. Those guys, I think we hear coaches say it all the time. I think Doug said it recently. Just get the lead to such and such. Mm-hmm. The Philly game, I think, was the famous, hey, give me 3 stops in a row. 3 stops in a row, and we'll go from there. Like, they take mental markers like that, and I think Malik is, no pun intended, a king at doing that. And, man, they missed him last night.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this a bunch of times. The player who always misses him the most is Domas. Domas had a big game, what do you have, 16, 10, and 9? But it said those other 4 opportunities at the rim he didn't get because he didn't have somebody feeding him. And so, Malik Monk and his ability to break a defense down, to get downhill and to draw attention and then find Domas on those cuts to the basket. That's something that this team just really can't live without. And again, if you're talking about what do the Kings need, they could use another player who's just really good in the pick and roll. And whether it's a tall guy or whether it's another guard that's just good in the pick and roll. One of the reasons why the Kings, outside of the fact that, Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox are super close, one of the other things that they had done the research on was the fact that he was the best pick and roll guard in the NBA, like per the numbers. And so they knew exactly what they were getting themselves into, whether like, again, the rim runner type guy, go get a JaVale McGee to go with him, or if it's just Domas. And I think they found that tandem with Domas is just incredible. The other thing, when you don't have Malik, you have to manufacture your own energy because he's not there to bring it. And that's a problem for this team. They're not sort of that type of player. And I think we all like played sports, and you always, who the guy who was on your team that like brought that energy and sort of got everything out of everybody, and when you don't have that piece, it's really difficult. And, one of the problems when you shift Malik Monk to the starting lineup is all of a sudden he goes from playing 26 minutes a night to 34. And so if he wasn't ready for that, if his body's not ready for that, we are going to see Malik break down. We are going to see him have issues here and there because he hasn't played that type of minutes anytime in the last couple of years in the NBA. I think with the Lakers, he averaged 28 minutes a game, but his first year in Sacramento, he averaged 22.3 minutes per game. Second year, like 26.3. So when you bump him up to 34 minutes a night, all of a sudden you are going to run the risk of, number one, burning his legs out, but number two, having him start to break down and have a couple of injuries here and there, which is probably a little bit of the residual of what we're seeing right now.
They lose to Milwaukee. It wasn't a close game. But you go 2-3 on this little short 3-game road trip. Is there anything frustrating about that after seeing last night and seeing, maybe because it wasn't a close game, maybe that frustrates some people, but I think we're all in the belief here that we said it before the game yesterday, 2 out of 3, everything's all good. But after actually living through the loss yesterday, do you think there's anything frustrating about the road trip as a whole?
No, not at all. I mean, again, if you would have told me at the beginning that I'll give you 2-1 on the trip, will you take it? I would have said, yeah. Like, there's no way that I saw them going 3-0. And to be honest with you, I saw them going 1-2. And you were hoping that they didn't get clubbed so bad in Boston that you had some residual that held over into the Chicago game and cost you the Chicago game as well. So, like, look, I think everyone should, be hopeful that this team wants to be greedy and go win them all. But, like, be realistic. Like, this is a team that, is turning things around. They took this huge leap forward. There's going to be like these little step backs, and you need to make sure that one game doesn't turn into two. You got a big game against Houston coming up, and you might not have Malik Monk again. I have a tough time seeing Malik Monk missing a TNT game. I just, that's not who he is, and he's going to want to be out there in the bright lights. But also, you don't want this thing to snowball at all, and the way that this season has gone, a loss to a really good team like the Bucks, and then a loss to a Houston Rockets team that, if you do lose that game, that's a really good Houston Rockets team who's, way ahead of you in the standings. What you can't let that happen from then on is to go, oh no, here we go again, and drop games to bad teams like the Wizards or even the Golden State Warriors, who aren't playing well at all right now. So this is a moment where, okay, you lost one, like regroup. Hopefully you don't lose two, but if you get a win against Houston, that's a big win. That's a big win against one of the top three teams in the West. Then you start looking at the next couple of games and saying, okay, like we didn't win 8 in a row, but there's a possibility here. You can win 10 out of 11. And to be honest, it's really good. So like if they continue this path that they're on right now, I see good things. I see good things for them.
Real quick, Rockets coming in the Golden One Center on a back-to-back, second night of a back-to-back. They play the Nuggets tonight, I think.
Oh, in Denver?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's a crazy one.
I'd also like to point out, as much as I would like it to be true, the Warriors aren't going to lose every game the rest of the season. So as long as Steph Curry is stepping foot on the Golden One Center, I'm going to be a little.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be a little anxious.
Yeah, I'm never comfortable going against those. Anxious. Never.
We'll come back. James is going to spend a couple more minutes before we send him out on soccer dad duty. So we'll talk more Kings basketball with the insider from the Insiders, James Ham, here with Dilo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. No, go ahead.
Did my picture clear up, or do I need to switch Wi-Fi's?
No, you're good. You look, you're in 4K.
Oh, okay. Sweet.
Right. 4K, my friend.
I forgot my phone in the other room. I'll be right back.
Okay. I guess it's just the hell with me. I'll stay here by myself then. Me in the chatty house. Oh, isn't it Wednesday? What's Manny, you got to get your call in today. Well, Skeegan 916, that's probably always true. Hey, we never saw James again. Yeah, that's funny. Where's Leandro Barbosa? That's a good man. I mean, that's a good question. Where is Leandro Barbosa?
He's there, I think.
Is he? I'm not. I used to see him a lot. Him and Doug would work out Domas, but I haven't. I haven't been to the arena a lot this year. James, I'll be there tomorrow and Sunday.
Oh shoot! Yeah, I need to send that text out.
Yeah, I'll be there tomorrow and Sunday. Yeah, I hadn't seen Barbosa, but I kind of assumed that was my own doing.
Okay, Thursday, Sunday, Wednesday, right?
Thursday, Sunday, Wednesday. Yeah, I think I'll probably do all three.
Okay, I just sent the text out.
I'll reply to it so you have it.
Jared Brown. No, I'm not expecting a trade as of right now.
I think Huerter for Nurkic works.
Oh, for Nurkic?
I don't know that I love it. Yeah, I don't know that I love it, but it works.
I don't hear good things about him off the court.
Yeah.
Or like as a personality. I don't want to say off the court like he does bad things, Like he doesn't, pick up his dog poo when he goes on someone's lawn in his neighborhood or something, but no, I just think
who the only people worse than I think we're coming back here. So I'm gonna tell you on the I was telling James, the only people worse than the people who don't pick up after their dog on a walk are the people who put those stupid little signs on their yard that say, you know, no dogs on here. Man, go to hell. Dog be fine. We'll clean it up. Be just fine.
I have a picture of my pug squatting right next to one of those signs.
Oh, that's terrific.
He chooses to go where he wants. Like,
shout out to the pug. Shout out.
You're not the boss of him.
We were talking about this during the commercial break, and actually that's what sparked the conversation. You don't like Yusuf Nurkic, do you, on this team?
No, I mean, like in well, I mean, I don't hate it except for the dollar amount. Yeah. Like
you get no relief, and maybe you don't really get an upgrade because it's about, I think we just looked it up. What was it? 20? It was like 19 and 20 or something like that for the rest of this year and next year.
No, I'm not taking that, especially when like Jonas Valanciunas is out there, and I mean, he's a 3-year 30, so 10, 10, and 10. I would much rather have that than I would a situation where you're bringing in a guy that you're like, I don't know how he fits type deal. You know?
No, I was going to say that's all it really is for me, I think, is the contract. I wouldn't want to take a chance on him because of that money, because he's an all right player. Phoenix got him looking like he's the problem.
He looks,
and I don't think that's necessarily fair, but I like Valanciunas better in that scenario.
I think it's interesting. Every big man that goes there is the problem, you know? So whether it's Ayton and now it's Nurkic. I mean, again, I don't hear great things as far as like locker room type stuff with Nurkic. But at the same time, I mean, there's a point in his career where I think he had 6 blocks against the Kings one night and like 8 assists. Like he can pass, he can rebound, he can hit a shot. You're just wondering if he can do all of that and that team needs that toughness and everything else. Why does he not work there? And the fact is he just doesn't. So
it's going to get loud, by the way. Like there's going to be a lot. I mean, De'Aaron's, like I saw Bleacher Report had their one trade idea for every team yesterday. And it was like Spurs and Keldon. I can't remember. There were 2 other players. I can't remember who. There were 3 first-round picks in that trade. De'Aaron Fox.
They had a Rockets deal the other day. They didn't just switch it up to another deal in 2 days.
They did. Yeah.
Bobby Marks had a deal today.
Oh, for De'Aaron?
No, it wasn't De'Aaron. Kings would get Jimmy Butler, though.
Oh, no.
I think it was Trey Lyles, Kevin Huerter, DeMar DeRozan. It was a 3-team deal.
Oh,
I'm cool.
I am too.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, though. Thanks, Bob. Bobby's our guy, but it's a hard pass for me, dog.
No, thank you.
That's a bona fide franchise killer. Like, why would anyone at this point risk that?
There's a lot of evidence pointing to that's not going to end well for Sacramento. So
or anyone else. Like
right.
He wants his extension as soon as he gets traded. He wants another $100 million tacked onto his 50 whatever million owed next year. So, yeah, I mean, if you're up for $175 million and, you know, a guy who decides he doesn't want to play anymore, who's 35 years old, yeah, I don't know. Good luck with that. Because that's going to cost a ton to get him in your building.
I'm sorry, Casey.
No, are you looking at the trade?
I am.
Yeah, this is crazy. I just pulled it up.
You know what? You know what's getting me the most is the title of the article. 5 offers that would change the title race. Butler joins the Kings to end the feud with the Heat. We get Alec Burks, Kings legend, I believe.
Yep.
Killer, not really a Kings legend, though.
I think he played 14 games and scored 21 points total. Oh. Yeah.
But when he plays against us, he's Giannis.
Yeah.
And we're giving up a top 4 protected pick?
Yeah, that's crazy. And a pick swap in 2029.
Oh, Bobby, this is crazy. No,
well,
sir.
Looks like we're giving up everything. Nobody is. Who's even trading with?
Like, what is Detroit even giving up in this conversation?
You know, I'm going to say this too. I think the one thing, like, if you saw the clip of when the Bulls had DeMar there, when the Kings rolled through Chicago, right? You had like standing ovation from Vucevic and from Zach LaVine for DeMar DeRozan. Like, you'll get a standing ovation the day that the Miami Heat trade Jimmy Butler, but by his teammates saying thank goodness he's gone. Like, there's something, DeMar DeRozan, like point whatever. He can't defend like Jimmy Butler, but like when he leaves the city, it's not in ruin. And that's exactly what Jimmy Butler everywhere he goes, it's just like, oh my goodness, like look what you did. You trashed everything. Like, big deal. You have an opportunity to go deeper in the playoffs, like 1 year, maybe 2. Okay.
Well, if you can't even guarantee 2, I might take it. If you told me it was 2, right. I might take it. I just don't see that trade changing the title picture.
No.
And you're giving up
everything.
You're giving up. That was a lot.
Well, your whole bench. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So your bench is gone, but like, so is any hope at a future.
Yeah, trade assets, draft picks, everything.
That is literally Monty and West going, F it. Whatever, dude. I'm out anyway, so let's get this deal
that
for Jimmy Butler.
That was a crazy
done.
trade proposal. I skimmed by it this morning when I was on the website. I was just like, no, I wouldn't do that. And then I actually just when we were talking about, let me see what the details were.
No, this is wild.
I said, wait a minute. I think we were looking at the same talk. I said, well, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's a little
this
wild.
Ain't good.
Well, even that, most of the trades you're seeing right now are like De'Aaron Fox for, 2 dudes, maybe 3 dudes who are, 7, 8, 9 in your rotation, or 6, 7, 8 in your rotation.
Yeah, the Spurs offer was trash. The Bleacher Report one was garbage.
No, it's bad. And so is the Rockets one, where you're talking about Fred VanVleet with a team option at $46 million or something for next year. Like, that's a crazy trade. And not that I like Fred VanVleet, but if the Kings are making a move with Fox, it's going to cost you, like I keep saying this, like if you're dealing specifically with Houston, they'll want to wait till this summer. It'll be Jalen Green. It'll be Jabari Smith, and they'll ask for Tari Eason, and they'll take Cam Whitmore most likely. And then they're going to want to pick. Like, that's probably what they're asking for. And to be honest with you, go look at the Donovan Mitchell trade. I mean, they got more than that for Donovan Mitchell. And I expect the Kings to ask for a ransom for Fox as well, if that's where if he does decide to go. And you're just waiting to see whether he pushes the button or not. But it's for everybody in Sacramento right now. Everything should be about trying to win as many games as possible to convince De'Aaron that this is a spot for him to stay. Everything outside of trading for Jimmy Butler. If there's anything else that you can do outside of trading for Jimmy, like everything else, though, like there's no reason, there's no reason at all for the Kings not to make a trade today. Like, they have until February, whatever, but why do you make a trade that you only have a player for 25 games left in the season? 5 of which you're going to have this feeling out period and whether or not they fit or not. And, who knows if it's a good fit. 2 games where you might lose specifically because you have so many players going out the door that you can't, field a reasonable roster. Like, time is of the essence. Go out and make a deal if there's one to be made. Don't wait around. And if you think you need to see more of this team, I don't know what to tell you. Like we're not dealing with abacuses here. You have computers. Like, we're way far advanced past I need to still see a couple more games of these guys. You know exactly who they are. It's the same group you've had for 3 years. So I'm just confused.
James, how realistic you think it is they make a deal?
I think it's pretty realistic. I mean, because just because you fired a head coach doesn't mean that Rich Paul, his request for more talent, went away. Like this team, it needs more. We just talked about it, how, they almost outscored AJ Green on the bench yesterday. They beat AJ Green 17-16, but they also had Bobby Portis go for 8 points and a couple other dudes go for one went for 11, and you just got thumped. You do not have the depth on this roster right now to to compete at like a 4 or 5 seed, you might be able to make a run and get there just on vibes and all that stuff. But once we get to playoffs, we all know like the roster, the rotation shrinks down, and that shrinking down of the rotation means that like, how much do you trust Kevin Huerter as your 8th man? How much do you trust?
I think we all agree they need to.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get there? Do they have what it takes to get there? We just saw Nick Richards and a coach get traded for 5 combined picks or 4 combined picks. Like, do they have what it takes to make a deal that'll add to this, not just subtract? Do they even have one that'll swap?
It's gonna hurt. I mean, like you're gonna lose picks, and that's a scary proposition when you don't have, DeMar DeRozan isn't a guaranteed player for you in the 26-27 season. So are you going to give up that 27 pick? I don't know. That's tough, but man, it's you have to gamble at some point, and you've got to put your faith in what you have, and add the pieces that make those players better.
All right. So James has faith.
We'll see. I mean, at some point you have to, though. I mean, or you have to say, well, we should be sellers.
Oh, that's a whole different conversation. Because when you say sellers, you're really talking about one person.
I don't know.
I mean, but like you can offload the other. But if you're truly selling, you're talking about De'Aaron.
Well, I mean, maybe. If you're truly selling, there's all kinds of players on your roster you can sell.
Yeah, we're not there. We don't need to sell nothing.
No, I mean, but are you buyers or are you sellers? Because at 20-20, you can't say, well, we're a stand pat team.
Yeah, we're constantly window shoppers.
No, you're not a stand pat team. Yeah, I told Kyle today, like all these, every time an NFL team interviews an offensive coordinator or a NFL head coach possibility right now, they keep sending out these, like, it's almost like baseball cards of the guys that they interviewed. We just completed an interview with, Coach X. Like, I need the Kings, like, they probably should just put out, like, who they're interested in the same way. Like, hey, we are interested in player X. We've had conversations, because that's what they do anyways. Like, we hear all day long about who
the tough part of that is you got to follow it up with, well, we missed on this one. Well,
NFL coaches don't do that. NFL organizations don't do that.
Well, you hit them with the old Domantas Sabonis. Man, missed again. Like, we were close, but no cigar.
Yeah, well, at least we got that one done.
Yeah, Jesse, we're gonna break right here because James is gonna go be a soccer dad.
Hey.
So we're gonna get things right. We're gonna come back. We've got Kings basketball to talk about. I don't know if we're gonna get to him today. I do have some thoughts on the Raiders head coaching position. We might have to hold those off till tomorrow, but I got some thoughts. Appreciate you, James, for jumping in early and spending some time with us. Make sure you're locked in with James and Kyle tomorrow at 10 a.m. We've got more Kings Talk ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Good stuff. Thanks, James.
No problem. Bye, friends. Hey, Kenny, get back to my text.
He did.
Oh, okay. Got it. Cool. I'll send that to Michael.
All right,
see you,
man.
friends.
See you.
Right. Bye.
We'll do prize picks at some point before we go because it's back.
Okay. Let's do this. I changed the name. Okay. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big ups to my man down is dope. Big ups to the dope ones. Big up to Jordan Brand. We hadn't had a little 13th round. This is the first one of the year. And this is a joyous one. This is a great occasion, okay? Because it was announced the other day that Tyson Fury is retiring from boxing. Let's go. Round of applause. Round of applause. Not for his career, but for the fact that his ass is leaving. Get him out. Now, I've been waiting for his retirement for I don't know how long. Can't stand the guy. Really can't. But even when it's somebody that I don't like, or I'm not a fan of, I can still separate my feelings from what he accomplished in the sport. He's one of the greatest heavyweights of all time, one of the greatest heavyweights in recent history. He beat Vitaly Klitschko. He had 3 fantastic fights that'll go down in history with Deontay Wilder. And he was a great champion. Now, here's the other aspect of it. I shouldn't say a great champion. He was the champion. I don't like the guy. He wasn't great, but he was a champion. I won't take that away from him. Here's the other aspect of it is, do you think he stays retired? Because there is always that fight out there with Anthony Joshua, even though they've both fallen off, would still be a huge fight in the United Kingdom. Does he stay retired? He already retired once and came back another time. He may do it again. I hope he stays retired. I hope he stays gone. And I think that the heavyweight division can now progress and move on and try to get back into a positive light with his ass out of the picture. So long. That's the 13th round.
Called up to the big leagues.
Am I buying the Crawford Canelo rumors? Yeah, I think it'll happen. I think that'll go down.
I'm sending Jake a smart ass response. You can read it, just can't read it out loud. Let's bring our man Tone in here. What's up, Tone?
How y'all doing this afternoon? What's going on? What's going down?
Yeah.
What's up, big
Tony
dogs?
Harvey. What's up, baby? Man, it's so kind of you to join us. We appreciate you, man. Thanks for being flexible with us. Let's start with, we don't really need to harp on the ass whooping that the Kings got last night. Let's talk, though, because you've been around this team for so long. Man, what do you think is clicking with these players and Doug Christie, with DC winning 7 of his first 9 games as a head coach?
That's what they wanted. This is what they're getting. They want to play with more freedom. They wanted somebody to stop huffing down their back about some being verbal about some things, and they want to win some ball games. It was in a tough time, going through that 5-game stretch with Mike Brown and all. So it was looking pretty good. And of course, they had to go retro, go back in the past, and bring up somebody who could, help facilitate this thing. That's Doug Christie. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. The game last night, that first quarter was pretty bad.
Yeah,
I guess all 3 of us can agree, on that point. But things still looking kind of promising. Now you got a 3-game homestand, which starts tomorrow with Houston, and you get to test yourself a little bit further under the guidance of the interim leader, Doug Christie. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. There's still some things that has to be ironed out. If you want to go back all the way to December 27th, I just been talking to somebody, about the Monty McNair situation. We still haven't really, he hasn't talked to the full range of reporters around here. And I'm talking about the local media.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and no disrespect to Mark Jones, but that's an in-session. I mean, that's an in-house interview.
Yeah.
So you really need to get out here and talk to the people who understand, the fourth estate, questioning authority. So we really want to get on that point too. But then on the flip side of that, the offense still has some things, to work out as far as personnel.
I didn't even.
And we
think
saw that
about it.
last night. We saw that last night too. That popped back up too as well.
I didn't even think about it till Tone said throwback. That Jersey commercial hit a lot different now, don't it?
Man, was the timing perfect?
Yeah.
Damian, KC, was the timing perfect? It was almost like it was meant to be.
Yeah, man.
And here we are sitting, in the reality of it, because of course, and I know it's been bandied about, talked about, Doug was pulled up over two other probably capable coaches that could have, been sitting, first chair. So, hey, and then, you can still have Doug Christie in the studio every once in a while, doing broadcasts, covering the game. And then you have Doug Christie, what he wanted, because we all know, he said he came back with some unfinished business. He didn't really declare details on that, but here we are now. I guess, putting on that purple jersey from 20 years ago, was real magical because everything's popping out next. I don't know what's going to happen next. I mean, Chris Webber might come back and be the GM. No, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. I'm not putting people's jobs on the line because they're really well established and everything like that. That was just an inside joke and thing like that. But hey, that's what it took, to bring that spirit back, fellas. So it's working right now. I mean, the purple jersey took over Royale.
Absolutely. Let me ask you this though: is it all just good vibes, or do you think that the way they play, not necessarily winning 7 in a row, is sustainable? Do you think that this is real, that they are kind of back on track and they're going to be a good team, a team that's competing for not just the play-in but a top 6 playoff spot? Do you think it's real?
I never gave up on this team. I mean, even when Mike was going through, his drama. Well, I wouldn't say drama. His I wouldn't say miscues or anything like that, but the stress points, that he was dealing with the teams. I still believe in this team, even on that losing streak. And I still think that they can go deep. I still think that they can get to the 6th spot or more, especially if if Doug can keep this energy that he has, about this psychological thing, and etched into their minds that there is enough here that we can win with. Yeah, I think they can pull things together. I mean, you're not going to win them all. We saw that last night. Okay, there were some exposures, as far as the deficiencies, that popped up mainly, with the bench. They didn't score a lot of points last night. Kevin Huerter is still having his issues. I thought he would have bounced back after this.
He's still a problem, Tone. That's what you were going to say. He's still a problem. That's okay.
Okay. Well, I thought he would have fared better, with the dismissal of Mike Brown, because Mike was so far into his dome. You know what I mean? But it seemed like Keegan Murray has, bounced back a little bit, slowly but surely. He's making some signs of life. But there's still some issues with this roster.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I still want to see a 3-and-D or a post player. You can make that move. Cam Johnson, Kyle Kuzma, or whoever, Collins over there, Utah, if you can still make those deals, that will help you, go a little deeper, make a deep playoff run. Because you don't want to mess around with the play-in this year, even the way they're rolling right now. I don't know how long Malik Monk is going to be sidelined. I hope he returns, tomorrow night, for the Houston game, because, that really puts a claw into that bench. Who you never know. They might bounce. They might have a good game, and the next game, they're down. But I do believe, with a couple more moves, whatever, as what we have today here, Nick Richards is moving on to the Suns.
Yeah.
For a couple three second round picks or something like that. Well, come on, Kings. Come on. I mean, if look where they're at compared to like 2 weeks ago in the NBA Western Conference. Now, yeah, they lost last night. Okay. They went over 500 for a quick, brief minute. Okay. But you fell back and you're still at 500. It's a lot better than being 6 under, so you put yourself back you put yourself right back into it. You were like 2 games out of the 5th spot.
Yeah.
Still things can be done, but that roster definitely going to need some tweaking.
And that's the thing, Tone. Like they right there. Like you mentioned the Phoenix trade. Phoenix and Golden State, they're at the 11 and 12 trying to claw their way back into this thing. And we just before that trade was made, we're having a conversation where, people talk about the Golden State Warriors. I don't see a way out for them. I didn't know what the way out for Phoenix was going to be if he wasn't going to move one of them big dogs. Mm-hmm. They're doing this stuff with Yusuf Nurkic and Mason Plumlee. This is a nice little addition for Nick Richards, but I still don't know what that team looks like. And you just look across the Western Conference, Kings get their butt kicked by the Bucks last night and stay in the exact spot that they were to start the night. So, it's the conference it's there. All of the numbers that you just gave about the 4 spot, the 5 spot, all that stuff, it's right there for them.
Yeah, Phoenix is really struggling right now. They don't know what to do. They're really grasping for straws here, and with the Bradley Beal, and with the Booker's, still playing all well, and Kevin Durant is always going to play well and stuff, but they just never figured that thing out. At least the coach hasn't really figured that thing out as far as trying to add, some chemistry there and get those psychologically ready, because they're
second coach who couldn't figure it out.
I agree with you, but they're really struggling right now, and I don't know which direction that they're. Obviously they still want to make a move. That's why they're doing these things. There could be another move there. I know they have some heavy contracts over there, and they're trying to work out, but I really don't care. You brought this on yourself. Probably had a chance to move a couple of those guys in the offseason, and you did not do that. I know, they re-signed a couple people, thinking everything was going to be cool, but you are in a tough conference right now. Mm-hmm. And one game, you could be sent all the way back. Now, the Kings are sitting in a great position, but these other teams who's still trying to make a move, how long is it going to be before you can make that move? It might be, off or not. Right. The way things are rolling around. When you look back at, last season, Dallas made a significant strategic move when they brought in Gafford and PJ Washington. Mm-hmm. And you saw they rode all the way to the NBA Finals with that. Mm-hmm. I don't know if any other team right now this season can get that lucky and pull off something that drastic. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Because that turned their whole. You guys remember the Kings was kicking Dallas butt those first 2 games.
Yep. Yeah.
By the time that third game came, they made those changes. It's like, oh, okay, we got bigger dogs now.
Right. It's a whole different basketball
and they
team.
play defense too. So it's the Western Conference though. It's good for basketball though. It's definitely good for this conference. Everybody knows what it is. You come out here, you have to compete. You have to be really
basketball. I want what's good for the Kings. That's what I want.
The Kings, definitely. I hear you on that point. That's what I'm looking for here. Okay, that 7-2 run, that 7-game stretch where they were winning. Man, I was all about that. I'm still all about that. Now that's gone. Now you can do it again and rebuild again and put together another streak. Yeah, you still have that, provided that we see what happens with Malik Monk. That does change the dynamics and stuff, but you still can put yourself in another position and win a lot more ball games. What is it? 40 games left. Okay, when the whole thing started, after a dismissal of Mike Brown, there was 49 games left. 7-2 later. Okay, you at 20-20. Yep. It's time to rock and roll, fellas.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you were able to kind of save your season, and get to the point where I would say like you were able to get back above water, and try to salvage your season. And if you make a move, that's great. The thing that I look at, Tone, is, they're gonna have to get real creative and maybe take a little risk, maybe more than they're willing to. But how do you make that move? Like, how do you, because you want to add to the roster, not trade a 2-for-1 situation like you probably have to do with Cam Johnson. Now you're still in that same deficit when you talk about just bodies coming off the bench. Who would you like to see them get? Cam Johnson, Kyle Kuzma, Valanciunas? Like, what's the type of person that you'd want to see?
All 3 of them. All 3 of them. To be exact.
I'll take it.
If they throw him in there if you have to. I'll say that with all respect. Whatever you can do to make it happen, you might have to make a sacrifice or 2. But whatever it takes. I know they're in a tight situation, with these draft picks, and everyone wants draft picks. You're going to have to try to make it happen because all three of those people that you mentioned are not only serviceable, they are valuable, extremely valuable. And it will be extremely valuable for the Sacramento Kings. And they can make that move. And if you can, try to do it before, the deadline, definitely before All-Star break. Of course, that's going to happen anyway. And then you start, getting them in there, gelling them together and trying to make a move. Because, Jordan McLaughlin hadn't played since 2019.
Right.
We got Jay Crowder. How many you played? About 3 or 4 minutes?
Got in there last
Yeah,
night.
2.5 minutes.
I thought it was the start or something. It wasn't.
No. Doug was
Well, they had to send a search and rescue party out to get him because we forgot all about him to get him to play. Okay, I know we still got Doug McDermott. You see where I'm going? These guys hardly play. These guys hardly play. We need some bodies out there. We need some bodies out there on that court. They can pick up 10, 20, 5, 10, 8, 10, 20 minutes, to help this team win. One thing I am seeing, though, the minutes are kind of like still kind of high, but they're not as high as, when it was under the operation of Mike Brown. You still don't want these players, the starters, out there, playing heavy minutes. I know it's at all costs, to get wins these days, especially with the Kings. But you got to just bring in some reinforcement to keep this thing rolling, because that was one of my concerns when they inserted Doug Christie into this position. Are you going to give him enough tools to succeed and land the job? Because I'm sure he wants this job, and he's doing everything that he can to show the front office and the owner that he's capable of doing this job. So, do you want that as far as winning? Because there's people still on the clock here. Let's understand here, okay? This thing better even itself out. You better get to the playoffs, if anything. The play-in, I'm not tripping on that, folks. I want the 6th, the 5th, the 4th spot. Move up. But they're going to have to fix some things.
We're with you on that, Tone. Tone, we appreciate you, man. Always good to spend a couple of minutes with you, man, and talk Kings basketball. We appreciate you, my friend.
Appreciate the few minutes there. Y'all know peace, love, and solidarity here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Tone. Sir, man, Antonio Harvey right there. We'll see him tomorrow night at the Golden One Center when the Sacramento Kings take on the Houston Rockets live on TNT. One name we haven't discussed because I guess it's another trade day. Kings lose a game and we just got to get a trade. Make one little observation about Kevin Huerter, and
once again the Kings win a game, and it's
Kings run a winning streak, and you two are like, hey, let's blow this thing up here.
It's because we care, okay?
All right. So how about this?
Okay.
26.5 this year, 26.5 next year. Ooh. It's a player option. It's a player option that I do not believe will be declined.
Yeah, that's rich.
John Collins.
I like John Collins. That would also probably be.
It also means you have to deal with Danny Ainge, which
Danny's a good guy.
As Jesse knows, be a top tier headache. But
Trey and Kevin Huerter, huh?
Yeah, Trey would.
So that's universal deal at this point.
Well, yeah. Well, money wise, once you get up into the mid-20s, it pretty much has to be. Again, it's Jesse's boy, so there's probably a pick involved. I would think. I don't know that it's certainly not more than one.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably it.
He's 18-8, shooting nearly 44% from three, taking 3 threes per game.
Yeah, I like John Collins. I'd do that deal.
I assume he has a large number of suitors out there, but
yeah, I don't. The only thing that would give me pause, and it's not enough to not do the deal, is in the Washington deal, it was a 2 for 2. You know what I mean? This one would be a 2 for 1, but
we can dig into the Jazz roster a little bit further if you want to.
No,
I wouldn't hate this 2-for-1 though, because I feel like John Collins can cover multiple areas that the Kings need help in.
Yeah, he's a 3-4 type guy. He's a 3-4 type guy. So,
Yeah,
depending on who you have out there, you can match him up accordingly. As opposed to like, just for an example, like if it was just Valanciunas in that other trade, well, he's a 5.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have nothing. You're not getting nothing back at a 3-4 position. With Collins' versatility, in a weird way, it seems like you're getting 2 players because he can cover so much ground out there.
Can I ask a question that I don't believe any of us know the answer to? You might be best suited because it's your boy. What are they doing? They being Utah. What is Utah doing?
Waiting for the one, whether that be Cooper Flag or
So waiting for the number 1 pick.
Yeah, because I was going to say maybe Danny's just waiting to like use assets on a deal, but I don't think he has that anymore. Like that'll kind of.
Well, you're not gonna. You can't use assets to get Cooper Flag. Like,
well, not to get like either or, like to trade for a guy. Like you have all these first round picks or whatever. You trade Laurie, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Like that was always kind of waiting. Maybe use these like.
I mean,
Sexton and stuff to trade for a
as
guy,
it stands, they're not quite bad enough to compete for the number 1 spot.
They're not, but
they're it's a game off. But
the draft crazy. Like you get in that top 6 and you're.
Oh yeah,
you might have
Cooper Flag in Utah. Come on, man.
Well, they got yes, but they got oh man, I'm drawing a blank on my man's name at BYU.
Who?
He's a Euro that's like a top 5 guy. He at BYU right now. So you can just keep him home. And he's not jaded by Utah because he's not from here.
Did
BYU Utah would be tough.
BYU just landed a recruit.
AJ. They got AJ DeVinson, the number 1 player in the country.
Money rolls deep.
I heard the dollar figure.
Are we talking right now? What's up?
It was $9 million.
Woo!
I was having a and that person said it in passing. I'm like, what? Oh, what? $9 million.
Yeah. I knew he got a bag.
Well, of course, that was the only way it made sense.
That
kid went to BYU for $9 million.
I think he's in Utah right now as speak. So maybe it's got some connections right there too. But that's a lot of money.
Would you go to Utah for $9 million?
Yeah,
for a year, absolutely. Yeah. I'll go right now. I'll drive
for sure.
For 1 year, I'll do the show live from Utah for $9 million. No problem.
That's my man's name, Igor Demin. I don't know how to say his name, but he's at BYU right now.
Okay,
shooting guard, 6'9" shooting guard.
Okay,
he can play. So I say that to say, Cooper is who they want. Dylan Harper up there. Yeah. Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey, they making a run at number 1, but since conference play.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, they're making a real run at number 1.
They make Dylan for sure. Dylan Harper making a run, but Cooper going crazy since conference play started.
Yeah,
so he's doing his thing. But the whole point is, if you're Utah, you got about 4 or 5 guys that you could look at and say, all right, like this guy can change our franchise. And then you could suck 1 more year and get AJ.
Oh.
Oh, play on. Nope.
There it is. No,
wait a minute. I'm the DB. I got to stop.
No.
That's a flag.
Oh, what they do when they get a stop net. No, they look around and the flag's down. No, wait, what?
No, my favorite is when the defensive back gets the stop because the quarterback overthrew it by 20 yards and he gets the no. All right, pal.
The new one is, well, don't flag me here. This is just what they do.
Don't tell me how to ref this game,
I'm just
pal.
saying,
Hold on.
Is when they do the strap. And then they look, oh, no, what do you mean flag? I didn't touch him.
See, now you're out here like just asking for fouls, and I wouldn't even have called a penalty on that. That's what I'm saying, but like.
Wild times here in KC. We made it all the way till the 3:00 hour without a flag. Earlier this week, I don't think we had made it 7 minutes without one.
That was incidental contact just now, man. That was uncalled for.
Okay, repeat the sentence again.
I said, if the Jazz just suck 1 more year.
Bro,
yeah, it's a flag.
What? Come on!
It's
incidental contact.
It's a technical
Our
right
feet
there.
got tangled up. What are we talking about?
Why are you putting such emphasis on that word?
You guys
not so much.
You guys just hear things. What was the other word that you guys said I was saying?
Growing.
No,
No, it's the
and you were like, "Why are you saying it like that?"
Oh, what was it? It was just the other day.
I know, like
10 pole. That's what it was. That's what it was. Say it. Say it again.
It was
straw pole.
Straw pole. That's what it was. The straw pole.
Jesse,
straw pole. I don't know.
Totally normal.
Come on.
I don't know
This
why
is crazy, man. This is
I
crazy.
think it's because it's the emphasis that you put on pole.
I just say it, but
straw pole.
Set the same cadence.
Say it again.
Straw pole.
No, I don't know why it's funny. I don't know. It's just funny from you. I don't know, man. You so stupid.
This mock draft I'm looking at has the Kings drafting at 12 and getting Derek Queen out of Maryland. 6'10" center with the number 12 pick.
Okay.
Hopefully we don't draft anybody.
Yes, right. Exactly.
Well, do we? Yeah. We don't draft
Yes,
anybody
it means
because
they
we
make
don't
the
even have a
playoffs.
second rounder.
Well,
Are you giving up a first round pick for John Collins though?
He's got 2
it's
years.
tough.
So
well, no, he's got this year.
Oh,
and
next year he's expiring. I got you. I thought he had 2
yeah,
additional. Gotcha.
And it's a player option, but again, I don't see a situation where.
I
25. He might. I don't think so, but he might.
Let's go back to
maybe
Washington.
that keeps the kick out.
Let's do that other deal.
No, Washington is the deal. That Washington
the
one.
Washington, a real good one. That was a good call by you, GM Barley. Good stuff.
Text Mark Jones to text Monty that we have a deal for him.
Well, I don't have Mark Jones's number. Does anyone here have Mark Jones's number?
What you mean you don't have Mark?
I need to have Mark.
I don't
Jones's
have
number.
Mark's
I have
number.
Mark Jones's number.
I don't have Mark Jones's number.
That's personal then.
No, I told you Mark doesn't know who I am. Mark Jones.
Mark.
Nope, I don't have Mark Jones's number.
Mark. Yeah, what'd he say? Ever since Keegan went to that Rod Wave concert.
That's funny. Oh, I have Mark's number.
Yeah, come on, man. See what's going, man. Oh my God.
Dealers. Oh yeah, poor me. I don't have Mark's number.
It just doesn't appear I've ever texted him before. That's all. I don't handle the booking duties for Mark Jones. That's the big dogs. It's Jesse and KC. All right. Well, at least we got one deal out of this.
Yeah. And we're just gonna keep working at this till we get it right.
That's what we'll do.
Sent Kevin to the bench and then to Washington later on.
Kevin. They said he was unplayable. Starting now.
Right now.
Don't play him. Damn. He's out here trying to listen to D-Lo and KC as he takes a nice jog around Capitol Mall. This is what he hears.
Weezy asking a good question. Is Keegan going to be at Justin Timberlake tonight?
Good question. We're all in the building.
Got better seats than D-Lo and KC do.
I couldn't imagine Keegan at a concert.
I couldn't either.
It's just like me, just kind of standing there. Maybe Bobby had a bit, but
100% he would be you. Just hands in his pockets, Dr. Pepper in his hand.
That's right.
Just
Shout out
vibing.
50 Cent. I think it was at the amphitheater in Mountain View.
We'll come back. Phone lines are open for you. 916-909-1320. It's D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
What's your favorite Justin Timberlake song?
Maybe Senorita.
I
haven't been doing that one at 420.
I can't choose between 3 songs. Rock Your Body, Suit and Tie, and My Love.
2 of those 3. Two of those 3 I played so many times during my first run at KSFM. I don't think I love them the same, even though we played Senorita a lot. You know what song I really like is Mirrors.
What song?
Let's see.
You know what song I really like?
Like I Love You.
But I don't listen to like often. It's Cry Me a River.
There's another one in there, America. That was every hour and 15 minutes. We just did Suit and Tie not that long ago. Say Something. That's one of those Man in the Woods joints. Summer Love was a good record. What goes around comes around. Oh, I mean, Can't Stop the Feeling is a fantastic song.
Man, we were talking about that last night.
That's
He
a
better play
fantastic song.
Can't Stop the Feeling, and he better play Better Place. If he doesn't, I'm riding.
Can't Stop the Feeling might be the last song. Should we do that? Is that a little too pop? for 420 hit of the day?
Can't Stop the Feeling?
Yeah. We do that or all right, we'll do that. We'll do that. Can't Stop the Feeling.
Yeah. He might not play Better Place. I'll be upset about that, but he better play Better Place.
Where does JT rank amongst the all-time greats?
He's up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he had a run. Yeah, he's definitely up there.
This generation, we'll call him an R&B singer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is he top 5?
We're talking like all-time and stuff here too.
This
like I know he's got the sales.
Usher,
he's
Chris
got
Brown, Justin Timberlake. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, I put him top 5 because we're ruling one out, right? Or are we?
No,
you don't have. You just
so
call
we're
that
at 4.
redacted.
No, so we're at 4. I don't think I'm missing anyone.
He's a bigger star than this guy, but there's a guy that keeps floating around. Nah, JT's big, but I'm gonna just say the name.
You're gonna say
JT's a
something
bigger
absurd
star
right now.
I think he is.
JT's a bigger star.
Okay.
He is. But R&B, I'm thinking Trey Songz. Trey Songz.
I had a feeling that what you gonna say. I'm gonna say no though.
Yeah, you're a bigger star.
Trey bigger in the streets, but
Trey had in the mid 2010s. Trey was like going crazy.
He was.
But JT bigger,
but more in the streets than anywhere else. I don't
True.
think he was.
True.
The streets, the culture.
He didn't have a Can't Stop the Feeling.
I wonder what Trey Songz's highest charting record was.
That's a good question. Let me see.
Because I don't think he had a number 1 song.
And I Invented Sex is probably the highest one because Drake is on there. So there's that scenario to deal with.
His highest is Can't Help But Wait.
Oh,
that was nominated for a Grammy. Well, that's according to AI.
Oh, no.
It went number 14.
That was big time.
No, see, that's wrong. He has 2 top 10 hits, but he might be a feature. So so AI was wrong. He's had 36 songs on the Billboard 100, 2 top 10, 0 number 1. Say Ah is number 9. Bottoms Up. Well, we should have. Yeah, we should have known that. That's number 6. What record did you say?
I Invented Sex. But yeah, those other ones are probably definitely
42. Peak position was 42.
Brian Cruz, Securing the Bagley. I don't know, man. Y'all might have to defer a little bit here. Trey Songz is, like I said, for about, I'd say about 5 years, about 3 albums worth. Trey Songz was that dude.
Yeah.
He was that dude. It's never.
You like him more than I do, but I'll give it the respect. Let's go, Justin. Let's see if this search engine works the way I'm.
It's never the levels of like one of the things that.
Billboard 100. Oh, come on! I swear this Bruno Mars Lady Gaga record is gonna win the song of the year.
Okay, wait a minute. All right, so I was damn, because somebody in the chat brought up a name. And now you.
Oh, that's the other name, Bruno Mars.
Yeah, Bruno, and then Tyler Jennings. I mean, we might be getting JT out of the top 5 here because not Keith Sweat, but The Weeknd.
Oh God, The Weeknd's number 1.
JT might be out of the top 5. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but we can even take Redacted out, and we can say Usher, Chris Brown. No, maybe.
Okay, so
Usher, Chris Brown, Bruno, The Weeknd.
I can't put Bruno over Justin Timberlake.
What were you just saying? Top 5? No position.
Did we just name 5?
We named 4.
We removed.
Did I forget somebody?
Say it again. Justin. Usher. No. Okay. Go ahead.
Usher.
Yep.
Chris.
Yep.
Weeknd.
Yep.
Bruno. Did we forget anybody? So maybe Justin gets in that 5. Well, we took Redacted out. We took Redacted out. So Justin in the 5.
How long did Redacted's last run? That's part
it
of
was a long run,
yeah,
man. Yeah, it was a long run.
So.
Yeah, let's not talk about it. It was a long run.
Never mind.
It's a lot of albums, man.
We're talking a couple decades.
Yeah. It's a long
That's
run.
not my bag, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's a long run. Justin, 39 songs in the top 100, 5 number 1 hits, 19 top 10 hits.
Woo. Woo.
This is going to be.
Justin's run pretty long too when you add NSYNC.
Yeah, and none of that included NSYNC. This is going to be a scary. This is going to be a scary search right here.
You going The Weeknd?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The Weeknd. Oh, not okay. 104 songs in the Billboard Top 100. 19 top 10 hits. 7 number 1 songs.
Woo. Woo.
Sorry, folks, we're stuck here. I need to, because now I need to do this for everybody. Bruno
might have the Weeknd
9 number one songs.
He might not have the top 100 stuff.
9 number 1 songs right now. 34 in the top 100.
Justin have 42 or something, right?
20 top 10 hits. Damn. The Weeknd is just beating everyone's.
You know who might not have a lot is Usher.
Chris Brown.
Let me guess. 3 number 1s.
2 number 1s. 17 top 10s.
Damn.
118 songs in the Billboard 100.
Oh my gosh.
Can you guess?
Woo.
I'm guessing you can't. Can you guess the 2 number 1 records Chris Brown has had? I'll be proud of you if you get this.
Oh man, so let me tell you what I don't think they are, which I thought maybe they were. Was Go Crazy and No Guidance. I don't.
Not, bro, you're not even close. You're not even close.
Now I'm thinking No Air.
You're closer. Man.
No.
I'm gonna need you to wrap this up, buddy.
No.
Yeah, you were in the wrong era. Run It
was a number 1.
Was a number 1 record for 5 weeks.
Wow.
Kiss Kiss was a number 1 record for 3 weeks. Usher, 53 songs in the top 100. 18 in the top 10. 9 number 1 hits, including Yeah, which was number 1 for 12 weeks. You Got It Bad for 6 weeks. Burn, 8 weeks. Oh my God. For 4 weeks.
So My Boo on there?
My Boo was number 1 for 6 weeks.
You Remind Me on there?
You Remind Me was number 1 for 4 weeks.
I don't think My Way might have been on there.
My Way peaked at number 2.
Because I know Nice and Slow and the other what's the other song?
Nice and Slow was number 1.
It got to number 1
for 2 weeks.
Wow. Oh, You Remind Me, or not You Remind Me, but
Yep.
You Make Me Want to Leave, the one I'm with. Sorry, that didn't get number 1, huh?
It
new relationship
did not.
with you.
It peaked at number 2. Yeah. You're going to be disappointed when I tell you the other number 1 song, because I think we've covered all of them.
OMG is probably.
It is. Yeah, 1? I said that one already. You're going to be surprised and disappointed. It should have been one of the first songs you said.
Hold on, give me 2 seconds here as I think about go through the catalog. No.
What's your favorite song?
My favorite Usher song?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Well,
I thought I knew the answer. I guess
what
I
is
don't.
what is it?
It's Love in This Club.
It's not my favorite Usher
Oh, it's
song.
not?
No.
Oh,
I love that
well, your
song,
boy's on it. I thought that was your favorite Usher song.
I love that song, but that's I don't even
number
know.
1 for 3 weeks.
The one with Jeezy is, or the one with Beyonce?
The one with Jeezy. 3 weeks.
Man, that's the 5. That's the 5
that's
right
definitely the 5. I need to do one more thing with Bruno, because now that I'm noticing all of this stuff on Billboard, there's like more I want to know. So, that was wrong. Stand by. I need to look at it. This is important, folks. This is very important. Okay. Uptown Funk was number one for 14 weeks. I wanted to see how long his songs were at number one. So what's funny, I said Bruno, Lock That Heaven, Grenade, Leave the Door Open, Just the Way You Are. So Bruno he's listed at 9. It's 10 because that doesn't include Die With a Smile, which I feel like has been number one for an eternity. It's been on the charts 21 weeks. I guess it's only been number one for 2. Oh, of course it's only number one for 2 weeks. Not Like Us was number one, and it wound up knocking that song off. Okay. All right. Well, I feel better. I don't know about you. I feel great.
Hey.
Oh, okay.
Can we?
Yeah, I'll look.
You ain't even got to say no name. We ain't got to name the song.
We all know what we're talking about.
So, and you know what? I don't know what those numbers are gonna look like though. To be honest with you, because one of his strengths was like the whole damn album was fire.
Yeah. All right. Oh,
I'm gonna say 3 number ones.
2.
I know one of them.
Okay.
Which one? Say it?
Well,
I'll say it. I Believe I Can Fly is one.
Nope.
It isn't.
It is not. Wow. It is not. That record peaked at 2. 55 songs. This is not the numbers that I thought.
Yeah.
55 songs in the top 100, 13 in the top 10, 2 number one records.
Wait, okay. Oh, wait, okay.
You're terrible at this game, by the way. Just awful.
It's
You're not going to get it. You're not going to get one of them. I know for a fact you're not going to get one of them because you've been disrespectful to this song.
Is it the one with Celine Dion?
It is.
Yeah, I know that was a great song. I know it was a big time.
Better
song.
than I Believe I Can Fly. I Believe I Can Fly is overrated.
Nah, that's
you just like it because
it's
in Space Jam.
That's an unbelievable song. The other one is
it's obvious. Ignition is number 2. It peaked at number 2. I Wish didn't peak at number 14. Yeah, you're way off if you're going I Wish.
It's not damn.
Just go to the essentials. It's easy.
Oh, you're throwing?
It's in the chat. No. Bump and Grind was the number 1 record. Yeah.
Oh man.
That was the record.
Yeah. Well.
So what did we settle on? It's The Weeknd. Or it's
We
Bruno.
were just doing top 5.
It's Bruno. Man.
Well,
Bruno got 10 number 1 records.
Yeah, but The Weeknd got 100.
Yeah, The Weeknd.
What
The
in
Weeknd
the top
is
100? Usher got, or Chris Brown got like 105 in the top. In the top.
You know what's a little bit different about Justin Timberlake, by the way, at the Golden One Center tonight.
Mm-hmm.
What's a little bit different about Justin and Chris Brown is Chris Brown releases a ton of records. So in the era of streaming records, where if you stream it enough times, whether it's released as a single or whatever, it gets into the top 100.
Mm-hmm.
Chris has been masterful at that.
Mm-hmm.
Justin is not.
Yeah.
Because his most recent albums in the streaming era have been, for the most part, trash.
Yeah, he's from a different era.
Yeah.
He's from a different era. That's one thing that Usher has been able to adjust to, where Usher will do the thing where he don't even put out an album. He'll put out a single.
Yeah.
And it'll move.
I think I might have to put Bruno at number 1. I know we weren't ranking. I might have to put Bruno at number 1.
How many number 1s, Bruno?
10, including right now. Weeknd's got 7, and an album's about to drop at the end of the month, so he's gonna have more. 104 songs though was the number.
The number 1s are a little iffy though, because the only
The Weeknd's?
No, just
or Bruno's.
Just an argument because we're talking about top R&B artists of the era, and some of those are pop songs.
Well, I was going to, but that's what I'm saying. That's the tricky part. I was just about to say, with all of those artists, all of those number 1 records were played on our station and the Wake Up Call station.
Mm-hmm.
They were played on both of them, and that's how you get
all
the number
Bruno's
1.
Were, though?
Come to think about it, no, because we don't play Die With a Smile.
That's what I'm saying.
Because you hate it. So Complex was like, I can't play it. Kenny hates it. We did. We added the Teddy Swims record because it was like, yo, this is fire. And it was like, I don't know if it's a blues song, an R&B song. It doesn't sound like a pop song. I was like, it sounds like a her record or a Janae. Just play it. and so we added it. I don't know if it's gonna hit or not, but that joint is bad. That record is so bad.
That's this. Well, I'm not gonna take away from Bruno because that's my dog. I love Bruno, but it's just I don't know. It's just different.
All of this was to find out if Justin's top 5.
Justin top 5.
He's definitely the lightest in the top 5.
Now back to Kevin Huerter.
You know who Justin Timberlake looks like? I'm just kidding. That's not true at all. You want to do prize picks?
Absolutely,
Prize
man.
Picks is
Absolutely.
Back. B Money's back.
B Money is back. No B Money
tomorrow.
today. Yeah, it's back tomorrow. But Prize Picks. Look, I've already kind of scoured a little bit the NFL playoffs. I'm trying to go in here on divisional round weekend and make sure get a couple dollars.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And Prize Picks, they got you locked in for that. I even thought about possibly going NFL playoffs and national championship game, all Notre Dame players. You know what I mean? And if I have to pick one Ohio State player, we'll go less.
Okay. Wow. All right.
That's what we'll do.
Okay.
But yeah, man. Prize Picks is where it's at. B Money is coming tomorrow. But like I said, they got all the NBA today. They got college basketball today. I almost went in on a Cooper Flag play last night.
Mm-hmm.
Glad I didn't because he went a little less than was anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
But they got a big game in college basketball tonight. Kansas versus Iowa State. Iowa State number 2 in the nation. Kansas, former number 1, now number 9. So you can get in on that game. You can do whatever you need to on Prize Picks because they got you. They got you with all the sports and just a great opportunity to win a couple of dollars, man. So you must be present in certain states. Prize Picks, run your game. Go to prizepicks.com for more details.
Can I just throw this out there?
Yeah.
Download the Prize Picks app and use the promo code
KIFM. Get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. You don't have to win or nothing. Just $50 instantly when you put the promo code KIFM in.
All right, let's talk to our man Herbert. Herbert, what's going on, baby?
What up, KC?
Herbert, what up, my guy?
Man, I'm just tapping in as usual.
Love it.
What's good with you?
Well, man, I just been sitting back, watching my Sacramento Kings in peril a couple of weeks ago. In peril. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, my boy Doug come in and get this thing jumping.
You a believer in what Doug is cooking? You think it's real?
Man, I've always felt like we've always had enough, like the roster was cool enough to be, playoff bound. I always felt like that. I always felt like the roster was strong enough to compete with the other teams. Just, we never been getting blown out. Just wasn't closing games out. But we doing our thug right now. And I like what I see.
All right, Herbert. This was dramatic. This was a dramatic call from Herbert. We appreciate you, Herbert. Let's get Manny in here. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. This is what I was waiting for. What's up, Manny?
What's up, D-Lo?
Man, that's the
D-Lo only? That's how we feel?
Oh, man. What you mad at KC for?
D-Lo, so I'm trying to bring D-Lo into it because I don't want him to feel left out.
Well, I don't think – well, I think the volume was turned down.
Yeah, no, I think he did show us some love. I just think
I just wanted to make sure you was covered.
I appreciate you, man.
That's a good look.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother.
So I like what you guys said earlier about, after losing the game, right? Like I would have loved tonight on ESPN 1320, the Teddy House after party at 8 p.m., on Twitter, on YouTube, on X. I would have loved to talk about an 8-game winning streak, right? But I'm also very interested to see how this team reacts to not only the situation, but with Doug losing. Like I don't want to see them lose, but it's always, how they reacted to losing under Brown and what it's like losing under Doug, just to see how they bounce back and see, how their mentals are, right? And even if God forbid they lose tomorrow, right? I don't think they will. I got them winning. But if they did, again, that's a 2-game losing streak. How do you guys react to that? A little adversity. Because I think that says a lot about what really this team is made of, right? It's when you're winning, it's always all laughs and and high fives and everything. But I think you really see their mental, once you see them in that little losing streak. But
well, we don't need a streak now. Look, I said I wanted
stay
to
away
see,
from that.
Yeah, I said I wanted to see how they responded after a loss. We don't need any type of losing streak.
But I do got something for you. Like tonight, we're going to talk about, the comparisons between the losing and the winning streak, the numbers. Our girl Tasha got the stats.
There we go.
We're going to talk about number 9 because we're not allowed to say his name on the show because it brings anger. So we got to say call him number 9.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We're going to talk about Monty, his little pressure cooker. What's he going to do? What kind of moves he going to make?
Mm-hmm.
But I want to hear this from you guys. We're going to do a top 5 of what if NBA players. What if they didn't get injured? What's our top 5 NBA players that we think would make an impact in the NBA?
That's always
y'all tonight.
Yes, sir. Good stuff, man. We are not going to treat Kevin Huerter like he's Nick Bosa, by the way. We are not going to do that.
Call him Kevin.
Yeah, look, I get it. Hey, look, everybody over there at the Chatty House after party, protect your mentals. But we call 97 because he's a jackass. We ain't got to do that to Kevin. No. But again, protect your mentals. Do what you got to do. The what ifs questions are always fun. I mean, Derrick Rose will always come to mind immediately.
I feel like Grant Hill, Derrick Rose, and Penny are the top 3.
What's so funny? Grant Hill's a Hall of Famer. Yeah, Grant Hill made the Hall of Fame. I mean, I mean, he was being positioned as, which part of it is the time. He was being positioned as the next Jordan. He had Fila, the shoe. Pac had it on the All Eyes on Me cover. Like that was big. It was affordable. I had them. They were affordable if I had them. Yeah, Penny's another good one.
Penny's always my number 1. They probably because I'm just a Penny fan, but he's always my number 1 of like, man, he was about to be special. He was going to transcend the game, I thought, with what he was able to do at that point guard position, like 6'8" or so. He was special. He had the hottest shoe out at the time. The hottest shoe campaign as well. So he's always the one I go to. But that's also a personal preference because I was a big Penny Hardaway fan.
The old heads will bring up
Len Bias.
Yeah.
And I've tried to fact check that a couple times with people, like people who might have saw him, like, oh, how good was Len Bias? Like, is it just kind of? They're like, nah.
He was that
dude.
Yeah,
he was that dude. And I because of that, like even with like all those guys that we mentioned, we saw them play and saw greatness from them, and we just were like, oh, maybe we could have seen more. I feel cheated because we never even got to see Len Bias in the NBA. Like we don't even. All the stories that I hear, like not even being able to see him play in the NBA, that was crazy. Len Bias, his scenario, I made a cameo in Snowfall.
I think that was season 2 episode.
Oh
to start the season.
That was a very I
was like, damn.
Like this is a reach. This is a bit of a reach throwing this in here, but I saw a good one. Who had it? I want to give him credit. Or I don't know if Chris was the first one to say it, but Greg Oden. Put Greg Oden up there.
Greg Oden for sure. Who knew what he was going to be able to be? He was pretty.
He's really good at Ohio State. Yeah. I saw Bryce had
player.
Greg Oden too.
Yeah.
He's really good at Ohio State. It's crazy. Like him and Mike Conley. Same Buckeye squad.
Yeah.
That feels like a lifetime ago.
It really does.
That legit feels like a lifetime ago. Kevin Durant was in that draft class.
Yep.
What was it? 2006? 2007?
2000.
Well, yeah, I guess that's about maybe a little earlier.
No, I think.
What year was KD drafted?
I want to say that was 06.
Because Kevin Durant was just 1 year at Texas.
It might have been 7 or 8 because
2007.
Yeah.
Pretty wild. Kevin Durant, the number 2 pick in the 2007 draft.
I saw a video of John Morant answering some questions, and they were asking like the question was, who was the last number 2 pick to win Rookie of the Year before you? Because he did it. And he's like, you name some people. It's like, I don't know. And they're like, it's Kevin Durant. He's like, Kevin Durant? He was number 2 pick. Hey, ain't been nobody since Kevin Durant. And he was saying it just like that because he had a mouthful of gold in his mouth. But I was like, yeah, Kevin Durant was the number 2 pick.
I just said Kevin Durant's still playing, obviously. Mike Conley's still playing.
Mm-hmm.
One other player in that draft is still playing.
It's not Russ, is it?
Russ the year after, I think.
Yeah, Russ was the year after because he was, James Harden.
One player from the 07 draft still playing?
One other player.
One other player?
In addition to Mike Conley. And I mean, I'm scrolling
Would
through
it
the
give
list.
it away
I don't
if
think.
you gave the college?
Wait, it's a Horford?
Maybe.
Yeah, he's the oldest player. He's got to be Horford.
It's Al Horford. He was drafted
Back to
between
back.
the two.
Yeah.
It was obviously Greg Oden, KD, Al Horford, Mike Conley.
Well,
the 2, 3, and 4 pickers.
Well, I mean,
is Jeff Green in playing?
Jeff Green in playing.
Okay, so Jeff Green, number 5.
Yeah, shout out Georgetown.
Yeah, Jeff Green's still playing.
I don't know why he.
Where
was it? Houston. I saw him the other night. He did a dunk.
You just don't remember what uniform? It's Houston. Yeah.
I can't believe Jeff Green is still playing basketball.
Jeff Green is still playing.
Yes.
Jeff Green was supposed to be like that guy at one point. I think until he had surgery, right?
Jeff Green's always been
he was pretty good.
guy.
I think he was a little overrated for like what people think that guy. But he was really good. I mean, OKC, they did a fantastic job. They did a fantastic job twice.
Yeah, Jeff Green feels like he should have retired 4 years ago.
Yeah.
That's wild.
But it was that
How many teams do you think Jeff Green's played for?
At least 8.
How much money do you think he's made?
Oh! Hey! Hold on, man. Hold on, man.
This is going to be tough. There's no way he's top 100.
Let me switch over. Hit the I'd like to point out, Kyle Madsen is not here.
It's a loss.
Wow.
He's just not on today's schedule.
Wow, that's a cold game.
It's an uneven schedule. Like, not all NBA teams play on the same day, but they all get to 82 at some point.
Yeah,
So
I'll be
get
gone
to the
next Friday,
Sunday.
so you guys can play then. Even
There you go. There you go. All right. Okay,
Jeff
give
Green
me
got a deal at
a
one
minute.
point.
The answer, by the way, was 11. 11 different teams. He's played for the Rockets twice, and I'm not counting the Sonics Oklahoma City switch. It's 2 different teams. All right, well, give me a second. 17 years for Jeff Green out of Georgetown, as we just laid out. The former number 5 overall pick of the 2007 draft. Represented by David Falk, who famously represented Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
That's what I said.
That's just definitely what he said. All right. The most money Jeff Green has earned in a single season. This is going to be tricky.
Yeah, I'm nervous on this one.
Well, good luck to the 2 contestants.
I assume he's been making the minimum for like the last 5 years.
The most amount of money that Jeff Green has made in a single season was 2016. He was 30 years old with the Orlando Magic. He made $15 million that year. $15 million for Jeff Green in the 2016 season. Whew.
Yeah, this feels horrible, like a horrible ratio right here from years to money.
17 years in the league for Jeff Green, the former number 5 overall pick of the 2007 NBA draft. I'm going to give you all a minute. I don't even know if Kenny's written anything yet. 15 million is his, by far, peak earnings. 15 million in the 2016 NFL season. 30 years old, was playing for the Orlando Magic at the time. Jeff Green now 38 years, 4 months, 18 days, born on August 28th, 1906. Gentlemen, I'm going to need your answers. 17 years in the season. Career earnings for Jeff Green are... KC goes 165 million.
I had no clue on this.
Jesse Tapia goes 94 million. And that is strong strategical work by the producer.
Wait, there we go.
Jesse Tapia.
2 in a row.
$100.4 million.
Oh, we're on the dot almost.
For Jeff Green in his career.
There we go. There's no chance Jeff Green was making 165.
What really frightened me was the $15 million earned for the Orlando Magic. His second highest grossing year was 9.2. And that was the number I thought was going to throw you off, was the 15 million. His second highest grossing year was 9.2. All of his other highest grossing years, 1, 2, 3, 4, were all in the 8 million range.
Do you have the contracts? Because I thought he got like two $60 million deals.
I don't think I have the contracts. I think I have to.
Well, because OKC really valued him.
I have to.
He was a guy in Boston for a second too. But
We never got the $9 from the tribal chief for the premium.
He said yeah too.
He did. He walked in the studio and said yes.
Just to shut us up.
Yeah, we don't have the premium. I mean, he signed. He never. So I can pick this apart a little bit. It looks like he signed a 4-year, $35 million deal. Of course, he was slotted as a rookie at 4 and 14. That's the biggest deal he signed by far. That's the biggest deal he signed.
Jeff Green. I got that wrong.
Oh, you're proud of that, huh? You're proud of that.
My Romy.
Jesse Tapia now leading the way.
Is this even an official game?
With
Kyle
3
wasn't
victories.
Here. Kyle wasn't even here.
Well, I said that to begin with, and you said
was it an official game?
You said he lost.
Was it
just
official?
like you? You just said Kyle lost because he's not here.
I don't think it was official.
You didn't lose. Kyle didn't lose. Jesse just won.
After last year's steroid scandal in the league, we're just trying to pick ourselves
steroid
up. And
scandal. Wow. See how they diminish
pick
your
up a title this
championship?
year.
This is ridiculous, man. It's getting ridiculous.
$100 million for Jeff Green. Good for him, still being in the league as well.
That's why he's still playing.
What's more impressive, if Jeff Green were to get to 20 seasons or make over 100 million? How he's done. The fact that he's played 17.
The fact that he's played 20 years on 11 teams. That's he's played 17 years.
Yeah.
Played 17 years on 11 teams. That's impressive.
How old is he?
Jeff Green. I just said
got to be at least
38.
Yeah. Oh, geez.
Is that what I said? Yeah, 38 years old.
Throw him in the Hall of Fame for him being here this long.
Well,
was he a one? He couldn't have been a one and
like
done.
3 years.
I was going to say because KD isn't 38. How old is Kevin Durant?
36.
That's what I thought too. KD, yeah, born in 88. He's 36 years old.
Well, shout out to Jeff Green, man. Still doing what he does.
You told your legend today, Jeff.
I do have I do want to do one more pocket watching just without the music in the game because I'm curious because I feel like he. Not official. No, this is unofficial.
Okay.
I wanted to look at Greg Oden. I couldn't remember if Greg Oden signed us, like if they signed him to something. They didn't. Doesn't it? Well, they didn't.
I'm gonna say he made 70 million.
What? Do you want in on this?
Well, no, you said it's not official.
I'll go 10 million there. I win.
Jesse's closer.
It out.
It was
4 wins.
24. He
Wow.
made 24 million.
He only got one contract.
So that's what I think he's. It looks like he signed a second. He played with the Heat. He signed a deal with the Heat. So I guess because you never see this with number 1 picks. They just picked up. I guess they had a 5th-year option and just picked it up. Is that a thing? Let me hit the breakdown because he has 6 years for 24 million.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He signed at least one other contract, but remember he was the number 1 pick.
That's an old 1993 contract.
So 4 years, 21 million. So so 4 years, 21.7 million. He signed a 1-year deal with the Blazers after his rookie deal finished up, and then he signed the 1-year deal with the Miami Heat. I actually remember the game he got hurt, the last game he got hurt with Miami. He had I don't want to say he was playing well. He just started to play And it was like, all right, he's been on the floor here for a little bit. And then I could
ironically in
for,
Portland.
For some reason, I can vividly see it. Maybe that's why, because it was in Portland.
Oh.
Shout out Greg.
I don't remember that detail, but I remember they brought the stretcher and the towel out. And
yeah, it was bad.
Oh, goodness gracious. No need to go to that replay.
No. Greg, I think he went back to he played Chinese basketball a little bit, did the basketball tournament a little bit. I do feel like he went back and got his degree.
I feel like I saw Greg Oden a couple months ago. You know what I saw last night on as a NBA analyst? No, excuse me, not NBA, college basketball analyst. Roy Hibbert. Remember the hysteria that was Roy Hibbert?
Yeah. That was a 2-3 year run right there.
Yeah. Windhorst was just like, he just changes everything. Because he goes straight up. I just don't know what you do with the guy. All right, he's gone in a year.
You remember his thinking
that was like that whole Pacers team. Now you think about it, besides like Paul George and all that.
Paul George, Lance Stevenson, Greg Oden, or not Greg Oden, excuse me, Roy Hibbert.
I bet Lance Stevenson could still do numbers today if you put him on it. Like, not numbers in the game. Like, people will tune in to watch Lance
Remember
Stevenson.
how excited we were when he came?
Yes. Yes. Was that the era? Was that the COVID 10-day contract era when Lance came back?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he goes off one night and everyone goes crazy. He doesn't get another contract. I don't think we've seen him since.
He went off in that return game.
Right.
This first, he scored 14 in the first half or whatever.
Man, that 10-day contract era was wild.
That was crazy. That was crazy. NBA was just trying to make it.
Doug damn near had to come out and play, not coach, when that happened.
NBA was just trying to make it.
Yeah, they sure were. We had football games being played on Wednesdays for the week prior.
Right. And the NFL just went
and then
back to that again.
Of course, Schefter's whole ass is like, no games missed. What a job by the NFL. Yeah, they had him playing on Wednesday and Thursday.
What a job by the NFL. Settle down.
Schefter and Rappaport were really working that.
Ooh, Schefter's such a hoe for that. Such a hoe for that.
Since the Kings play on Thursday, Friday will be a lot of reaction. We promise tomorrow we'll talk some football.
Yeah, I have some thoughts on the Raiders' next head coach. I'm actually curious to get Jesse's thoughts on some of these.
I got some thoughts on NFL quarterbacks. Specifically, Brock Purdy.
No, we all know your thoughts on NFL quarterbacks.
Yeah, Jordan Love, he sucks. What else did he need to know?
I didn't say he sucks.
You damn near said it.
He just all right. Yeah, all right. Who do I think sucks as an NFL quarterback?
Trevor Lawrence.
Nah, I don't think he sucks.
You don't like Trevor Lawrence. You don't like Jordan Love. You didn't like Josh Allen to start the season, but I think you like him now.
He's the MVP candidate.
You didn't like Sam Darnold.
What do you feel about Derek Carr?
He has his moments. I don't think there's anybody I think.
Will Levis. You sure? The Mayo guy?
Will Levis is kind of iffy.
The Mayo man?
Do you have an opinion on Drake May? I just something pops up.
Okay.
I think he's gonna be good. He got engaged on Instagram or something.
Congratulations, Drake. He's okay. Like, your boy goes overboard with him all the time, but
who's my boy?
Your boy Simmons. It's your boy.
Why are you always deflecting your boy status on
your boy,
me?
Man? That's your man's.
Does anyone listen to Bill Simmons here in the last 2 weeks? Raise your hand.
Wasn't me. Jesse, Jesse's hand isn't up.
No.
All right, then.
Drake May, cool. He's all right. He's good.
All right.
He's I got to see more from him because your boy also hyped the hell out of Mac Jones.
Well,
check down Charlie.
There we go. I think Mac Jones is awful. Yeah, he's awful.
Drake May needs like a legitimate receiver to throw to.
Well, he got Mike Vrabel as a coach now, so we'll see how that turns out. So yeah, I guess we'll talk football a little bit tomorrow. Yeah, Friday will be tough, especially if the Kings win.
Ooh, we don't need that. Well, if they lose, more trades.
More trades.
More unplayable players.
We've traded Kevin Huerter for everybody imaginable, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure who will bench next. But I am excited for the weekend of football.
Yeah.
I think we've done a fantastic job of ignoring the discourse around Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. But I'm very excited to watch that football game.
Yeah, that's going to be a great game. I think it's going to be great. A lot of drama. drama. And we'll talk about it.
Any drama in Texans and Chiefs?
I was just about to ask you, you think they got a shot? I don't think the Texans do.
I think they got a shot, but no, I think that I think we see it's not a thing. Playoff Chiefs. I think that's what we see.
It might help the Texans that they just played them like 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And they could point to we were right there, and then our receiver destroyed his leg, and we weren't the same after that.
Yeah.
So, but they could say, like, if it wasn't for that, like, we was there. So, might help. Might help.
I think Jesse said the show is over. So, yeah, we've got to wrap up here in a minute. So we'll discuss these Commanders and Lions, which doesn't have a wager on it, despite what Kenny said today.
Not my finest moment.
Rams at Eagles, but it's your moment, and you have several of them, so it's all good. And then, of course, we'll get ready for national TV, baby. National TV.
That's right.
The Kings and the Rockets. Who the Kings already got this year?
Yeah. And it was contentious.
A little testy.
They're gonna be looking for a little get back.
A little testy.
We got Kansas versus Iowa State right after this.
Oh man,
game.
Number 9 versus number 2.
Big time game. I told you. I mean, Iowa State number 2 in the nation.
Well, don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss that.
Yeah. Big 12 basketball.
We're gonna head over to KSFM for a little bit. We're gonna head out to Justin Timberlake tonight, and then we will be back here immediately following the Insiders, beginning at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Iowa State.
That was a day. All right, y'all. I just saw your text, Dasha. That's funny. We got to run, guys. We got a bunch of stuff to do over here. We will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day. Evening.